Chapter 791. As expected, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but take a deep breath. Being unable to utilize his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, meant that he could only rely on his own strength to fight the other young geniuses in this unknown illusory purgatory. By relying on his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, Duan Lingtian felt that he wasn't afraid of any young genius in the 10 dynasties. But the problem was that he couldn't utilize his soul skill, Thousand Illusions. Not to mention, he didn't know most of the young geniuses in the 10 dynasties. Even the cultivation revealed by the Darming dynasty's crown prince, Luyong, caused him to feel indescribably shocked. Third level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian originally thought that his current cultivation at the second level of the void interpretation stage was sufficient to be ranked at the front amongst all the young geniuses in the 10 dynasties. But after he witnessed Luyong's cultivation, he didn't dare think like this. There's always someone better than you. Perhaps in the other dynasties, there were similarly young experts at the third level of the void interpretation stage like Luyong, or even young experts at the fourth level of the void interpretation stage or above. The important matter at hand is to first kill those comparatively weaker young geniuses in the 10 dynasties. 94 people, so long as 44 people die, then I'll be able to smoothly pass through the first round of the selections and advance successfully. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed, and he stopped thinking about it. Whirlwind. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gale that tore through the sky and headed towards the distance to search for prey. I wonder where Tian Wu, Big Brother Zhang, and Su Li are. I can only take one step at a time in this unknown illusory purgatory, and I only hope that I'll be able to encounter them as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, if I'm able to encounter Zishang, then I must kill him no matter what. After that, I'll use the Devil Seal tablet to completely annihilate the incomplete soul that's suspected to be Emperor Wu that's concealed within his body. On the way, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with cold lights when he thought of Zishang. Even though the Devil Seal tablet was able to temporarily crush the incomplete soul within Zishang's body that was suspected to be Emperor Wu, who knew if Zishang would obtain any benefits because of that Emperor Wu in the future. As far as he was concerned, Zishang would be a great calamity sooner or later if he didn't eliminate him. The relationship between him and Zishang had long since reached a situation where only one side would rest until one side died. Zishang, I only hope that your luck isn't that good, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Now he wasn't worried about anything else, and he was only worried that he wouldn't be able to encounter Zishang. After flying for a while, Duan Lingtian slowed down because he heard a series of explosions in front of him. It was obvious that someone was fighting. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that someone must have encountered them and started fighting. Immediately, Duan Lingtian moved forward in a low-key manner. He hid far behind a cliff and quietly watched the fierce battle in the distance. 2 young men were fighting each other. They were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the victor. When he saw the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above them when they fought, it wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to discern their cultivations. 2 9th level void initiation, stage martial artists. After he confirmed their cultivations, Duan Lingtian didn't have any more scruples and directly left the cliff, and he seemed to have transformed into a gale that arrived nearby the battle in a short moment. Duan Lingtian didn't have any impression of the 2 young men that were fighting each other, but he was sure that they weren't from the Dark Han dynasty, Darming dynasty, or Darchu dynasty. Duan Lingtian recognized all the members of the Dark Han dynasty. Because of Zhao Wei-yi, he'd carefully observed all the members of the Darming dynasty and had a deep impression of them. As for the members of the Darchu dynasty, because of the 2 young men that were in conflict with him and Zhang Shouyong in the restaurant outside Skywolf Fort that day, he'd carefully observed them and remembered the appearances of the others. After Duan Lingtian made an appearance, he didn't make a move directly, and he stood silently at the side as he watched the scene before him with a calm gaze. The two young men that were engrossed in battle fought for a short moment before noticing that something was off. When they noticed a person standing nearby, out of the corner of their eyes, their expressions went grim as they tacitly split up and retreated to the distance, and at the same time they hurriedly withdrew healing medicinal pills and consumed them. After they consumed the medicinal pills and slightly digested the medicinal strength, the two of them looked at the person that had stood nearby since an unknown time. With just a glance, their pupils couldn't help but constrict. Duan Lingtian. The violet-clothed young man before them wasn't unfamiliar to them, and it could even be said that he was extremely familiar. 2 days ago, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, and the Dongwa clan's patriarch, Dongwa Lei, had personally come to look for Duan Lingtian, and they'd clearly seen it. Besides that, they'd paid attention to Duan Lingtian before they entered the illusory purgatory, and they knew that Duan Lingtian was a young expert of the Dark Han dynasty that was only 28 years old this year. Even though Duan Lingtian was young, and they hadn't seen Duan Lingtian's ability. But for some unknown reason, traces of terror arose in their hearts for no reason or rhyme. Let's join forces and kill him first before continuing our battle. How about it? Suddenly, one of the young men asked the other, as he wanted to join forces with the other to deal with Duan Lingtian. All right. The other young man didn't refuse and agreed resolutely. The pressure Duan Lingtian brought to him was far greater than this opponent of his, and it caused him to have no choice but to be careful. You take the left, I take the right, let's join forces and pincer attack him. After the young man that suggested joining forces first communicated with the other young man via voice transmission, he directly pounced towards Duan Lingtian's left with the intention of launching an attack from there. The other young man didn't dare dally, and he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that instantly flashed towards Duan Lingtian's right. Swish! Wham! One of them wielded a sword while the other used a saber as they pincer attacked Duan Lingtian. The origin energy sword light and saber light raged, and they contained the fierce and sharp sword concept and saber concept that followed like shadows. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression when facing the joint forces of the two young men. His expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, and he had the demeanor of an expert. It wasn't until the dazzling sword light and fierce saber light were close to each other that a vast amount of origin energy gushed out from his body. Bang! The terrifying origin energy whistled out from Duan Lingtian's body, and it seemed to have transformed into a ball of milky white flames that shot into the sky. At the same time, the milky white flames swayed and transformed into waves of material gale that coiled around Duan Lingtian's body and flashed as if it had formed a layer of defensive light barrier. Clang! 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 The dazzling sword light and fierce saber light followed like shadows and descended on the material gale that flashed around Duan Lingtian's body before they were annihilated. Before the sword light and saber light, the gale around Duan Lingtian's body was like an indestructible wall. Compared to the energy contained within this wall, the strength of the sword light and saber light was on a completely different level. It was simply like the difference between heaven and earth. After the first attack failed, the two young men didn't launch another attack. Instead, they stood at the left and right of Duan Lingtian, and their expressions changed. Concept materialization. The two of them exclaimed in unison. Concept materialization was the symbol of void interpretation concept, although a similar scene could also appear when the void initiation concept was comprehended to the limit. There was a difference. They were extremely sure that the wind concept that Duan Lingtian executed now was precisely the void interpretation concept. Subsequently, as if they'd discussed it beforehand, they raised their heads in unison to look towards the sky above Duan Lingtian, and they seemed as if they wanted to confirm something. In the sky above Duan Lingtian, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled before transforming into material phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. Numerous ancient, horned dragon silhouettes circled there, and the amount was so great that it caused the two of them to be terrified to the point their faces turned pale, and their bodies started trembling intensely. Heavens! What did we see? 50 ancient, horned dragon silhouettes. This was only the phenomenon of the heavens, and the earth formed when Duan Lingtian utilized his origin energy and concept to draw upon the energy of the heavens and the earth. Second level of the void interpretation stage. First level intermediate wind concept. This Duan Lingtian strength is actually so strong. The expressions of the two of them were extremely unsightly. Never had they imagined that Duan Lingtian, who was only 28 years old, would actually possess such a formidable strength that far surpassed them. With Duan Lingtian's strength, he could kill them with a raise of his hand. Now it's my turn as well. Duan Lingtian looked at the two young men that joined forces to attack him, and he grinned. With a raise of his hand, a sword appeared in his hand, and it was a sword that emitted a terrifying aura. This sword, as soon as the sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, it caused the hearts of the two young men to palpitate for no reason or rhyme, and the aura that was faintly revealed from the sword caused them to be unable to help but feel fear in their hearts. Whoosh! When the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body fused into the sword in his hand, 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared out of thin air, and it caused their pupils to be unable to refrain from constricting. Duan Lingtian was a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and when his origin energy exploded out completely, it was only comparable to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. Yet now, just this sword alone caused his origin energy to be amplified by the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons? Wasn't this an amplification of 100%? Even the Grade 1 Spirit Sword of Legend seemed to only provide an amplification of around 88%, right? Right when the two of them were deeply in disbelief, Duan Lingtian struck out with his sword. 9 dragons, radiant flash. As soon as the sword left his hand, he activated his sword concept and executed the high, grade, heaven rank martial skill, 9 dragons, radiant flash, that he just mastered not long ago. 2 material divine dragons that contain the strength of 81 ancient horned dragons whistled out, and their 4 eyes flashed as 4 dazzling flashes instantly flashed out. Before the two of them had the time to react, the 4 flashes pierced through the space between their brows and throats, causing the origin energy on their bodies to be instantly annihilated. In the next moment, the 2 corpses crashed to the ground. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian chased after them and removed the spatial rings from their hands before taking them for himself. At the same time, a brilliant smile appeared on his face as he looked at the 3-foot-long blade in his hand. This quasi-royal grade spirit sword provides an amplification of 100%. The instant I struck out with the sword earlier was really satisfying. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword was precisely the quasi-royal grade spirit sword he obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure that day. This sword came from the hands of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, and it had passed through many hands to Duan Lingtian. It could be said that Duan Lingtian and the reincarnation Emperor Wu indeed had an extremely miraculous fate in this lifetime. Chapter 792. I wonder how the battles of the others are like. 2 people have died here, so I still lack 42 people. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he flew off into the distance to continue searching for his next target. Of course, he kept an extremely low profile and was careful all along the way. He rarely took the initiative to attack, and he mostly concealed himself at the side of his opponents before making a move when he noticed his opponents weren't a threat. In the following journey, another 3 young men had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. Amongst them was a member of the Darming dynasty that had once made a move against him at the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, and he could be said to be an old acquaintance of his. Swish! With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian executed the 9 dragons' radiant flash, and 4 bloody holes that were penetrated by the radiant flash appeared on the body of another young man, causing him to be deader than dead. The lives of others are really lowly like weeds in this world. After Duan Lingtian put away the spatial ring, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that if he encountered an existence that was stronger than him now, then his life would similarly be lowly like a weed that wasn't worth mentioning. It was precisely because of this that every time Duan Lingtian killed someone now, slight fear would arise in his heart. Only by standing at the peak of this world and standing above everyone would I not have to worry about someone trampling on me beneath their feet and taking my life to be lowly like a weed. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's heart of an expert became even more tenacious, and his gaze that stared ahead became even fiercer. He wanted to become an expert. He wanted to stand above everyone, stand at the peak and look down upon all living beings. This was the greatest pursuit in his entire life, and he would have no regrets until the end of his life. All along the way, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards the illusory purgatory. This was a place that was completely constructed from inscription formations, and everything within it was illusory. Of course, to the people within it, all of this was no different than reality. Up until now, a total of 5 young geniuses from the various dynasties had died at his hands, whereas after the corpses of these young geniuses fell to the ground, all of them had strangely vanished. Duan Lingtian knew that those corpses hadn't vanished, and they'd left the illusory purgatory and appeared outside the inscription formation that formed this illusory realm, just as Duan Lingtian thought. Presently, outside the inscription formation that was like a ball of clouds and mist that had gathered together, a corpse would fly out from it every once in a while and heavily fall onto the combat ring. The appearance of every single corpse caused the expressions of the representatives of the various dynasties to sink. Up until now, there had been deaths in every dynasty. The only difference was the number of deaths. The corpses on the combat arena were divided into 10 places and piled up. Amongst them, the Darkhan dynasty had the least amount of corpses, and up until now, there was only one. The person that died was precisely the 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist that was lucky enough to enter the top 10 during the Darkhan dynasty's martial competition that day. But unfortunately, even though he'd obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he'd still died in a foreign land. After a year of time, even though his cultivation had improved greatly, it had only advanced to the 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage, and he was in existence at the bottom amongst the group of young geniuses that had come from the 10 dynasties. This also bound him to the fate of being the prey in the first round of the life and death selections in the illusory purgatory. Once the prey didn't hide properly, they were bound to be hunted down and killed by the hunter. Which dynasty are they from over there? In the sky above the combat ring, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Ken, looked at the corpse that lay by itself at the side of the combat ring. Vice Fort Master, they're from the Darkhan dynasty. A Skywolf Fort elder spoke respectfully and reverently. The Darkhan dynasty? The dynasty that Duan Lingtian is from? Ning Ken's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yes, the Skywolf Fort elder nodded. Up until now, 23 people have already died. Only 21 people are missing before the remaining people will be able to pass through the first round of the selections. Ning Ken looked at the corpses that were divided into 10 areas on the combat ring and said slowly, if that Duan Lingtian is really able to survive the first round of the selections, then no matter what method he uses to survive, he has the qualifications to become my personal disciple. Even though Ning Kan's voice wasn't loud, yet it still entered into the ears of everyone present. But besides the representatives of the Darkhan dynasty, the others seemed to be slightly absent-minded, and they didn't envy Duan Lingtian any longer. The expressions of the representatives of the other 9 dynasties were unsightly because the young geniuses of their dynasties had died successively, and they utterly didn't have the mood to pay attention to anything else. Humph. A cold grunt sounded out, and it was Sword 13 who glanced at Ning Ken with disdain. Ning Ken, you're really thick-skinned. I still say the same thing. You don't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as your disciple. Sword 13. It isn't up to you to decide if I have the qualifications or not. Ning Ken wasn't willing to show weakness as he met Sword 13's gaze. As far as he was concerned, if someone as respected as him, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, wanted to take a young man from a tiny dynasty as his personal disciple, then wouldn't the young man be terrified out of his wits and kneel before him and kowtow? Then we'll see. Sword 13 spoke indifferently, and the space between his brows seemed to be filled with strong confidence. Martial uncle. Right at this moment, Feng Wei, who stood by Ning Can's side, seemed to have thought of something, and he frowned before speaking to Ning Can via voice transmission. There's something I forgot to tell you. That Duan Lingtian seems to be the good friend of Sword 13's disciple. 2 days ago, subsequently, Feng Wei spoke of the matter of him and the Dongwu clan's patriarch, Dongwu going to look for Duan Lingtian 2 days ago, including the matter of him wanting Dongwu to take Duan Lingtian away and Sword 13 standing out to protect Duan Lingtian. What? Feng Wei's words caused Ning Can's expression to be unable to refrain from going grim. If it wasn't for Feng Wei speaking of this matter now, he would be utterly unaware. Never had he imagined that their Skywolf Fort had already given Duan Lingtian such a bad impression before this. Meanwhile, he finally realized why Sword 13 would be so confident that Duan Lingtian wouldn't be willing to become his disciple. So it turned out that all of this had a cause and effect. It's very likely that you'll reject a rare genius martial artist for the sake of a tiny Dongwu. Ning Ken looked at Feng Wei, and his eyes seemed to contain a trace of rage. Feng Wei remained indifferent. Martial uncle, perhaps Duan Lingtian's natural talent isn't bad, but with his age, I presume it's impossible for him to have any great accomplishments. Moreover, once he enters that place, he's bound to have the fate of being cannon fodder, and it's utterly impossible for him to survive. So even if you're unable to take him as your personal disciple, martial uncle, you don't have to feel regretful. Feng Wei said, let's see how it goes. If I give up just like this, then Sword 13 will look down on me instead. As for that Duan Lingtian, if he really doesn't know what's good for him, then he's bound to die. As Ning Can finished speaking via voice transmission, a cold light flashed within his eyes. Swoosh! Suddenly, another corpse flashed out from the inscription formation that had condensed into the shape of a cloud and mist, and it fell from the sky before heavily smashing onto the ground. Yi Shao, the pupils of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor, constricted. Even though he didn't feel it was strange that a second young genius of the Dark Han dynasty would be killed, yet never had he imagined that this second person would be Yi Shao. Yi Shao was someone that was ranked in the top 5 of the Dark Han dynasty's martial competition 1 year ago, at any rate. In terms of cultivation, he was even above his son by he that day. Now he even possessed a cultivation at the void interpretation stage, yet he'd still died. Of course, he only thought that it was because Yi Shao was unlucky. As far as he was concerned, Su Li, Long Yin, and Feng Tianwu were all weaker than Yi Shao. But the 3 of them didn't die, yet Yi Shao had died. It was surely because Yi Zhao's luck was bad and encountered an existence that was stronger than him. If he knew that Su Li, Long Yin, and Feng Tianwu's strengths weren't inferior to Yi Shao now, he would probably not think like this. Woo! Feng Wudao looked at the location of the inscription formation, and his eyes obviously contained slight worry mixed within. Even though his daughter's natural talent and strength weren't bad. But she was facing the young experts of the various dynasties now, and there was no lack of existences that were stronger than her. Once she encountered them, she would most likely die. I hope that kid Ling Tian will be able to converge with Wu as soon as possible. Feng Tianwu thought silently in his heart. As far as he was concerned, so long as Duan Lingtian converged with his daughter would be safe. He practically trusted Duan Lingtian blindly. Presently, Amongst all the experts of the older generation in the sky above the combat arena, only Sword 13, Saber 5, Ning Kan, and Feng Wei were comparatively composed, whereas the others had worried expressions. Besides Ning Kan, Sword 13, Saber 5, and Feng Wei had disciples within the illusory purgatory, and the reason they were able to be so composed was undoubtedly because they were filled with confidence towards their disciples. Even though the illusory purgatory was slightly different from the so-called purgatory in the mortal world. But to the weak that encountered experts within the illusory purgatory, this place was no different than purgatory in the mortal world because the outcome was practically death. Zhang Shouyong, enemies are really bound to meet on a narrow road. Today, this young expert at the void interpretation stage of the Darkhan dynasty is probably going to die here. 3 figures flashed out and formed an encirclement around the young man that had a wine gourd hanging on his waist, and a blue-clothed young man amongst them sneered, "It's all of you." The person that was encircled was precisely Zhang Shouyong. Zhang Shouyong glanced at the blue-clothed young man with disdain, and then his gaze descended onto the thin young man as a trace of fear faintly flashed past his eyes. He was more or less slightly afraid of this young genius from the Darchu dynasty. That day in the restaurant outside Skywolf Fort, he'd already met this person once. At that time, he'd noticed how terrifying this person was, and this person was probably not inferior to him. As for the blue-clothed young man, he didn't take him seriously at all. "Zhang Shouyong, you're dead today. Let me tell you, besides me who isn't a void interpretation stage martial artist, Big Brother Kong and Big Brother Shao are both existences at the first level of the void interpretation stage. Especially Big Brother Kong, he's even comprehended second level void interpretation stage concept. So killing you is extremely easy." The blue-clothed young man sneered as he looked at Zhang Shouyong. Second level void interpretation stage concept. Chapter 793. How is it? Are you afraid? It's too late. The blue-clothed young man saw Zhang Shouyong's expression go slightly pale, and he spoke complacently while assuming Zhang Shouyong's might. "I'm not afraid of you." Zhang Shouyong glanced at the blue-clothed young man with disdain, and then he picked up the wine gourd from his waist before pouring it into his mouth and drinking large mouthfuls of wine. The blue-clothed young man couldn't help but sneer when he saw Zhang Shouyong still had the mood to drink under their encirclement. "Drink, drink. This is bound to be the last time you drink in your lifetime." "How noisy!" Zhang Shouyong, who was still drinking wine, suddenly shouted out. Right when the 3 young men that surrounded him couldn't help but be stunned by him, he attacked like a bolt of lightning. At the instant Zhang Shouyong shouted out explosively, he swung up the wine gourd that had been accumulating strength since long ago and fiercely smashed it out. The surrounding origin energy coiled around it and quickly fused with his earth concept, causing the concept to materialize and envelop the wine gourd within it. Swoosh! The wine gourd that was covered in a layer of outer clothing tore through the sky and gave rise to a wave of explosive sounds as it flashed directly towards the blue-clothed young man. In the sky, 64 ancient, horned dragon silhouettes dashed out along with the wine gourd. "Watch out!" The thin young man and the robust young man went grim as they transformed into 2 bolts of lightning that flashed directly towards the blue-clothed young man with the intention of rescuing him. But unfortunately, their reactions were still too slow. Zhang Shouyong's strength wasn't inferior to the 2 of them, and he'd seized the initiative when they were shocked to the point of being stunned for a short moment. Bang! The wine gourd smashed onto the head of the blue-clothed young man, who revealed a terrified expression and blasted his head apart. The blue-clothed young man that was complacent earlier had become a headless corpse in the blink of an eye. Bang! 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 At the same time, Zhang Shouyong moved. Every single time his feet flashed, he would step on an enormous brick that appeared out of thin air, and he relied on the force to flash out and grab the wine gourd that was smashed out. At the same time, the headless corpse fell down and vanished within the illusory purgatory. The appearance of the headless corpse outside caused all the experts of the older generation outside to be unable to refrain from feeling terrified. Who exactly is he? He's actually so ruthless. Many people sucked in a cold breath. I wonder which dynasty this unlucky fellow is from. Many representatives of the dynasties frowned, and they were worried that this blue-clothed young man was a member of their side. This was because this blue robe was truly too common. Almost every dynasty had young geniuses wearing this color robe. Within the illusory purgatory, Zhang Shouyong, who'd killed their companion under the gazes of the two young experts at the first level of the void interpretation stage, had infuriated the other two young experts. I never expected that you've comprehended the second level of the void interpretation concept as well. The skinny youth stared at Zhang Shouyong with a gloomy expression. The yuan power on his body raged and turned into a red flame that enveloped his entire body. Whoosh! Above the skinny young man, 20 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons first appeared before another 30 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. The first level of the void interpretation stage. Second level intermediate concept of fire. Also, you're not the only one with a grade 3 spiritual weapon. The thin youth narrowed his eyes, and a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand out of thin air. As soon as the spear appeared, it was wrapped in flames and slightly trembled. Whoosh! Subsequently, another 13 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and another 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky. Obviously, the 7-foot-long spear in the skinny young man's hand was a grade 3 spirit weapon as well. But its amplification was far inferior to the wine gourd in Zhang Shouyong's hand. After all, the grade 3 spirit weapon wine gourd in Zhang Shouyong's hand was personally refined by Duan Lingtian, and it was capable of amplifying an entire 70% of strength. It was far from something the grade 3 spirit weapon in the skinny young man's hand could compare to. Remember properly on the road to hell, the person that killed you is the Darchu dynasty's Kong Fong. The grade 3 spirit weapon in Kong Fong's hand shook, and it was like a nimble python that was shaking its head and wagging its tail. With just you and him. The corners of Zhang Shouyong's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. Kong Fong's strength was indeed not bad, but the gap in their spirit weapons caused Kong Fong to be inferior to him by an entire 6,000 ancient mammoths. Even though the strength of 6,000 ancient mammoths wasn't much, it was still a chasm that was difficult to surmount. Most importantly, Kong Fong's companion seemed to only be a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended first-level void interpretation concept from the blue-clothed young man he'd killed earlier. A first-level void interpretation stage martial artist like this was more than 10 ancient horned dragons inferior to him, and he was unable to pose the slightest threat to him. What, you're looking down on me? The other robust young man sneered, and the origin energy on his body raged before transforming into numerous material violet bolts of lightning that coiled around his body, causing him to seem like a god of lightning that had descended to the world. Whoosh! In the sky, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared abruptly. First, 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. Second level void interpretation stage. First level intermediate lightning concept. Second level void interpretation stage. Zhang Shouyong's face went grim when he saw the strength the robust young man revealed. To him, a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended first-level void interpretation concept was far more dangerous than a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended second-level void interpretation concept. Because the energy contained within origin energy could be amplified by spirit weapons. Even though I don't have a grade 3 spirit weapon, But I think that even if it's only a grade 4 spirit weapon, it's sufficient to allow my strength to surpass you in all aspects. The cold smile on the robust young man's face grew wider as a thick and wide saber appeared out of thin air in his hand. Along with the material violet bolts of lightning that fused into the saber, another 17 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky. When the robust young man exerted his full strength, his strength had already surpassed the strength of 67 ancient horned dragons, whereas Zhang Shouyang's strength was only comparable to the strength of 64 ancient horned dragons. Xiaofeng, you suppress him. I'll take his life. Kong Fong seemed to not be surprised in the slightest when the robust young man revealed such strength, and he obviously knew the robust young man's strength since long ago. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that he'd said those words to Zhang Shouyang earlier. Remember properly on the road to hell. The person that killed you is the Darchu dynasty's Kong Fong. Xiaofeng and Kong Fong sealed off Zhang Shouyang's paths of retreat, one after another. Zhang Shouyang's gaze flickered as his expression became completely gloomy. If it was Kong Fong joining forces with a martial artist that had only comprehended first-level void interpretation concept, he wouldn't be worried in the slightest. But now, he felt that he didn't have the slightest chance of winning. Since he didn't have the slightest chance of winning, he didn't have the intention to go head-on against Kong Fong. Flee. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Shouyang raised his leg and instantly stomped on an enormous brick that was condensed from origin energy and earth concept that appeared out of thin air, and he relied on this force to fly out. Swoosh! Zhang Shouyang's entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball that flashed towards the distance with the intention of fleeing far away. Chase! But unfortunately, Kong Fong and Xiaofeng were prepared since long ago, and they'd moved at the instant Zhang Shouyang stomped on the enormous brick to stop Zhang Shouyang first. Kill! When he saw this, Zhang Shouyang realized that he had to kill his way out, otherwise it would be impossible for him to escape. Bang! At the first possible moment, Zhang Shouyang chose Kong Fong, who was comparatively weaker, and he raised his wine gourd before smashing it down. A terrifying sound of air exploding resounded out, and it was like a heaven-shattering sound. Xiaofeng! Kong Fong didn't dodge when he saw this, and the grade 3 spirit spear in his hand shook. Yet he didn't obstruct Zhang Shouyang's wine gourd, and he ceaselessly accumulated strength instead. Oem! At the critical moment, the thick and broad saber in Xiaofeng's hand that was coiled with violet lightning fiercely descended onto Zhang Shouyang's wine gourd, and it blasted it away and pushed it away from the trajectory of flashing towards Kong Fong. Now is the time! Kong Fong's eyes lit up, and he seized the opportunity that Zhang Shouyang temporarily didn't have a spirit weapon to rely on to suddenly sweep out with the grade 3 spirit spear in his hand that had accumulated strength since long ago. Swoosh! A fiery red 7-foot-long spear light swept out like a flaming dragon that had left its lair, and it pierced toward Zhang Shouyang with a speed that far surpassed Zhang Shouyang's movement technique. Zhang Shouyang had only just moved when the 7-foot-long spear light that carried along a dense aura of death had already arrived before him with the intention of penetrating his body. Am I going to die? At the critical moment, Zhang Shouyang's heart shook as the figure of his wife, Wang Qiong, appeared within his mind at the first possible moment. Qiong, if there's an afterlife, Zhang Shouyang hadn't finished his thoughts when a brief sword howl instantly pierced into his eardrums, causing his mind to shake as the beautiful figure within his mind vanished without a trace. On the other hand, the grade 3 spirit spear that was originally about to penetrate him was shaken to the side and pierced nothing. Who is it? Along with Kong Fong and Xiaofeng's grim shouts entering into his ears, Zhang Shouyang saw a familiar face appear before his eyes, and it caused his eyes to light up. Brother Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Kong Fong's face went grim when he heard Zhang Shouyang and saw the familiar violet-colored figure before him. If it was a young genius from another dynasty, perhaps he wouldn't know of Duan Lingtian's strength. But Kong Fong had instead seen Duan Lingtian make a move in the restaurant outside Skywolf Fort that day. At that time, Duan Lingtian had slapped his companion with a speed so swift that it caused him to feel ashamed of his inferiority. At that time, he understood that Duan Lingtian was at least in existence at the second level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian? Xiao Feng's pupils couldn't help but constrict as well. Never had he imagined that the young genius from the Dark Han dynasty that had started to show off 2 days ago would actually possess such a terrifying cultivation. He seems to be only 28, right? A casual swing of his sword had blasted away the grade 3 spirit spear in Kong Fong's hand. In terms of strength, he's probably not inferior to me. Such natural talent can be said to be heaven-defying. Big Brother Zhang, aren't you too ferocious? Going against the joint forces of a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist and a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist with a cultivation at the first level of the void interpretation stage is something only you can do. Duan Lingtian completely disregarded Kong Fong and Xiao Feng as he looked at Zhang Shouyong with a smile. Zhang Shouyong was speechless when he heard this. Do you think I wanted to? If I knew earlier that there was a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist on their side, then I would have fled at the moment I killed that blue-clothed young man. Chapter 794. All right, we'll talk about other things later. The important matter at hand is to deal with these miscellaneous people first. Duan Lingtian spoke to Zhang Shouyong as he turned around to look at Kong Fong and Xiao Feng. Presently, Kong Fong and Xiao Feng had already retreated to the distance, and their expressions instantly sank when they heard Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian actually called them miscellaneous people? Zhang Shouyong nodded. The appearance of Duan Lingtian caused his confidence to increase greatly, and he didn't have any thoughts of fleeing. His burning gaze locked onto Kong Fong at the first possible moment. Brother Lingtian, leave this fellow that uses a spear to me. Then leave the other one that holds a lousy saber to me. Duan Lingtian nodded. Lousy saber? Duan Lingtian's words caused rage to suffuse Xiao Feng's face, and he shouted coldly, Duan Lingtian, do you really think you can defeat me just because you're able to obstruct Kong Fong's attack? Defeat you? Duan Lingtian started laughing. Is it very difficult to defeat you? Kong Fong. Right when Duan Lingtian and Xiao Feng were in confrontation, Zhang Shouyong had already made a move, and his target was Kong Fong. He fought Kong Fong and occupied the upper hand in a short moment. Before two people with similar abilities, the difference of a few thousand ancient mammoths was still extremely great. So Kong Fong was practically in a passive state as he fought Zhang Shouyong. Xiao Feng. Kong Fong was more shocked the more he fought, and he didn't doubt in the slightest that if this continued, he would be defeated by Zhang Shouyong sooner or later. So he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to seek help from Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng's face sank when he heard this, and the origin energy on his body surged out before transforming into numerous material violet-colored bolts of lightning that coiled around his body in a short moment. The grade 4 spirit saber in Xiao Feng's hand that was like a god of lightning that had descended to the world shook, and it was covered in violet-colored bolts of lightning. The lightning saber that had accumulated force was ready to attack at any moment. In the sky above Xiao Feng, 67 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly appeared. Besides that, a fierce aura rose from Xiao Feng's body and fused into the grade 4 spirit saber in his hand, and it emitted a terrifying coldness. Subsequently, 3 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above his head. Third-level elementary saber concept. At this moment, Xiao Feng didn't hold back in the slightest and utilized all his abilities. Not only did he completely erupt with his strength at the second-level void interpretation, but the amplification of the grade 4 spirit saber was also fully displayed. Besides that, he even executed the first-level intermediate thunder concept and third-level elementary saber concept that he had comprehended. Once the grade 4 spirit saber in Xiao Feng's hand attacked, it was equivalent to the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons and 4,000 ancient mammoths. The strength of 70 ancient horned dragons? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw such a phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appear in the sky above Xiaofeng, and then he said, "Presumably your strength can be considered to be at the top amongst the 10 young geniuses that came from the Darchu dynasty this time." But Duan Lingtian didn't continue speaking. Origin energy coiled and flashed on his body before finally transforming into strands of material strong winds that coiled around him, and he seemed to have transformed into a god of wind. In the sky, 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared first, and then another 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. Second level void interpretation. First level intermediate wind concept. Xiao Feng's pupils constricted slightly when he saw the scene. Even though he was mentally prepared since long ago, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he really saw Duan Lingtian reveal a strength that wasn't inferior to him. How old was Duan Lingtian? How old was he? He felt that when he was at Duan Lingtian's age, he wasn't even worthy to carry the shoes of the current Duan Lingtian. Good. Today, I, Xiaofeng, will enjoy the pleasure of killing a genius in the martial Dao like you. I presume this will be the proudest thing I've done in my entire life. Xiaofeng grinned as the grade 4 spirit saber in his hand shook, and the ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above him started to shake. Obviously, he was already prepared to make a move. But unfortunately, I'm afraid your wish won't be realized. Duan Lingtian's flat words sounded out indifferently. While Xiaofeng was stunned, he clearly saw that another 4 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared in the sky above Duan Lingtian. At the same time, strands of violet-colored energy appeared within the material strong winds that swept around Duan Lingtian, and there were faint bolts of lightning leaping about within them. Fourth level elementary lightning concept. Xiao Feng's pupils constricted. He wasn't unfamiliar with the concept Duan Lingtian executed now, and it was precisely the lightning concept that he'd mainly comprehended. This wasn't the end. Subsequently, he saw that the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth above Duan Lingtian underwent a change, and another 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. These 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared separately. First level elementary sword concept. First level elementary earth concept. Xiao Feng's expression finally went grim. Never had he imagined that not only had Duan Lingtian comprehended void interpretation concept at such a young age and broken through to the void interpretation stage, he'd actually comprehended 3 other extraordinary concepts. Is this natural talent and comprehension ability that an ordinary human martial artist can possess? Xiaofeng was deeply doubtful. Presently, Duan Lingtian hadn't utilized a spirit weapon, yet 56 ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down from the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth above him with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like rainbows. Once Duan Lingtian utilized a spirit weapon, wouldn't his strength far surpass Xiaofeng? Xiaofeng was anxious. Duan Lingtian, take this strike of mine. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiaofeng attacked like a bolt of lightning, and he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian before Duan Lingtian withdrew his spirit weapon to accumulate strength so as to avoid future troubles. But unfortunately, at the instant Xiaofeng attacked, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he'd seen it coming. Whirlwind. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gale that flashed about high up in the sky. At the same time that he stopped moving, a sword appeared in his hand, a sword that emitted waves of terrifying aura. Whoosh! When this sword entered his hand, the strong winds that coiled around Duan Lingtian's body instantly gushed into it. Instantly, another 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared out of thin air beside the 56 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky. How could this be possible? The scene before him caused Xiaofeng's pupils to be unable to refrain from constricting. A doubled amplification? Duan Lingtian was a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and when his origin energy exploded out completely, it was comparable to the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. Now, he'd relied on a sword to provide an amplification of 30 ancient horned dragons, and at the same time that it caused Xiaofeng to be extremely astounded, he had an expression of disbelief. Even a grade 1 spirit sword of legend seemed to be far from possessing such a terrifying amplification, right? What exactly is the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand? Xiaofeng was afraid, completely afraid. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had utilized all his ability, and the strength of 86 ancient horned dragons seemed to have appeared in the sky above him. On the other hand, Xiaofeng only possessed the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons and 4,000 ancient mammoths. How could he fight when there was a difference of almost 16 ancient horned dragons? Flee! Without the slightest hesitation, Xiaofeng held his saber above his head with both hands, and the material violet lightning on his body swiftly flashed out to envelop his entire body beneath an enormous lightning saber. Wham! The lightning saber tore through the sky and charged into the sky with the intention of fleeing. Want to flee? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a disdainful smile when he saw Xiaofeng wanted to flee, and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shook as he utilized his sword concept to activate the 9 dragons' radiant flash to transform into 2 material divine dragons that chased after Xiaofeng. Swoosh! Swoosh! The divine dragons charged into the sky with a speed so swift that it was even faster than Xiaofeng, who transformed into a lightning saber, and they caught up to him in a short moment. Duan Lingtian, spare my life! Spare my life! Xiaofeng obviously noticed the arrival of danger, and he hurriedly begged for mercy with a voice that revealed traces of desolation, and it shocked Zhang Xiaoyong and Kong Fong to the point they temporarily stopped fighting. Both of them looked up into the sky in unison when they heard this. Under their gazes, the eyes of the 2 divine dragons abruptly shot out 4 beams of extreme light, which instantly sank into the thunderblade that soared into the sky. In the next moment, the lightning saber shattered and a corpse fell down. Subsequently, they saw, when the 2 divine dragons dispersed in the sky, a violet-colored figure had caught up to the corpse that fell from the sky and bluntly took the spatial ring from the latter's hand. The corpse continued falling, and had vanished within the illusory purgatory along with the grade 4 spirit saber in its hand. Brother Ling Tian, Zhang Xiaoyong was completely dumbstruck as he looked at the violet-colored figure that stood in the distant sky. Even though he was filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian, yet never had he imagined that, in a short moment, Duan Lingtian would be able to kill Xiaofeng, who was at the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. How could this be possible? Kong Fong's face was ghastly pale as he looked at the violet-colored figure in the distance with an expression of disbelief. Even if Duan Lingtian was a 2nd-level void interpretation stage martial artist, even if he possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon to rely on, it was still impossible for him to kill Xiaofeng in such a short period of time, right? Could it be that he's a 3rd-level void interpretation stage martial artist? Suddenly, a thought that even he felt was absurd arose in Kong Fong's heart. Yet as soon as this thought arose, it was impossible to suppress. Earlier, Duan Lingtian withdrew the quasi-royal grade spirit sword and utilized all his ability to instantly kill Xiaofeng with a single strike, and then he put away the quasi-royal grade spirit sword. The 86 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky dispersed along with this, and they weren't noticed by Kong Fong and Zhang Xiaoyong, so they utterly didn't know exactly what had happened earlier. Bang! Outside the inscription formation that formed the illusory purgatory, The corpse that held the grade 4 spirit saber fell down and fiercely smashed onto the combat ring. Xiao Feng! The expression of the Darchu dynasty's representative went grim when he saw this person, and he cried out in surprise, Xiao Feng! Instantly, a nearby dynasty's representative looked at the Darchu dynasty's representative with surprise. He's your Darchu dynasty's Xiao Feng? Supposedly, this Xiao Feng was already a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist a year ago. Xiao Feng had already broken through to the second level of the void interpretation stage 3 days ago. The Darchu dynasty's representative spoke with a gloomy expression. What? Instantly, the representatives of the various dynasties that originally had indifferent and aloof expressions were moved, and they revealed expressions of disbelief. Chapter 795. After all, up until now, most of the young geniuses of the various dynasties that were killed within the illusory purgatory formed from the inscription formation were only at the void initiation stage. Up until now, the number of void interpretation stage martial artists that were killed could be counted with one hand, and all of them were at the first level of the void interpretation stage. Yet now, a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist had been killed, and it caused the representatives of the various dynasties to be slightly perturbed. Up until now, a total of 35 people have died. Another 9 people have to die before the remaining 50 people will be able to smoothly pass through the first round of the selections and come out from the illusory purgatory. Many representatives of the dynasties muttered to themselves, and they felt as if time passed by like years. Within the illusory purgatory, Kong Fong faced Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong by himself, and he didn't even dare have the thought of fleeing. Suddenly, the clothes on his back had already been completely drenched in cold sweat. Big brother Zhang, do you need me to do it for you? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Kong Fong as he spoke to Zhang Shouyong, and his words caused Kong Fong's face to instantly go grim. No. Zhang Shouyong shook his head, and then he dashed out to charge towards Kong Fong once more. Swoosh! The wine gourd in his hand was tossed out, and it was instantly swept by a layer of material earth concept to transform into an enormous wine gourd that descended towards Kong Fong. Bang! The wine gourd tore through the sky and descended with an earth-shattering impact, causing Kong Fong's face to go grim as he hurriedly used the 7-foot-long spear in his hand to block it. But unfortunately, because Xiao Feng had been killed and Duan Lingtian, who killed Xiao Feng, was standing at the side, Kong Fong's mind was in chaos, and he was utterly unable to exert his strength at his prime. After 15 minutes, Kong Fong was finally heavily injured when facing Zhang Shouyong's continuous attacks. Bang! The wine gourd descended from the sky like a mountain pressing down, and it crushed Kong Fong to death. After Kong Fong died, Zhang Shouyong took his spatial ring and grade 3 spirit spear before stomping down on Kong Fong's head that was bleeding, and he relied on the counterforce to flash over to Duan Lingtian's side. On the other hand, Kong Fong's corpse sped down and completely vanished from the illusory purgatory. Brother Ling Tian. Zhang Shouyong handed the storage ring and the 3rd-grade spirit spear to Duan Lingtian, but was rejected by Duan Lingtian. Big brother Zhang, what are you doing? These are your spoils of war. They have nothing to do with me. If it wasn't for you, I would have been killed by them. How could I have gotten these spoils of war? Take it, Zhang Shouyong said resolutely. In the end, Duan Lingtian only took the grade 3 spirit spear. I can still reforge this grade 3 spirit spear into a spirit weapon of even higher quality. As for the spatial ring, keep it yourself, big brother Zhang. After saying that, Duan Lingtian flew forward. Zhang Shouyong reluctantly put away his storage ring and followed along. I don't know how many people have died so far. However, judging from the time that has passed, there should be at least 30 people who have died. On the way, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but guess. I wonder where Miss Tianwu and Su Li are, Zhang Shouyong said. With their strengths, So long as they don't encounter those figures from the other dynasties that are difficult to deal with, they ought to be fine. Even though he said this, Duan Lingtian was still slightly worried in his heart. Su Li was fine, as his cultivation was at the second level of the void interpretation stage, and he possessed the strength to protect himself. Even though Feng Tianwu possessed the fire spirit body, and her natural talent and comprehension ability far exceeded an ordinary person, but she was too young after all. Moreover, she was only at the first level of the void interpretation stage, and there were many people capable of defeating or even killing her. In the illusory purgatory, even if one died, one would die for nothing. Unless there was someone that witnessed it with their own two eyes. Otherwise, even if one died, no one would know who killed who. If something really happens to Tianwu, once Uncle Feng goes mad, he'll probably kill everyone besides us that have a good relationship with Tianwu. If something happened to Tianwu, Duan Lingtian believed that Feng Wu Dao would absolutely not do nothing, and Feng Wu Dao would surely go mad and take revenge for Tianwu. Even though Feng Wu Dao had always been serious in front of Feng Tianwu. But it was precisely because of this that he was able to deeply feel Feng Wu Dao's fatherly love towards Feng Tianwu. It was a selfless fatherly love, a fatherly love that was capable of giving up everything for his daughter. For the sake of Feng Tianwu, Feng Wu Dao was even willing to give up his life. This was something that Duan Lingtian didn't doubt in the slightest. Let's go! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out as he sped up and flashed forward. He wanted to find Tianwu as soon as possible, as he was afraid there would be an unforeseen event if he was late. Zhang Shouyong followed closely behind. After an hour, Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong did encounter a third young genius of the various dynasties all along the way. 2 hours passed. Duan Lingtian. Right when Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong were continuing forward, they suddenly heard a grim shout sound out from afar. This voice wasn't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stopped moving, and his fierce gaze directly flashed towards the source of the voice. It's him. Zhang Shouyong stopped as well and looked towards the distance, and his brows couldn't help but raise when he saw the figure that was gradually approaching, because he recognized this person. This person was similar to him and Duan Lingtian, and they were all young geniuses that represented the Dark Han dynasty to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties in the ancient desert city. Zidecease. But when he thought of this person's unfathomable secret technique, Zhang Shouyong's pupils gradually constricted, and he had an expression of fear. After a short moment, when he thought of how Duan Lingtian, who was able to break through his secret technique, was by his side, Zhang Shouyong heaved a sigh of relief and returned to normal. As for Duan Lingtian, his eyes were suffused with pleasant surprise when he saw Zidecease, and then his eyes flickered with traces of cold lights. If it was said who he wanted to kill the most after entering the illusory purgatory, it would undoubtedly be Zidecease. I was originally worried that I wouldn't encounter this Zidecease, yet never had I imagined that he would deliver himself to me. He really came without any effort. But in next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Zidecease was actually approaching him by himself. A brilliant smile obviously appeared on Zidecease's face. Duan Lingtian clearly noticed the piercingly cold lights in Zidecease's eyes, and this caused him to be unable to help but be slightly bewildered. This Zidecease actually didn't flee when he saw me. Logically speaking, he ought to not dare enter into a head-on conflict with me when he knows that the Devil's Seal tablet in my possession is capable of suppressing the soul of the expert that's suspected to be Emperor Wu within his body. Could it be that he obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter during this short period of a year? Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. Duan Lingtian, it's time for us to put an end to this. Let's put an end to it here. Zidecease spoke indifferently. Looks like you're extremely confident of yourself. I wonder where your confidence came from. Duan Lingtian started laughing. I presume you're extremely clear about where my confidence came from. Duan Lingtian ought to be unable to utilize that illusory realm soul skill in this place, right? Zi Shang sneered. Looks like the old fellow that's hidden within your body isn't a simple figure as well. He actually knows that I'm unable to utilize soul skills here. Duan Lingtian's eyes slowly narrowed, yet he wasn't surprised. If the owner of the strand of incomplete soul that was hidden within Zi Shang's body was really an expert, like Emperor Wu in the past, then even if he wasn't an inscription master, he would surely have some understanding of inscription formations. Because even if it was an expert like Emperor Wu, once he entered the soul suppression formation constructed by an inscription master with a stronger spiritual force than him, he would similarly be unable to utilize any spiritual force techniques. But even if I'm unable to utilize soul skills here, do you think you're a match for me? After all, I have something that counters that old fellow, so he's unable to help you. Duan Lingtian said. He detected Zishang's current cultivation since long ago, and it was only at the first level of the void interpretation stage. If Zishang didn't have the assistance of the incomplete soul that seemed to be an expert like Emperor Wu, it would be impossible for Zishang to defeat him. Zhang Shouyong stood at the side and listened to the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Zishang, and he was utterly bewildered and was utterly unable to discern exactly what they were talking about. What illusory realm soul skill? What old fellow? He didn't know anything. Humph. Zishang grunted coldly. Do you think I have to personally make a move to kill you? Zishang's words caused Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong to be unable to help but be stunned. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a swift figure flashed out from behind a nearby cliff, and in the blink of an eye, the figure arrived by Zishang's side and stood by Zishang's side. Zishang, I truly never imagined that a fellow like you would have a counter. No wonder you didn't kill me earlier and gave me a favor. So it turns out that it was for the sake of dealing with this Duan Lingtian. The person spoke to Duan Lingtian as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Lu Yong? Duan Lingtian's face sank, as never had he imagined that Zishang would collude with Lu Yong. If it was said that he didn't have the slightest chance of victory against a young genius in the illusory purgatory, then Lu Yong was undoubtedly one of them. After all, he was unable to utilize his soul skill, thousand illusions, in this damnable place. Lu Yong was the Darming dynasty's crown prince, a third-level void interpretation stage martial artist. Even if he'd only comprehended first-level void interpretation stage concept, but once his cultivation was amplified by a spirit weapon, Lu Yong's strength would far surpass him, even though he had the high-grade heaven rank martial skill, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, to rely on. But as a third-level void interpretation stage martial artist and the Darming dynasty's crown prince, how could Lu Yong not have cultivated a heaven rank martial skill? Even if his 9 Dragons Radiant Flash was stronger than the heaven rank martial skill Lu Yong cultivated, Lu Yong's strength was there, and it was far from something his current strength could shake. So he didn't have the slightest confidence against Lu Yong. Lu Yong, don't underestimate this Duan Lingtian. It's only because we're here. If it was in the outside world, perhaps you wouldn't even be able to touch the corners of his clothes before being killed by him. Zishang said, I believe this. Our Darming dynasties, Zhao Wei, suffered a loss at his hands. Lu Yong nodded as his eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes flickered with icy cold lights. Duan Lingtian, a few months ago you caused trouble in our Darming dynasty's capital and humiliated the young geniuses of our Darming dynasty, and then you even caused the death of the Zhao clan's elder Quinn. Today, I'll properly get even with you. Chapter 796. Whoosh! The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared abruptly in the sky above Lu Yong, and numerous lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form. First, 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. Third level of the void interpretation stage. Second level intermediate fire concept. All of this wasn't the end. along with strands of material azure and violet-colored energy leaping about within the flames. Another 5 and 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared successively in the sky. 5th level elementary wind concept. 3rd level elementary lightning concept. In the sky, a total of 78 ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down in a menacing manner, and it brought a form of visual shock to others. This was still the Darming dynasty's crown prince. Lu Yong hadn't utilized a spirit weapon. Whoosh! With a raise of Lu Yong's hand, a fan made of unknown material appeared out of thin air, and the fan only had a frame and no face. Along with the flames on Lu Yong's body gushing into the fan was enveloped by a layer of flames and transformed into a flaming fan that ceaselessly swallowed and spat out scorching flames. In the sky, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled once more as a group of ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. And when one looked carefully, there was a total of 27 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Besides these 27 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared as well. The full force of a 3rd level void interpretation stage origin energy is comparable to the strength of 40 ancient horned dragons. An amplification of 27 ancient horned dragons and 2,000 ancient mammoths. The spirit fan in Lu Yong's hand is a grade 3 spirit weapon that can amplify strength by 68%. At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian discerned the ability of the spirit fan in Lu Yong's hand. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that Lu Yong was able to withdraw such a grade 3 spirit weapon. He was the crown prince of the Darming dynasty at any rate, so how could he possibly not possess a grade 3 spirit weapon to rely on? The strength of 105 ancient horned dragons and 2,000 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict as he looked at the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in the sky above Lu Yong. With Lu Yong's current strength, not to mention he'd only comprehended 1st level intermediate wind concept, even if he'd comprehended 2nd level intermediate wind concept, it was impossible for him to be a match for Lu Yong. According to my current knowledge, amongst the young geniuses of the various dynasties, perhaps only Zishang is capable of defeating Lu Yong after being possessed by the incomplete soul of the expert suspected to be Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall that when Lu Yong had just appeared earlier, he'd said something about Zishang not killing him. Obviously, Lu Yong had fought with Zishang before. At that time, Zishang should have been possessed by the remnant soul of the expert suspected to be Emperor Wu. He had forcefully defeated Lu Yong, but had not killed him. Of course, Zishang didn't kill Lu Yong not because he was benevolent, and it was because he wanted to use Lu Yong to deal with him. This Zishang is so scheming. Duan Lingtian looked at Zishang, his face completely gloomy. His eyes flashed with a murderous light as if he was about to devour someone. At this moment, his desire to kill Zishang grew even stronger. So long as Zishang wasn't eliminated, he would sooner or later be a great calamity. What, want to kill me? A brilliant smile appeared on Zishang's face when he noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze that was filled with killing intent. But unfortunately, you don't have the chance. You're bound to die here today at the hands of Lu Yong. If there's a next life, remember well. Don't offend me, Zishang. I, Zishang, am not someone you, Duan Lingtian, can afford to offend. As he finished speaking, Zishang beamed with joy, and he seemed as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed by Lu Yong. Zishang, are you so sure that Lu Yong can kill me? A talisman appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's right hand. It was precisely one of the 3 talismans his deadbeat father had left him that day, and he'd used the first one in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom earlier. That talisman had killed a void transformation stage expert of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Now, only 2 talismans remained in his possession. Truthfully speaking, He didn't want to use the talisman on Lu Yong. Even though Lu Yong was the crown prince of the Darming dynasty, as far as he was concerned, Lu Yong wasn't worthy of dying under this talisman. This wasn't an ordinary talisman. And even if it was a void transformation stage expert, the expert would be instantly killed when facing this talisman. The reluctance in Duan Lingtian's heart to use this talisman to kill a mere third-level void interpretation stage martial artist was obvious. Never mind. After I kill Lu Yong, Zishang will be unable to escape death as well, a talisman in exchange for their lives. Even though I'll still suffer a great loss, at any rate, I'll be able to preserve my own life. Duan Lingtian ceaselessly consoled himself. Otherwise, he was really worried that he wouldn't be willing to toss out the talisman in his hand to crush Lu Yong. Humph. Stop trying to be mysterious. Lu Yong, kill him. Zishang was disdainful when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he shouted out in a light voice. Lu Yong's gaze locked onto Duan Lingtian at the first possible moment when he heard this, and then his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, watch out! Zhang Shouyang's face went grim as he shouted out explosively. Even though he knew that he was far from being a match for Lu Yong, he still withdrew his wine gourd and intended to go stop Lu Yong. You're courting death. Zishang grunted in a low voice as killing intent arose in his eyes, and he seemed to have transformed into a brutal wild beast that flashed toward Zhang Shouyang. Whoosh! When faced with Lu Yong, who approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian raised his hand that held the talisman and intended to toss it out to crush Lu Yong. Right when he intended to toss out the talisman, he felt something flash before his eyes, and it caused him to instinctively grip the talisman tightly in his hand and not toss it out. At the same time, his vision went black, and it was as if something unusual had suddenly occurred in the entire heavens and the earth and his surroundings. Haha! I never expected that my luck would be so good. At this instant, Duan Lingtian completely came to his senses and understood what had happened. Right when this joyous thought had just arisen in Duan Lingtian's mind, an expanse of light arose before his eyes, and he appeared in the sky above an exceedingly spacious combat arena. I've come out. As he casually put away the talisman in his hand, Duan Lingtian revealed a brilliant smile. Duan Lingtian naturally knew what was going on before his eyes. When Lu Yong made a move against him with the intention of killing him, and when he intended to toss out the talisman to crush Lu Yong, within the illusory purgatory, the 44th person had been killed. 44 people had been killed, and only 50 people remained, and it meant that the first round of the selections had come to an end. On the other hand, they were sent out by the illusory purgatory created by the inscription formation in a timely manner, and it allowed him to save an exceedingly precious talisman. My luck is simply heaven-defying. Even though he wasn't able to kill Lu Yong and Zishang, Duan Lingtian didn't feel it was a pity in the slightest. So long as he left the illusory purgatory, his spiritual force wouldn't be controlled any longer, and he would be able to utilize the soul skill, thousand illusions, as he pleased. Now he was entirely capable of killing Lu Yong and Zishang without utilizing a talisman. Ha ha ha! After a short moment, Zhang Shouyang's roaring laughter sounded out in a timely manner, and it was filled with delight. Obviously, he'd realized what had happened earlier as well. Originally, he already had the thought of certain death. Yet at the critical moment, such a scene had occurred, and it caused him to have no choice but to sigh with emotion about his and Duan Lingtian's luck. Of course, the reason he thought like this was because he utterly didn't know that Duan Lingtian had other methods to kill Lu Yong. Zishang and Lu Yong appeared nearby, and after a wave of bewilderment, they realized what had happened, causing their expressions to go grim. Consider yourselves lucky. Zishang's eyes emitted an icy cold gaze that flashed past Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyang as he grunted coldly. If I knew this would happen, I would have made a move earlier. If I made a move earlier, it would have been impossible for this Duan Lingtian to survive. Lu Yong sighed and felt it was slightly regretful. He knew that since they'd left the illusory purgatory now, it also meant that Duan Lingtian was able to utilize that illusory realm soul skill of his. According to the information he obtained from Zishang, once Duan Lingtian utilized that illusory realm soul skill against him, he would practically have no chance of survival. He's out. Haha, he's out. Meanwhile, the group of young geniuses that appeared out of thin air above the combat ring with Duan Lingtian's group roared with laughter, and some even lost their composure as they cheered. To them, the time they experienced within the illusory purgatory was simply a type of torture, and they were worried at every single moment if they would encounter an existence that was stronger than them and be killed. Now, they'd come out and survived the first round of the selections. Moreover, they'd obtained the qualifications to advance to participate in the second round of the selections. But in next to no time, the group of young geniuses that were originally cheering seemed to have noticed something, and all of them seemed as if their throats were held tightly by someone, causing them to be unable to make a sound any longer. The numerous corpses that lay on the combat ring ceaselessly struck their eyes, and it caused them to shudder with terror. These people were just like them before they entered the illusory purgatory. They were all living people, but now, when they'd come out of the illusory purgatory, they'd instead transformed into numerous icy cold corpses. Many of these people were their friends and companions. It was precisely the death of these people that had won them the chance to survive. Unknowingly, the sky above the combat ring was deathly silent. Yi Xiao, Bai He, Bai Hao. All of them are dead? Duan Lingtian looked at the 4 corpses that were piled together. It was 4 of the 10 young geniuses that had come from the Dark Han dynasty, and 3 of them were existences with extraordinary strengths. These 3 people weren't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian, the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Xiao, the Dark Han dynasty's second prince, Bai He, and the young prince Bai Hao. I never imagined that even Bai Hao is dead. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. He knew of Bai Hao's strength, and it was extremely extraordinary. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Bai Hao to obtain the 3rd position in the Dark Han dynasty's martial competition 1 year ago. Only Zishang remains from the imperial family. The blood relatives of the emperor have all died. I presume he doesn't feel well. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but look at the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. Chapter 797. Duan Lingtian was able to understand the feelings of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor, his most outstanding son and nephew that was even more outstanding than his son had died just like that. Dying in a foreign land was indeed something that was difficult to accept. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that after the Dark Han dynasty's emperor took a deep breath, his expression returned to normal, and he actually revealed a smile when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. At the same time, the Dark Han dynasty's emperor's voice transmission that was filled with congratulations entered into Duan Lingtian's ears at just the right time, causing Duan Lingtian to feel his entire body go slightly cold. It was said that emperors were emotionless, and at this moment he could be considered to have completely experienced it. Perhaps, in his eyes, his son can be reborn, and his nephew is even less important. To him, the most important thing is the benefits the Dark Han dynasty is able to obtain from the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, amongst the 50 people that had survived the first round of the selections, the Dark Han dynasty occupied 6 of them, and it was firmly ranked at the front amongst the 10 dynasties. Whoosh! Whoosh! In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong returned to the area where Feng Wu Dao, Sword 13, and Saber 5 were, whereas Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Long Yin were standing in the air since long ago. Elder brother Duan, big brother Zhang. When Feng Tianwu had just left the illusory purgatory and returned to Feng Wu Dao's side, her gaze was anxiously searching for traces of Duan Lingtian, and she heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Duan Lingtian was completely unharmed. Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong nodded, and then Zhang Shouyong ridiculed. Young Miss Tianwu, you didn't see it earlier in the illusory purgatory. Brother Lingtian was extremely anxious to find you. Big brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian never imagined that Zhang Shouyong would sell him out in the blink of an eye, and he instantly glared angrily at Zhang Shouyong. When Feng Tianwu heard this, her beautiful face turned crimson red, as if it could drip blood. Miss Tianwu and I encountered each other a long time ago, but we didn't encounter any powerful opponents. After killing a few people, we hid at the side and waited for the end of the first round of the selection. Su Li smiled and said, I saw that you guys came out together. Could it be that you guys also met inside? Yes. Zhang Shouyong nodded, and then he heaved a sigh of relief with a lingering fear in his heart. All of you are fine. Ling Tian and I were almost killed by Zishan and Lu Yong. Hearing Zhang Shouyong's words, Feng Tianwu and Su Li's expressions couldn't help but change. Su Li frowned and asked, Then why is Zishan together with Lu Yong? Even if the two of them join forces, they might not be a match for elder brother Duan, right? Feng Tianwu had a certain level of understanding towards Duan Lingtian's strength. At that place, Brother Lingtian seems to be unable to execute his secret technique that's capable of confusing his opponents. That Lingtian is fine, as Brother Lingtian has a way to counter his secret technique. Even if Brother Lingtian doesn't utilize his secret technique, Brother Lingtian isn't afraid of him. But once that Lu Yong exerts his full strength and combined it with a grade 3 spirit weapon, his strength is comparable to the strength of 105 ancient horned dragons. In a head-on battle, Brother Lingtian and I aren't a match for him. Zhang Shouyong spoke with slight fear. Then in the end, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face went slightly pale when she heard this. Even though she knew that Duan Lingtian had already overcome the difficulty, she still broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian in her heart. As for the person involved, Duan Lingtian, he stood at the side with a calm expression instead. He knew clearly in his heart that even if he and Zhang Shouyong weren't sent out of the illusory purgatory in time, they would still be fine. The talismans in his possession were sufficient to easily crush Lu Yong. At this moment, no matter if it was Su Li, the nearby Longyin, or even Feng Wudao, Sword 13 and Saber 5, all of them couldn't help but look at Zhang Shouyong. Obviously, they were curious about what happened later on that allowed Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong to overcome that crisis. In the end, Zhang Shouyong suddenly started laughing, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. In the end, when Lu Yong made a move against Brother Lingtian, our vision went black, and we were subsequently sent out of the illusory purgatory. Feng Tianwu and the others were stunned when they heard this. Even this is possible. Your luck! Su Li was speechless towards Duan Lingtian and Zhang Shouyong's luck. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a sonorous voice broke the clamorous scene, causing the scene to go silent, and the owner of the voice had become the center of attention for a time. The Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan. The gazes of everyone descended onto Ning Kan, and some of them even faintly guessed what Ning Kan wanted to do. Looks like this Vice Fort Master Ning really wants to take Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple. Duan Lingtian is going to be lucky and become Vice Fort Master Ning's personal disciple. In the future, he'll be completely able to do as he pleases in Skywolf Fort, Ancient Desert City, and the surrounding areas of Ancient Desert City. Many young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that were lucky enough to survive revealed envious gazes as they looked at Duan Lingtian. Humph! A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Sword 13's mouth, and he seemed to be ridiculing Ning Kan for overestimating his ability. Since the beginning, he'd repeatedly threatened that Ning Kan didn't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple, and his words even indicated that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to take Ning Kan as his master. Vice Fort Master Ning, do you have any guidance? Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Ning Ken as he asked bluntly. Before the first round of the selections began, I'd once promised. Once you pass through the first round of the selections, then no matter what method you use to pass through, you'll be able to become my personal disciple. Ning Ken spoke slowly, and then Duan Lingtian yawned as he asked with slight disinterest. Ning Ken frowned when he saw Duan Lingtian's attitude, yet he still said with a low voice, "Now, I, Ning Ken, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, intend to take you, Duan Lingtian, as my personal disciple. From today onwards, Skywolf Fort will foster you with all its might, whereas you must give up everything for Skywolf Fort, including your life." After he finished speaking, Ning Ken said indifferently, "All right, you can kneel down and perform the ceremony of taking me as your master." From the beginning until the end, it was Ning Ken who was putting on a one-man show, and it was even to the extent that he didn't ask Duan Lingtian's opinion at all. As he finished speaking, he even asked Duan Lingtian to kneel down and perform the ceremony of taking him as his master. It was as if he utterly didn't think that Duan Lingtian would refuse. Most of the people present didn't think that Duan Lingtian would refuse. As far as they were concerned, there were only benefits and no disadvantages to taking Ning Ken as one's master. Duan Lingtian had no reason to refuse. Vice Fort Master Ning. Right when the gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Ning Ken. "You seem to still haven't figured something out, right?" Ning Ken frowned as his face sank slightly. Could it be that this Duan Lingtian really dares to refuse me? From the beginning until the end, you asking me to take you as my master seems to have been your own wishful thinking, right? You first asked me to take you as my master, and then publicly asked me to kneel down and perform the ceremony of taking you as my master without even asking for my opinion. I wonder where you got such great confidence from. You're so sure that I wouldn't refuse? When Duan Lingtian spoke up to hear, he glanced deeply at Ning Ken, and his eyes contained a trace of ridicule mixed within. Not to mention Ning Ken's high and mighty tone at the beginning caused him to be extremely displeased. Even if Ning Ken begged him to take him as his master, he might not be willing. It was just as Sword 13 had said. Ning Ken was merely the Vice Fort Master of a third-rate power in the foreign lands, Skywolf Fort, and he really didn't have the qualifications to be his master. He, Duan Lingtian, possessed the memories of 2 lifetimes of Samsara Emperor Wu to come to the foreign lands. As far as he was concerned, only those experts that stood at the peak of Cloud Continent, experts like Emperor Wu, possessed the qualifications to be his master. A mere old fellow that hadn't even stepped into the martial monarch stage dared to talk nonsense before him and wanted him to take him as his master with just a few words? Truly laughable. Duan Lingtian's words of certainty caused most of the people present to break out in cold sweat for him. Has this Duan Lingtian gone mad? He actually dares to openly refuse Vice Fort Master Ning, and his words are merciless and leave no room for negotiation. Don't forget that he has the experts of the Blade sect by his side supporting him. Many people whispered in discussion. This Duan Lingtian is simply courting death. Zishang revealed a cold smile. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually dare openly go against Ning Ken, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. After all, this was the territory of Skywolf Fort. Perhaps the Blade sect wasn't inferior to Skywolf Fort, but as the saying goes, a powerful dragon can't crush a snake in its own territory. Sword 13 might not be able to protect Duan Lingtian in Skywolf Fort. What exactly does this Duan Lingtian want to do? The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor was slightly driven mad. He'd led all the young geniuses of the Dark Han Dynasty to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties precisely for the sake of obtaining the rewards of Skywolf Fort. When Vice Fort Master Ning of Skywolf Fort spoke of taking Duan Lingtian as his personal disciple, he seemed to have already seen countless grade 3 spirit weapons, grade 3 medicinal pills, and even concept fragments falling into Duan Lingtian's hands. But right at the critical moment, Duan Lingtian's words were like a bucket of cold water that was poured onto his head, and it caused him to completely sober up. At the same time that he sobered up, traces of coldness arose in the heart of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. Could it be that this Duan Lingtian doesn't know that he's representing our Dark Han dynasty now? If he infuriates Vice Fort Master Ning, then our Dark Han dynasty won't have an easy time as well. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Numerous gazes descended onto Ning, who was enraged to the extreme with an expression that flickered between a livid and ashen expression. On the other hand, Feng Wei, who stood by Ning Can's side, abruptly took a step forward, and his icy cold and bone-piercing gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he said with a low voice, "Duan Lingtian, my martial uncle wants to take you as his personal disciple because he thinks highly of you. You don't know what's good for you. Vice Fort Master Feng, according to what you said, if I want to take you as my personal disciple, then I think highly of you as well." Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid of Feng Wei in the slightest, and he met Feng Wei's gaze calmly as he spoke word by word. "Who do you think you are to dare compare yourself to my martial uncle? Feng Wei's eyes were filled with extreme flames of rage as he spoke coldly. But he hadn't finished speaking when he was stopped by the nearby Ning. Ning Can's gaze that didn't contain the slightest expression descended calmly onto Duan Lingtian. Chapter 798. Vice Fort Master Ning, I'm truly sorry. I'm unwilling. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian spoke slowly and replied to Ning Can's question. For a time, many people present felt their scalps go numb. This Duan Lingtian actually dared to refuse. Good. Ning Can took a deep breath and successively said the word good 3 times, and then he asked with a low voice in the end, "So in this way you've already taken Sword 13 as your master." As far as he was concerned, there was surely a reason why Sword 13 said he didn't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple. The most likely reason was that Sword 13 had already taken Duan Lingtian as his disciple. Ning Can. Duan Lingtian hadn't spoken when Sword 13 had already looked at Ning Can. "You wouldn't be thinking that I took Duan Lingtian as my disciple first, and that's why I ridiculed you for not having the qualifications to take him as your disciple, right?" Humph. Ning Can grunted coldly, and he'd obviously tacitly agreed. "Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I, Sword 13, feel that I'm just like you, and I don't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as my personal disciple." Sword 13 continued. Whoosh! Sword 13's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused everyone present to be in an uproar. Sword 13, an expert from a power of the foreign lands, the Blade sect that wasn't inferior to Skywolf Fort, and an existence that was on par with Ning, Can and Feng Wei, the 2 Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, had actually publicly said that he didn't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple. Who was Duan Lingtian? He was merely a young genius from a dynasty. So on what basis was he able to make Sword 13 speak such words? Besides Su Li, most people were deeply puzzled. Only Su Li knew very clearly what his master was thinking in his heart. Because the reason his master would say this was entirely because he'd told his master about Duan Lingtian's origins. Duan Lingtian was just like him, and he was from a kingdom under an imperial kingdom under the command of an empire under the command of the Dark Han dynasty. A kingdom was one of the lowest and most remote, subordinate kingdoms under the Dark Han dynasty. Not to mention the foreign lands, even if it was in the Dark Han dynasty, in the eyes of the members of the Dark Han dynasty, that tiny kingdom was no different than a remote village. And it was this youth who had walked out of a remote and desolate village. Step by step, He had carved out a path that belonged to him and possessed the astonishing strength he had today. According to Jian Shusan's guess, there were only two possibilities for Duan Lingtian to have such achievements in such a short period of time. Firstly, Duan Lingtian had a master with an extraordinary background, and his master ought to be a powerhouse with a terrifying strength. Secondly, Duan Lingtian did not have a master. He had relied on himself and the various fortuitous encounters along the way. No matter what it was, as far as Sword 13 was concerned, Ningkan didn't have the qualifications to be Duan Lingtian's master, because even if Duan Lingtian was taken as a personal disciple by Ningkan when he was young, Duan Lingtian might not possess his current strength. Moreover, according to his knowledge, Duan Lingtian had grasped a secret technique that utilized spiritual force to execute, and it was an ability that even a martial monarch realm expert might not be able to come into contact with. Not to mention Ningkan, even a martial monarch realm expert was unable to teach Duan Lingtian this. I really never imagined that you, Sword 13, would give such a high evaluation to a little kid. Ningkan laughed coldly, yet his expression eased up slightly. To a certain extent, these words of Sword 13 could be considered to have given him a way out of this embarrassing situation. After he glanced indifferently at Duan Lingtian, Ningkan didn't say anything further, because he knew that no matter what he said, Ningkan would only bring shame to himself in the end. Of course, in his heart, he wished for nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces before burning his bones and scattering his ashes. But he knew that for the sake of the face of Skywolf Fort, and coupled with the presence of Sword 13 and Saber 5, these two experts of the Blade sect that caused him to be extremely fearful, he couldn't act rashly. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was only an ant, and it wouldn't be too late to think of a way to kill Duan Lingtian after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended. Moreover, who could guarantee that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive the selections after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? The first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties has come to an end. We'll still gather here at dawn tomorrow. At that time, I'll lead all of you to the location of the second round of the selections. Ningkan glanced at the remaining 50 young geniuses and spoke slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot and left. Humph. Feng Wei's gaze that was filled with killing intent flashed towards Duan Lingtian like a blade, and he grunted coldly before bringing along the personal disciple he'd just taken today, Luyong, to leave and enter the inner fort of Skywolf Fort. As they looked at Luyong's disappearing figure, most of the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties couldn't help but reveal envious expressions. The representative of the Darming dynasty this time, the Zhao clan's elder Qian, revealed a rare trace of a smile. Their Darming dynasty's crown prince, being able to become the personal disciple of the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, was extremely beneficial to their Darkhan dynasty. Wei Yi, perform well in the selections later on. You might not have the chance to take the other fort masters of Skywolf Fort as your master. Based on the current situation, Vice Fort Master Feng is only an ordinary Vice Fort Master, and even Vice Fort Master Ning's status is higher than his. After Elder Qian noticed Zhao Wei by his side had a gloomy expression, he guessed what Zhao Wei was thinking and he consoled. Moreover, don't forget that the person with the highest status in Skywolf Fort isn't those few Vice Fort Masters, and it's that elusive Fort Master instead. Zhao Wei's dim gaze finally had a sheen when he heard this, and there was slight firmness on his face. But when his gaze inadvertently descended onto the violet-clothed young man in the distance, his expression couldn't help but become gloomy. He wasn't unfamiliar with the violet-clothed young man, and it was even to the extent that the violet-clothed young man had once caused him to suffer great humiliation. To the two of them, the violet-clothed young man defeating him in the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion with that unfathomable and bizarre ability was the greatest humiliation he'd suffered in his entire lifetime. When he thought of how the violet-clothed young man refused to take Vice Fort Master Ning as his master, his expression became even more unsightly. The vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort that Duan Lingtian disdained to take as his master just so happened to be the person he dreamt of taking as his master. For a time, indescribable bitterness arose in his heart. At this instant, he suddenly felt that Duan Lingtian, who'd always been ahead of him, seemed to have left him further and further behind, and it caused him to be unable to catch up. Could it be that I, Zhao Wei, am unable to defeat him in my entire lifetime and wash away my humiliation? No, I'm unwilling. Zhao Wei ceaselessly roared with unwillingness in his heart. I truly never imagined that a day would pass just like this. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the sunset in the horizon. Within the illusory purgatory, there was no distinction between day and night, so he was unable to sense the changes in the color of the sky. After the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ended, an entire day had unknowingly passed. Let's go have a meal. Duan Lingtian looked at the group of people by his side and suggested. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was deeply afraid Sword 13 would refuse, so his gaze directly descended onto Sword 13. Senior, come with us as well. To Qinxi's surprise, Sword 13 didn't refuse. It was even to the extent that even Saber 5 and Longyan had come along to freeload, and this caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless. Why are these master and disciple so thick-skinned? After Duan Lingtian's group left, the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties in the sky above the combat arena finally made a move. Some of them helped the 10 elders of Skywolf Fort clean up the corpses on the combat arena, whereas the remaining people either headed out of Skywolf Fort or returned to the pavilions arranged for them in Skywolf Fort. Exactly what did that Duan Lingtian rely on to obtain such high acknowledgement from that expert from the Blade Sect? Yeah, that expert from the Blade Sect is obviously an expert at the same level as Vice Fort Master Ning and Vice Fort Master Foam. Yet he actually said that he didn't have the qualifications to take Duan Lingtian as his disciple. It's truly unbelievable. Perhaps that expert from the Blade Sect is deliberately mystifying things. Duan Lingtian, that was well known by all the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties 2 days ago, had once again become the center of their heated discussions. Skywolf Fort, Inner Fort. Martial Uncle, that Duan Lingtian was so presumptuous before you today. Could it be that we're just going to let it go like this? In the spacious courtyard, Feng Wei frowned as he asked Ning Ning. Can's eyes narrowed as a strand of cold light flashed within them. Then what do you think I should do? Directly make a move and kill him? Not to mention that Sword 13 would stop me. Even if I really killed him, what would the people outside say? Would they say that I, the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Ken, wanted to take a young man as my personal disciple, and because I was rejected by the young man, I became enraged from embarrassment and relied on my strength to bully the young man before killing the young man? As he finished speaking, Ning Ken grunted coldly with a deep voice. Could it be that we're just going to let this matter go like this? Feng Wei's eyes flickered with cold lights as he spoke with an unwilling expression. He treated Martial Uncle like that, and he undoubtedly didn't take our Skywolf Fort seriously. I'm unwilling to let him off just like this. Let him off? How could that be possible? Ning Ken sneered. Then what Martial Uncle means is... Feng Wei's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but ask curiously. Don't forget that there are still 3 more selections after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Go tell that personal disciple you've just taken that so long as he's able to kill that Duan Lingtian and avenge me, his martial ancestral uncle, I'll give him an 8th level fire concept fragment. Ning Ken spoke out. 8th level fire concept fragment. Feng Wei couldn't help but gasp when Ning Ken said this. Even though he'd given a 3rd level fire concept fragment to his personal disciple he'd just taken, it was like the difference between the heavens and the earth when compared to the 8th level fire concept fragment in his martial uncle's possession. A third-level fire concept fragment was only able to assist a martial artist that had comprehended fire concept to swiftly advance his fire concept to the third-level advanced fire concept. When the martial artist comprehended third-level advanced fire concept, the third-level fire concept fragment would transform into powder and vanish. Cultivating in the future required one to rely on one's own comprehension or find an even higher level fire concept fragment, whereas an 8th level fire concept fragment was sufficient to allow a martial artist that had comprehended fire concept to swiftly advance his fire concept to the 8th level advanced fire concept in a short period of time. Chapter 799. Never had Feng Wei imagined that, for the sake of a Duan Lingtian, his martial uncle would actually be willing to take out an 8th level fire concept fragment that he'd kept for many years. At this moment, Feng Wei deeply felt the hatred his martial uncle had towards Duan Lingtian, and it was hatred that came from the bones. "Don't worry, martial uncle, I'll tell Yong." Feng Wei's eyes flashed, and he felt happy for the personal disciple he'd just taken. After all, 8th level fire concept fragments weren't so common. An 8th level fire concept fragment came from a void transformation stage powerhouse that had comprehended the 8th level advanced fire concept. This type of void transformation stage powerhouse was usually in existence at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above. If one wanted to obtain an 8th level fire concept fragment, then one either had to wait for an existence like this to die or kill such an existence. The rarity of an 8th level fire concept fragment could be seen from this. In next to no time, Feng Wei returned to the courtyard he lived in, and the personal disciple he'd just taken was placed in a room within the courtyard. "Yong, Feng Wei shouted out as soon as he entered the room. "Master." There was a total of 3 rooms within the courtyard, and a person walked out from the room on the far left and looked respectfully and reverently at Feng Wei. It was precisely the Darming dynasty's crown prince, Lu Yong. Even though Lu Yong was a high and mighty crown prince in the Darming dynasty, this was the Skywolf fort, and casually dispatching an elder with a high cultivation would be able to annihilate a formidable power of the Darming dynasty in the foreign lands. He didn't dare put on any airs in a power of the foreign lands like this. Yong, come. Master has something to say to you." Feng Wei called Lu Yong over and went straight to the point. "You ought to have seen how Duan Lingtian treated your martial ancestral uncle today, right?" "Yes." Lu Yong nodded, and he couldn't help but be slightly shocked when he recalled the scene he saw in the outer fort not long ago. Although he didn't wish for Duan Lingtian to acknowledge his martial granduncle as his master, because once Duan Lingtian acknowledged him as his master, his seniority would be lower than Duan Lingtian, and he would have to address Duan Lingtian as martial uncle. However, he never thought that Duan Lingtian would actually be so bold. Not only did he directly reject his martial granduncle, but his words also left no room for negotiation. "Master, what do you want to tell me?" Lu Yong asked curiously. Feng Wei didn't beat around the bush and directly spoke of what Ning Ken had said to him. "So long as you're able to kill Duan Lingtian during the later selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then your martial ancestral uncle will give you an 8th level fire concept fragment." An 8th level concept of fire fragment. Lu Yong sucked in a breath of cold air as greed instantly suffused his eyes. However, this greed vanished in the blink of an eye, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. From the beginning until the end, Feng Wei, who'd noticed the changes in Lu Yong's expression, couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Lu Yong reveal a bitter smile. "Master," Lu Yong sighed. "Actually, when we were in the illusory purgatory, I was almost able to kill Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, right when he was about to die at my hands, the illusory purgatory teleported us out. His luck is so good." The corners of Feng Wei's mouth twitched as he felt disbelief towards Duan Lingtian's luck, and then he said, "Don't worry, you'll have another chance later on." Later on? Lu Yong shook his head. "Master, there's something you don't know. That Duan Lingtian isn't a simple figure. I heard from Zishang that came from the Dark Han dynasty along with him." Subsequently, Lu Yong spoke of everything Zishang had told him about Duan Lingtian's illusory realm soul skill. Illusory realm soul skill? Soul skill? Feng Wei's pupils constricted as he revealed an astonished expression. "Are you sure it's a soul skill? Besides those variant demon beasts that possess extraordinary natural talent, how could there possibly be a human martial artist capable of executing a spiritual forcibility that's similar to a soul skill before attaining the realm of Emperor Wu? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." As the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei had an extremely good understanding of soul skills, and he knew that it was the ability of some variant demon beasts that possessed extraordinary natural talent. Even though human martial artists were capable of executing spiritual force abilities that were similar to soul skills, yet they had to break through to the realm of Emperor Wu before they could execute it. When I heard Zishang speak of this matter, it didn't seem to be false, Lu Yong continued. Even now, when he recalled the strand of black-colored flame brand that appeared between Zishang's brows and the strength that suddenly erupted out and completely crushed him, he still couldn't help but feel a slight, lingering fear in his heart. At that time, if Zishang really wanted to take his life, then he would die for sure. So he felt that Zishang had utterly no need to deceive him. That Zishang you spoke of is a member of the Dark Han dynasty? You knew him from before? Feng Wei frowned as he asked. I got to know him in the illusory purgatory. Lu Yong laughed bitterly. Illusory purgatory? You didn't kill him? Feng Wei was stunned. Kill him? Lu Yong was stunned, and then he laughed bitterly. Master, I want to kill him, but the problem is that I'm utterly not a match for him. What? You're not a match for him? Feng Wei was slightly shocked. Then there's someone in the Dark Han dynasty that's stronger than you. Lu Yong nodded, and then he asked, Right, Master, I have something to ask you. Do you know why a black-colored flame brand would appear between a person's brows? Moreover, after the black-colored flame brand appears, the person's strength would instantly increase greatly. Black-colored flame brand? Feng Wei frowned as he asked, What's that? Lu Yong continued, Master, Zishang was originally only a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and he wasn't a match for me. But when a strand of black-colored flame brand appeared between his brows, he instantly possessed a strength comparable to a fifth-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and he caused me to be unable to fight back in front of him. A first-level void interpretation stage martial artist instantly possessed a strength at the fifth level of the void interpretation stage. A black-colored flame brand appeared between his brows. Feng Wei's brows knit together even more tightly, and then he guessed. Could it be some sort of secret technique? I don't know about that. Lu Yong shook his head. Looks like there's a need for me to meet Zishang. You make a trip and bring him here. Feng Wei spoke to Lu Yong. Yes, Lu Yong replied and left. In a restaurant near Skywolf Fort, Duan Lingtian and the others were sitting around a table and enjoying fine wine and delicacies. After being hungry for an entire day, all of them buried their heads in eating and drinking. In next to no time, the fine wine and delicacies on the table were completely swept away. After they were full and Duan Lingtian paid the bill, the group left the restaurant and soared into the sky with the intention of returning to Skywolf Fort. Suddenly, Sword 13 and Saber 5's figures stopped moving, and they turned around to glance at the side of the restaurant. After they noticed there was nothing unusual there, the two of them continued forward. After Duan Lingtian and the others left, An aged figure walked out from the shadows at the place Sword 13 and Saber 5 had looked at earlier. Duan Lingtian, consider yourself lucky. I don't believe that Sword 13 will be able to follow by your side forever. The old man's eyes emitted a gaze of hatred as he gnashed his teeth as he spoke. The old man was precisely the Dongwa clan's patriarch, Dongwa Lei. For the sake of finding an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian with a single strike, he'd always been lying in ambush outside Skywolf Fort, waiting for an opportunity. Even though he'd seen Duan Lingtian arrive today, he had no way to make a move against Duan Lingtian. The blade sex expert, Sword 13, had always been by Duan Lingtian's side, and he was utterly unable to find an opportunity to make a move. Could it be Dongwa Lei? Even though the movements of Sword 13 and Saber 5 were short, it was still noticed by Duan Lingtian, who possessed an extremely strong ability of observation, and he couldn't help but guess. In the ancient desert city, the person that wanted to take his life the most was undoubtedly the Dongwa clan's patriarch, Dongwa Lei. Now, there seemed to be someone watching them from the shadows, and according to his inference, that person was most probably Dongwa Lei. It's easy to dodge an open attack, but difficult to guard against a hidden arrow. If Dongwa Lei doesn't die, then he'll be a great calamity in the end. On the way back, Duan Lingtian pondered in his heart. But Dongwa Lei was a 6th-level void transformation stage expert after all, and if he wanted to kill Dongwa Lei, then there was only a single path he could take. That was to utilize the talisman his deadbeat father left behind for him. But there were only 2 talismans left now, and if it wasn't necessary, he was really unwilling to utilize them. Never mind. I won't take the initiative to look for him. If he really comes looking for me, then even if I have to risk using a talisman, I'll still kill him so as to avoid future troubles. Duan Lingtian decided in his heart. Isn't that Lu Yong? Suddenly, Zhang Shouyang's voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from following along Zhang Shouyang's gaze to look ahead, and he saw Lu Yong heading towards a pavilion with a glance. Isn't that the pavilion Zishang resides in? Feng Tianwu's beautiful brows frowned slightly. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian's group saw Lu Yong stand in the sky outside a pavilion for a while before a figure shot out from within the pavilion to converge with Lu Yong. Zishang. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as his eyes flickered with an extremely cold light. If it wasn't for this being the Skywolf Fort that prohibited him from casually attacking, otherwise he would wish for nothing more than to charge over and kill Zishang right now. Lu Yong has brought Zishang to the inner fort. What do they want to do? Zhang Shouyang frowned when he saw Lu Yong and Zishang swiftly entering the inner fort side by side, and he muttered to himself with slight worry. As far as he was concerned, nothing good would happen when these 2 fellows were gathered together. Lu Yong, do you know why Vice Fort Master Feng is looking for me? After they entered the inner fort, Zishang asked Lu Yong. It's mainly to ask you about Duan Lingtian's illusory realm soul skill. That martial ancestral uncle of mine wants me to kill Duan Lingtian during the later selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and he didn't hesitate to pay an 8th-level fire concept fragment for this. Lu Yong said, 8th-level fire concept fragment. Zishang's eyes lit up, and a sheen of greed faintly flickered within them, yet it quickly vanished. What a pity, Zishang. Actually, there's something I've always been curious about. Exactly what did that Duan Lingtian rely on to counter you? After all, with your strength, after the flame brand appeared between your brows, you're entirely capable of killing him in an instant. Chapter 800. Even though he'd faintly discerned from the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Zishang that Duan Lingtian seemed to be able to counter Zishang in the illusory purgatory today, but he didn't know how Duan Lingtian countered Zishang. Zishang glanced indifferently at Lu Yong, yet didn't say anything. What a joke! He wasn't stupid to the point of revealing his weakness. Seeming to have discerned the deep meaning in Zishang's eyes, Lu Yong smiled embarrassedly and called out, "Let's go, I'll take you to see Master." In the spacious courtyard, Zishang once again saw the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei. Vice Fort Master Feng. Zishang nodded indifferently to Feng Wei and wasn't very warm. Even though Feng Wei was the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort and was a supreme existence to him now, but since that strand of incomplete soul resided in his body, he knew that even if it was in existence at the 7th level of the void transformation stage or above, it was similarly an existence that was like an ant before a true expert. Whereas his future was far from something that a mere void transformation stage martial artist could restrain. He was an existence that wanted to become a martial monarch or even Emperor Wu. "You're Zishang." Feng Wei's face instantly sank when he saw Zishang actually had such a proud attitude when facing him. Whoosh! Instantly, a terrifying, imposing aura swept out from his body and pressed down onto Zishang, and he wanted to make Zishang lower his arrogant head. But unfortunately, he quickly noticed that Zishang seemed as if he was utterly unable to notice his imposing aura. From the beginning until the end, Zishang had a calm expression, and at the same time, Zishang looked at him with a spurious smile. Instantly, Feng Wei's face sank, and he didn't hold back any longer as he urged his strongest imposing aura to sweep out with the intention of making Zishang bow. But unfortunately, even though his imposing aura was like a storm, Zishang still stood towering without moving. "Vice Fort Master Feng, don't waste your energy. Let's get down to business." Zishang spoke with slight impatience. A mere void transformation stage martial artist wanted to use his imposing aura to suppress him? After all, he wasn't alone now, and there was another formidable soul concealed within his body. Even though it was only a strand of incomplete soul, it wasn't something that the imposing aura of a mere void transformation stage martial artist could suppress. Purple decease. Right when Feng Wei's eyes emitted killing intent, Lu Yong's face went grim, and he glared furiously at Zishang. "Please show some respect when speaking to my master." "Respect?" Zishang glanced indifferently at Lu Yong and laughed with disdain. "Lu Yong, are you even qualified to talk about respect with me? If I knew earlier that you were unable to kill Duan Lingtian in the illusory purgatory today, I would absolutely not have let you off." "Good, very good." Feng Wei glanced deeply at Zishang and suppressed the flames of rage in his heart as he said in a low voice, "I heard from this disciple of mine that your strength would increase explosively after that black-colored flame brand appeared between your brows? From the 1st level void interpretation to the 5th level void interpretation in an instant." As he finished speaking, Feng Wei's eyes revealed greed. "If I'm not wrong, you ought to have executed some sort of secret technique, right? Secret skill." Zishang was stunned for a moment before he smiled disdainfully. "I know you won't admit it, but I still advise you to obediently hand over that secret technique. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Feng Wei completely shed all pretenses, and terrifying killing intent arose from his body as it swept towards Zishang. In next to no time, Feng Wei was stunned, because he noticed that Zishang's expression didn't change in the slightest when facing his killing intent, and Zishang seemed as if Zishang was fearless. "You're not afraid of death?" Feng Wei's face sank. "No one isn't afraid of death." Zishang shook his head. "Then why are you still so composed when you're about to die?" Feng Wei asked with a low voice. "The reason I'm composed is because I firmly believe that you, Vice Fort Master Feng, won't kill me. Because once you kill me, then not only will you be unable to obtain that secret technique you guessed, you'll even be unable to obtain a treasure that's within easy reach of you. Vice Fort Master Feng." Zishang spoke confidently. "Stop trying to be mysterious." Feng Wei grunted coldly. If I'm not wrong, Vice Fort Master Feng, you've come looking for me mainly because you want to know the ability of that Duan Lingtian, right? Actually, when it comes to dealing with Duan Lingtian, we're all people on the same boat. All of you want Duan Lingtian to die, and I want him to die as well. Zishang spoke frankly. You're extremely smart, but compared to killing Duan Lingtian, I'm more interested in that secret technique you possess. Feng Wei glanced deeply at Zishang. Secret technique? Zishang started laughing. Vice Fort Master Feng, if you think I know some secret technique, then you're gravely mistaken. Cloud Continent is so huge, besides ordinary human martial artists and the various demon beasts. Vice Fort Master Feng ought to have heard of variants, right? Variants? Feng Wei's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he heard this. Even though he'd never seen a variant of legend with his own two eyes, he'd seen introductions related to variants in some unorthodox books. Variants were the product of the union between a human and a demon. Moreover, the probability of them being born was extremely low. On Cloud Continent, so long as a demon beast broke through to the void transformation stage, it would be a demon that could take human form and be no different than an ordinary human. After these demons took human form, many of them would mate with humans and give birth to the next generation. Normally speaking, the union between a human and a demon would either give birth to a pure human or a pure demon beast. But there were exceptions. Supposedly, there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that a variable would appear in the union between a human and a demon, and that variable was the extremely rare variants on Cloud Continent. Variants were divided into two types, and they belonged to two extremes. One of them was mediocre, and it was even to the extent that their natural talent and comprehension ability were far inferior to their parents. The other type instead possessed an extremely heaven-defying cultivation and natural talent. This type of variant might be a human or a demon beast. They had a common point, and that was they possessed some sort of extremely terrifying ability. It was an ability they were born with, and it was difficult to replicate and was unique. According to rumor, this ability was called an innate ability. What you mean is, you're a variant, whereas that ability of yours that's capable of improving your strength in a short period of time is your innate ability. When Feng Wei looked at Zishang once more, his pupils constricted slightly, and his voice was filled with surprise. After all, the variant and innate ability were things he'd seen in books, and he'd never encountered them in reality. I never imagined that Vice Fort Feng would be so knowledgeable and actually know of the innate ability of us variants. Zishang started laughing extremely brilliantly. Of course, he was laughing coldly in his heart. Actually, a moment ago, he didn't know what a variant was, nor did he know what an innate ability was. All of this was taught to him by the ghost flame concealed within his body, and it was only for the sake of deceiving the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort before him. Of course, no matter if it was a variant or an innate ability, according to Elder Ghosts, they really existed. But Zishang wasn't one. Since you said that you are an anomaly, I would really like to see your innate ability. Feng Wei stared at Zishang with a burning gaze. What he wanted to do the most now was to confirm if Zishang's ability was a secret technique or an innate ability. If it was a secret technique, then it would surely have a certain side effect, and he was able to discern it. On the other hand, an innate ability was an ability that variants were born with, and it didn't have any side effects. As you wish. Zishang nodded. In the next moment, the origin energy in his entire body roiled, causing the energy of the heavens and the earth to roil before condensing into 20 ancient, horned dragon silhouettes. First level of the void interpretation stage. In next to no time, a small black started to appear between Zishang's brows, and it swiftly grew larger after it appeared before transforming into a strand of black-colored flame, brand in the end. Right at this moment, the gaze Feng Wei shot at the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth above Zishang changed slightly. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth there instantly underwent a tremendous change. and another 50 ancient horned dragon silhouettes instantly appeared by the side of the 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Merely his origin energy was comparable to the strength of 70 ancient horned dragons. It was precisely the symbol of the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. Time silently flowed by. After half an hour, the black-colored flame brand between Zishang's brows gradually faded, whereas the 50 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared above him gradually dispersed, and the origin energy that skyrocketed on his body was restrained by more than half. As for Zishang himself, he still had a calm expression, and it was impossible to discern that what he'd done earlier had any side effects on him. Lu Yong, who stood at the side, couldn't help but gasp. Half an hour! Never had he imagined that Zishang would actually be able to maintain a state of the 5th level of the void interpretation stage for half an hour. After all, after Zishang erupted with his strength at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage that day, he'd crushed him in the blink of an eye, and he'd suppressed him to the point he didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. It's truly an innate ability. Feng Wei's pupils constricted, and after he saw Zishang didn't suffer any side effects, he believed Zishang. I truly never imagined that I, Feng Wei, would actually be able to see a variant of legend in my lifetime. I'm truly fortunate, and that innate ability of legend is actually so terrifying that it's capable of allowing a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist to advance his strength to the 5th level of the void interpretation stage in a short period of time. Feng Wei sighed, and then he seemed to have thought of something and asked, "According to my knowledge, even if it's the innate ability of a variant, it requires the consumption of spiritual force. Does this innate ability of yours have any restrictions? It can continue for almost an hour every day." Zishang was prepared since long ago, and he replied calmly, "Almost an hour every day?" Feng Wei and Lu Yong's pupils constricted at the same time, and they couldn't help but curse in unison. "Freak! Zishang, could it be that Duan Lingtian is a variant as well?" Suddenly, Feng Wei seemed to have thought of something, and he couldn't help but ask, "I heard from Yong that you said that Duan Lingtian is able to execute soul skills?" Chapter 801. Duan Lingtian? A variant? Originally, Zishang didn't think of Duan Lingtian as a variant, but now that he'd been reminded by Feng Wei, he couldn't help but be stunned. "Elder Ghost, haven't you always been unable to discern why Duan Lingtian was able to execute soul skills? Do you think it's possible that he's a variant?" Zishang contacted the strand of incomplete soul that was hidden within Zishang's body and asked with a low voice, "It's possible." After a short moment, an aged and ghastly voice sounded out, "Of course, it's also possible that it's because of other things. There's nothing absolute in this world. No one dares say that he knows everything." Zishang's pupils constricted, and slight fear was faintly mixed within his eyes as he guessed, "I feel that it's very likely that he's a variant. Otherwise, how could he possibly possess such a formidable strength at such a young age? No matter if Duan Lingtian is a variant or not, he can't be allowed to live. I have a feeling that if you don't kill him as soon as possible, then the one that dies in the future will only be you." Elder Ghost's voice was filled with fear. "Moreover, he possesses the Devil Seal tablet and knows of my existence, and he knows that the Devil Seal tablet is capable of countering me. Once you die, it's impossible for me to survive as well. So, Elder Ghost, you must help me. Let's see how we can completely annihilate Duan Lingtian in this world once and for all." Zishang's eyes flashed with cold lights as he spoke fiercely. "I'll absolutely not allow him to live." Elder Ghost's ghastly and hoarse voice was filled with icy cold and bone-piercing killing intent, and it caused Zishang to be unable to refrain from shuddering. Up until now, even he didn't know the true ability of this Elder Ghost. But he knew that when Elder Ghost was at his prime, he was absolutely an expert at the Emperor Wu realm or above. Zishang. Feng Wei couldn't help but frown and remind Zishang when he saw Zishang didn't answer his question and was instead in a daze. Zishang returned to his senses. Vice Fort Master Feng, you've really guessed correctly. There's something that I've thought about for a long time, and I intend to tell you. Speak. Feng Wei's brows raised, and he felt slight anticipation. The reason I wanted to kill that Duan Lingtian was because he could restrain my innate ability. He and I are both anomalies, but his bloodline is rather special. The attack I unleashed after I cast my innate ability will automatically disperse and return to its normal strength before it even gets close to him. Zishang said slowly. These words were taught to him by the ghost elder. I see. Feng Wei nodded with sudden understanding, and then he asked with a smile. Zishang, you ought to feel extremely uncomfortable in your heart with such a nemesis, right? Of course. I can't wait to tear him into pieces and grind his bones to dust. Zishang's expression turned serious as he spoke fiercely. Very good. Since that's the case, we have a common enemy. Do you have a way to deal with him? Feng Wei asked. Unless I enter the illusory purgatory once more and ask Lu Yong to kill him. Otherwise, no matter if it's me or Lu Yong, we don't have the strength to kill him. Zishang shook his head and said, Illusory purgatory? Feng Wei frowned. That illusory purgatory consumes an enormous amount of energy every time it's activated. It's not too possible to activate it once more. If it's like this, then it's extremely difficult to kill him during the later selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Zishang said, Just how strong is that illusory realm soul skill that he used? According to my knowledge, no matter if it's those special demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent or the legendary experts like Emperor Wu, their spiritual force abilities are at most targeted towards existences with spiritual forces similar to their own or weaker than their own. Feng Wei frowned. Yong is a third-level void interpretation stage martial artist, and his spiritual force is at the third level of the void interpretation stage as well. Could it be that Duan Lingtian's cultivation has stepped into the third level of the void interpretation stage as well? As he finished speaking, Feng Wei's pupils couldn't help but constrict. Vice Fort Master Feng, that Duan Lingtian is unlike ordinary martial artists. According to my estimations, he ought to have consumed a type of spirit fruit that improves the level of his soul, causing his spiritual force to be 2 levels higher than his cultivation. Zishang said, 1 year ago I witnessed his illusory realm soul skill during the Dark Han Dynasty's martial competition. At that time, his cultivation was at the 9th level of the void initiation stage, yet his spiritual force was at the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. What? Feng Wei was greatly shocked, as he'd heard of spirit fruits that were capable of improving the level of the soul. In this way, once he breaks through to the 1st level of the void interpretation stage, his spiritual force will break through to the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage along with him. Yes, Zishang nodded, and then he said with a fearful expression, Moreover, according to my estimations, his current cultivation is probably not as simple as the 1st level of the void interpretation stage, and it's extremely likely that he has already broken through to the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. 2nd level of the void interpretation stage? A young man that's only 28 years old? Feng Wei couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, he'd started to truly take Duan Lingtian to be a genius figure that possessed extraordinary natural talent that he could examine head-on. In other words, it's extremely likely that his current spiritual force is at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. Feng Wei took a deep breath. If it's really like this, then once he executes that soul skill, there's probably no one amongst the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that are participating in the martial competition this time that's a match for him. Not necessarily. If there's an existence amongst the remaining 40-plus young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that has broken through to the 4th level of the void interpretation stage and is an inscription master at the same time, then perhaps they'll just happen to be able to counter Duan Lingtian and defeat him. Zishang said, "Would there be such an existence?" Feng Wei frowned and felt slight disbelief. "Nothing is absolute," Zishang continued. "Once an existence like that appears, I believe that so long as Vice Fort Master Feng makes a heavy promise and asks him to help you kill Duan Lingtian, he ought to not refuse." When Zishang spoke up to hear, he revealed an evil smile. "Humph." Feng Wei glanced coldly and indifferently at Zishang and grunted. "If it really comes to that time, then the happiest person would probably be you, Zishang, right? Vice Fort Master Feng, you can't speak like this. Everyone's just happy together." Zishang smiled indifferently. "Right, you said earlier that I'll be able to obtain a treasure that's easily obtainable. What's that?" Feng Wei asked when he recalled what Zishang had said earlier. "Vice Fort Master Feng. That was actually only a delaying tactic of mine, and I spoke casually. Vice Fort Master Feng is wise. You knew since the beginning that I was deliberately mystifying things." Zishang spoke unhurriedly, and a bright light flashed within the depths of his eyes. Since no matter if he spoke of the existence of the Devil Seal tablet or not, the members of Skywolf Fort would kill Duan Lingtian, then why should he speak of the Devil Seal tablet? Once the Devil Seal tablet fell into the hands of the members of Skywolf Fort, even though he could take it back in the future, but who knew if an unexpected event would occur during this period of time? Let's see if there's an existence amongst those young geniuses that isn't afraid of Duan Lingtian's illusory realm soul skill. Once there is, then under the promise of the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, that person will surely make a move to kill Duan Lingtian, whereas the spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's possession will most probably fall into the hands of that person. Even if he's in existence at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage, so long as I allow Elder Ghost to possess him, I'll similarly be able to kill him in a short period of time and seize Duan Lingtian's spatial ring. Zishang started to calculate in his heart. Of course, if no one is able to suppress Duan Lingtian in the later selections of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, at that time, I'll tell Feng Wei that Duan Lingtian possesses the Devil Seal tablet that can amplify one's strength by 100%. For the sake of the Devil Seal tablet, I believe Feng Wei will stop at nothing to kill Duan Lingtian. Zishang made 2 preparations for his scheme. "Duan Lingtian, you're dead for sure this time." Zishang's eyes were filled with extreme icy coldness. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know of all this that had occurred in the inner fort. Presently, he was silently comprehending wind concept within his room in the Narcissus Pavilion. Duan Lingtian, who held the wind concept fragment in his hand, had strands of clearly visible strong winds coiled around his body, and the strong winds were deep and ceaselessly strengthened. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as if he'd completely fused into the wind. He was the wind, and the wind was him. As he meditated and comprehended, Duan Lingtian forgot the time. "Elder brother Duan." Duan Lingtian only returned to his senses when a familiar voice sounded out by his ears, and he put away the wind concept fragment in his hand. "Tian Wu." After opening the door, Duan Lingtian noticed that dawn had already appeared in the horizon, and a new day had officially arrived. "Elder brother Duan, we ought to go over." Feng Tianwu, who'd rested for an entire night, seemed to be even more beautiful and moving. It wasn't just that. Duan Lingtian even noticed some slight changes on her. Tian wouldn't have broken through, right? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and then his spiritual force stretched out along with this, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that Feng Tianwu's cultivation was still at the 1st level of the void interpretation stage. "Looks like I was too suspicious, right? Tianwu has only broken through to the 1st level of the void interpretation stage a few days ago. Even if she wants to break through, she would at least have to wait for another period of time. Duan Lingtian shook his head and walked side by side with Feng Tianwu, and after they converged with Feng Wudao, they headed towards the combat arena. At the same time, there were already many people in the sky above the combat arena. Duan Lingtian, brother Lingtian. Not long after, Su Li and Zhang Shouyong had arrived as well. Sword 13, who walked in front of Su Li, nodded to Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and it could be considered as a greeting. Whoosh! Whoosh! In next to no time, Saber 5 and Long Yun arrived as scheduled. In next to no time, all the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties had arrived. After a night of rest, all the representatives of the 10 dynasties were in high spirits, and they completely didn't have the dispirited state they had when they saw the corpses of all the young geniuses at dusk yesterday. Whoosh! A howl of the wind sounded out from the direction of the inner fort, and it caused everyone to be unable to refrain from raising their heads to look over. A tall young man flew over and arrived in the sky above the combat arena in the blink of an eye. Lu Yong. Chapter 802. Just as everyone present had thought, not long after Lu Yong made an appearance, the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort appeared in the sky above the combat arena. Vice Fort Master, Vice Fort Master Ning, Vice Fort Master Feng. The representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties bowed successively to Ning, Ken, and Feng Wei. Ning, Ken, and Feng Wei nodded lightly. In next to no time, Ning Ken said with a sonorous voice, "The martial competition of the 10 dynasties will continue today. The second round of the selections will be held in the illusory crypt of our Skywolf Fort." Illusory crypt. Instantly, all the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties couldn't help but reveal bewildered expressions. Obviously, they didn't know what sort of place the illusory crypt was. Whoosh! 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 In next to no time, everyone saw the 10 elders of Skywolf Fort that had appeared yesterday flash out from the inner fort and appear before everyone. You, open the exit of the illusory crypt. Ning Ken looked at one of the elders of Skywolf Fort and spoke indifferently. Yes, the elder of Skywolf Fort that was named replied respectfully, and then he dived down to descend the top right corner of the combat arena. Bang! Under the gazes of everyone present, the elder of Skywolf Fort stomped down, and the wide floor tile at the top right corner of the combat arena actually loosened and showed signs of leaving the ground. Subsequently, the elder of Skywolf Fort made a move and actually forcefully removed the wide floor tile. In next to no time, everyone was shocked by the scene beneath the wide floor tile. An expanse of mist was slowly rising there, and it caused them to be unable to see through what was within it. This is the exit of the illusory crypt. All 50 of you have to enter from the other 50 entrances and pass through the entire illusory crypt. Ning Kan's voice sounded out in a timely manner, and it caused all the young geniuses, including Duan Lingtian, to recover from their shock. 50 entrances? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that a mere underground palace would have so many entrances. The rules of the second round of selection are not difficult for any of you. The 50 of you will enter the illusory underground palace from 50 different entrances. After you enter, you will need to pass through the various checkpoints in the underground palace with the fastest speed possible and come out from the only exit. Ning Kin continued. When all of you are about to exit the entrance of the illusory crypt, all of you will see a total of 50 numbered tokens. The 50 numbered tokens are numbered 1 to 50, and they represent the specific rankings of the second round of the selections. The second round of selection will not eliminate anyone. It will only list the rankings. As soon as Ning can finish speaking, the gazes of most young geniuses lit up. Not eliminating anyone meant that the second round of selections would not be like the first round. there would not be any danger. In addition, I want to remind all of you of one thing, which is also the most important thing. After entering the illusory crypt, the person who obtains the top-ranking token will have the right to choose their opponent first. For example, the person that obtains the number 1 token can choose their opponent first in the 3rd round of selections. After that, the person that obtains the number 2 token can choose their opponent first, and so on and so forth. In the 2nd round of selections, the person that obtains the last ranking token doesn't have the right to choose their opponent in the 3rd round of selections, and they can only be chosen. Besides that, even though the person that obtains the number 1 to 10 token can choose their opponent first, they can't challenge each other and can only choose to challenge people that aren't in the top 10. Ning Ken continued. For a time, the gazes of the group of young geniuses, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. The person that obtained the top-ranking token could choose their opponent at will in the 3rd round of selections. Besides that, the person that obtained the number 1 to 10 token was actually able to obtain immunity in the 3rd round of selections, and they wouldn't be challenged by others. The higher the number token obtained, the more benefits there are. If one is able to obtain the number 1 to 10 token, then it would be awesome. Not only would one not be challenged, one would even be able to challenge the person that obtained the last ranking token. Looks like I have to go all out in this 2nd round of selections. I'll surely strive to obtain the number 1 to 10 token. In the sky above the combat arena, most of the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties seemed as if they'd taken stimulants, and all of them were extremely excited. They wanted to obtain the number tokens that were ranked at the top. Only in this way would they have the chance to obtain the opportunity to advance in the 3rd round of selections. Even though the 2nd round of selections wouldn't eliminate anyone, but based on the current situation, there would surely be many people that would be eliminated in the 3rd round of selections. If one wanted to advance in the 3rd round of selections, then the ranking of the number tokens in the 2nd round of selections was extremely important. This 2nd round of selections is slightly interesting. The young geniuses that obtain the number 1 to 10 token are surely top figures amongst the 50 young geniuses present. During the 3rd round of selections, these 10 people won't fight each other, and the most exciting battles will be left for the end. Zhang Xiaoyang's eyes flashed as he spoke with a light smile. Looks like the 3rd round of selections ought to be to decide on the top 10 people in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, whereas the 4th round of selections is probably the final round of selections, and it ought to decide on the exact rankings of the top 10. As he finished speaking, Su Li couldn't help but guess. It ought to be like this. Duan Lingtian nodded in agreement. The 3rd and 4th round of selections are undoubtedly the final highlight of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. If we're able to obtain the number 1 to 10 token, then we'll be able to occupy the initiative in the 3rd round of selections. So long as we're not defeated by the person we challenged, we'll be able to easily occupy the top 10 positions in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. Feng Tianwu spoke with slight anticipation. Even though it's like this, but it isn't so easy to obtain the number 1 to 10 token. After all, there's a total of 50 people that are competing for those 10 number tokens. Duan Lingtian shook his head, yet he wasn't so optimistic. 50 entrances and 1 exit. Obviously, everyone will gather at a single place in the illusory crypt of the 2nd round of selections. That place ought to be the place where the 50 number tokens are stored. Feng Wudao said, once a few people enter that place at the same time, they'll surely make a move to seize the number tokens that are ranked at the front. I'm afraid a battle can't be avoided in this 2nd round of selections, unless you're willing to take the number tokens that are ranked at the back. Feng Wudao's words caused Duan Lingtian and the others to deeply agree. If they entered the place where the number tokens were stored at the same time as another, then they would surely not watch as the number tokens that were ranked at the front were taken away by another. 50 people all want to obtain the number 1 to 10 token. This competition will surely be horrifying. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a firm sheen as he resolved in his heart. No matter what, I'm determined to obtain the number tokens in the top 10. Not only that, my objective is the number 1 token. Even though the number tokens ranked in the top 10 possessed special privileges, but it was undoubtedly the number 1 token that possessed the greatest privilege. The person that obtained the number 1 token was able to choose an opponent first. At that time, they were entirely capable of directly challenging the person that was ranked at the end and had obtained the number 50 token. Actually, it wasn't only Duan Lingtian who thought like this. The other 49 young geniuses thought like this as well. Now, all of you follow the 10 elders of my Skywolf Fort and head to the 50 entrances of the illusory crypt. Vice Fort Master Feng will go with all of you, and at that time, all of you can enter together after he gives the order. Ning can spoke out, "Let's go." As soon as Ning can finish speaking, Feng Wei gave the order and flashed out first. Instantly, all the representatives and young geniuses of the 10 dynasties followed him, and Sword 13 and Saber 5 were amongst them. For a time, only Ning can remained in the sky above the combat arena. After a short moment, their group arrived at the eastern area of the outer fort of Skywolf Fort. At that place, a total of 50 wide tiles had been opened up to reveal the pitch-black true appearance that entered their eyes. The 50 of you stand in front of an entrance and wait for my command before entering together. Feng Wei spoke indifferently. Instantly, the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties flashed out successively to stand at the side of the entrance to the illusory crypt, and they were prepared to enter at any moment. "Let's go!" Duan Lingtian and the others flashed out as well. At the same time, they sent voice transmissions into the ears of Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong. Everything within this illusory crypt is unknown to us. But since Vice Fort Master Ning said that there are layer upon layer of barriers within, then I presume it wouldn't be too simple. If we want to pass through it, we'll probably encounter many difficulties and obstacles. No matter how difficult it is, we'll surely pass through it with our fastest speed. Feng Tianwu's group of 3 were filled with confidence. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but be suffused with a wisp of a grin when he saw their states weren't bad, and he followed them to descend at the side of an entrance. At the same time, the other young geniuses took their positions successively. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed a cold and fierce gaze looking at him, and he couldn't help but instantly raise his head to meet the gaze. "Zi Shang." Duan Lingtian's face sank as he looked at the owner of the cold and fierce gaze, and his eyes flickered with killing intent. "Duan Lingtian, that illusory realm soul skill of yours isn't of much use in the second round of the selections. You probably don't have the chance to obtain one of the top 10 tokens." Zi Shang's voice transmission was transmitted over, and it was filled with dense ridicule. "Just you wait. I'll obtain token number 1. You're bound to be trampled beneath my feet." Zi Shang continued. As far as Zi Shang was concerned, so long as he allowed the incomplete soul of Elder Ghost to possess him, his strength would increase explosively, and it would be extremely easy for him to pass through the illusory crypt. He believed that he would pass through the illusory crypt on his first try and obtain token number 1. Hiss! Duan Lingtian laughed with ridicule and mocked via voice transmission. "So what if you've obtained the number 1 token? Even if I'm unable to obtain one of the top 10 tokens, do you dare challenge me? Do you dare challenge me?" Chapter 803. Humph. A cold light flashed within Zishang's eyes as he stared at Duan Lingtian, and he muttered with a voice that only he could hear. "Duan Lingtian, feel free to be complacent now. I can't be bothered to fuss about it with a person that's about to die. No matter what all of you encounter within the illusory crypt, all of you have to do is charge forward blindly, until you arrive at the end of the crypt and choose a number command token. Then you can leave from the exit at the combat arena. Feng Wei said, when he saw the group of young geniuses had already taken their positions. Feng Wei suddenly shouted out loudly, "Enter! Enter!" Feng Wei's loud shout was like a thunderclap that pierced into the ears of the 50 young geniuses, including Duan Lingtian. The 50 young geniuses shuddered and leaped into the entrance of the illusory crypt successively. After Duan Lingtian entered the entrance of the illusory crypt, he noticed that he'd entered an underground passageway, and his surroundings were filled with potholes on the walls. Whirlwind. After he entered, Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate and hurriedly utilized his movement technique with all his strength to swiftly dash forward. Of course, at the same time that he dashed out, he didn't forget to stretch out his spiritual force to sweep forward. Once anything was off ahead, he would be able to notice it at the first possible moment. Suddenly, the spiritual force that Duan Lingtian stretched out trembled slightly. There's a situation. Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted abruptly as he looked ahead. Even though he'd realized that something was off there, his speed didn't slow down in the slightest. Every second counts. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian, who'd entered the illusory crypt, was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins, and he only knew how to arrive at his destination and completely disregarded everything else. It's wind. After flashing forward for a while, Duan Lingtian finally noticed what welcomed him. It was the piercingly cold, strong winds that practically filled the entire passageway and ceaselessly assaulted him. These piercingly cold gales were accompanied by some material, wind blades that contained extremely terrifying, offensive strength. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate when facing the impact of the wind that assaulted him, and the origin energy on his body skyrocketed before transforming into waves of piercingly cold, strong winds that coiled around his body. Whirlwind. Facing the oncoming gales and wind blades, Duan Lingtian, who was enveloped by the vast gales, was not afraid in the slightest. He faced them head-on, allowing the biting cold gales and wind blades to sweep his body. Whoosh! 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 After a short moment, the material wind concept around Duan Lingtian's body was pressed down by the strong winds and wind blades that assaulted him to the point of almost collapsing, whereas his speed was forcefully pushed down to slow down. Boom! Boom! Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian's pair of iron fists were surrounded by strong winds, and then swept forward, colliding with the oncoming astral winds and wind blades. In an instant, the resistance Duan Lingtian felt lessened. There's a chance. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He raised his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. It was a sword that exuded a terrifying aura, a quasi-royal grade spirit sword. At any rate, Duan Lingtian was able to confirm that there wasn't a second person here, whereas the oncoming astral winds and wind blades were formed from an inscription formation, so there was utterly no need for him to conceal his strength. For the sake of arriving at the end of the illusory crypt as soon as possible, in other words, the exit, he had to go all out. Swish! With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian commanded the quasi-royal grade spirit sword as if it was his arm, and it abruptly pierced forward. Instantly, 2 divine dragons that were completely condensed from material wind concept whistled out, and 2 pairs of eyes shot out for extremely bright lights as they welcomed the strong winds and wind blades that assaulted their faces. Instantly, the astral winds and wind blades were suppressed to a certain extent, and it also gave Duan Lingtian a chance to pass through. Just a little bit more. Duan Lingtian's gaze was firm as he swiftly flashed out with the intention of charging through the last strand of astral winds and wind blades that assaulted his face. The spiritual force he stretched out already told him that so long as he passed through the last strand of astral winds and wind blades that assaulted his face, he would have passed through the first barrier of the illusory crypt. Whirlwind! Swoosh! The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand opened up a path, and his entire body had perfectly fused with the material wind concept on the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, causing his entire body to seem as if it had transformed into a sword. If someone was here and saw Duan Lingtian's current situation, that person would surely notice to his surprise that Duan Lingtian had practically fused into one with the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. The material wind concept that suffused his body and sword had practically formed an enormous sword, and only Duan Lingtian and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that were concealed within it could be faintly seen. At this moment, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword seemed to be the tip of this enormous sword, whereas Duan Lingtian's entire body was the body of this enormous sword. Swish! The enormous sword tore through the sky like a swift arrow that was shot out from a strong bow. At this moment, the oncoming astral winds and wind blades were split apart from the tip of the enormous sword and were completely dispersed to the sides, causing the obstruction towards Duan Lingtian to grow smaller and smaller. "I've finally come over." In just an instant, Duan Lingtian had passed through the section of the cave passageway where the astral winds and wind blades raged, and the inscription formation that condensed the astral winds and wind blades was left far behind him. Continue. After passing through the first inscription formation, Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate and continued forward. After a short moment, after turning a corner, Duan Lingtian felt a flash before his eyes, and balls of red-colored scorching flames actually burned ahead, and it was like a sea of fire. First it was wind, now it's fire. They're all inscription formations that were formed from origin stones, combined with concept fragments. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed, and he didn't slow down in the slightest as he continued forward. These inscription formations probably weren't left behind by that martial monarch stage expert, right? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. If it was an inscription formation left behind by a martial monarch stage expert, then the spiritual force contained within it was exceedingly strong, and he was utterly incapable of interfering with it with his current spiritual force. On the other hand, if it wasn't an inscription formation left behind by a martial monarch stage expert, then he would most likely be able to interfere with it with his spiritual force and even temporarily shut it off. After approaching the flames ahead, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of heat assault his face, and even the piercingly cold strong winds that flashed on the surface of his body were unable to obstruct it. This obviously showed how formidable the flames were. Spiritual force. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force swept out, and after it entered the flames, it spread to the walls of the cave passageway. After a short moment, he noticed the fluctuation of the numerous inscription markings that formed the inscription formation. Looks like I was thinking too much. Why would a martial monarch stage expert help Skywolf Fort construct such a simple inscription formation? Duan Lingtian had never forgotten that the illusory purgatory during the first round of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was constructed from an inscription formation left behind by a martial monarch stage expert. This caused Duan Lingtian to subconsciously think that the inscription formation in Skywolf Fort was constructed by a martial monarch stage expert. The facts proved that he was thinking too much. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force passed through the inscription formation without encountering any resistance, and an inscription formation like this was simply child's play to him. In the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there were numerous methods to destroy such a shallow and simple inscription formation. Of course, with Duan Lingtian's current spiritual force, he was unable to destroy this inscription formation because even though this inscription formation wasn't constructed by a martial monarch stage expert, it was constructed by a void transformation stage inscription master. With Duan Lingtian's current spiritual force, he was only able to temporarily shut it off and was unable to destroy it. But this is enough. With a thought in his heart, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force that had fused into the inscription formation suddenly flashed. In the next moment, the flames that filled a section of the cavern gradually extinguished. Whirlwind. At the same time, Duan Lingtian easily passed through the area enveloped by the inscription formation. As Duan Lingtian withdrew his spiritual force, the area behind the inscription formation, enveloped by the inscription formation, rose with waves of scorching flames once again. Duan Lingtian continued to fly forward at full speed, and soon he saw the flashing violet lightning in front of him. It was the inscription formation that was constructed from origin stones and thunder concept fragments. This Skywolf fort is worthy of being called a foreign lands force. It's really extravagant. Up until now, 3 concept fragments have appeared in this tunnel of mine. Unfortunately, my spiritual force is limited now, and I'm in a hurry. Otherwise, I'd definitely pry away all these concept fragments. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force extended out once again and fused into the inscription formation that was mainly formed from origin stones and thunder concept fragments, and he temporarily shut it off. Whoosh! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian passed through the area enveloped by the violet lightning and continued to fly forward. When Duan Lingtian withdrew his spiritual force, he could clearly hear the waves of ear-piercing thunderclaps behind him, and the thunderclaps grew further and further away before quickly vanishing from his ears. After forcefully passing through the wind area with brute force and easily passing through the fire and thunder areas, Duan Lingtian quickly entered the water area. The water that appeared in this inscription formation that was formed from origin energy and water concept wasn't calm at all. If it was calm water, then even if Duan Lingtian didn't possess his current cultivation, he would still be able to easily swim through it. But this water was ceaselessly squeezing and colliding within this area of the tunnel. Once he entered it, it was extremely easy for him to lose control of his body and be swept away by the waves. Charge! However, all of this wasn't a problem for Duan Lingtian. His spiritual force swept out and easily shut off the inscription formation that created water temporarily. The water quickly vanished, whereas Duan Lingtian had passed through the area enveloped by the inscription formation. Only when Duan Lingtian withdrew his spiritual force did waves of boundless sounds of water that collided endlessly appear behind him once again, and it gradually faded away. Perhaps even those people from Skywolf Fort never imagined that I would be able to easily shut off the inscription formation within this illusory crypt. With the attainments of the Samsara Emperor Wu in the Tao of Inscriptions, when combined with my spiritual force, it's simply an invincible cheating device. The term cheating device originated from the Earth where Duan Lingtian lived in his previous life, and it was commonly used in games that were unfair to other players and broke the rules. The inscription formation that's formed from origin energy and Earth concept should be behind this, right? Duan Lingtian looked at the empty tunnel ahead and guessed in his heart. Chapter 804. Right when Duan Lingtian was preparing to receive the earthen energy, he strangely noticed that an aged figure had suddenly appeared ahead of him. When he looked carefully, the owner of this figure was actually the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Ken. Presently, Ning Ken stood there and was looking at Duan Lingtian with an amiable expression, and it was as if he was looking at a junior that he doted on dearly. Congratulations! You're the first to complete the first phase of the selections in the illusory crypt. Now, you can choose one of the 3 rewards. After Duan Lingtian stopped, Ning Ken said with a light smile, the first is a grade 3 spirit weapon. The second is... Swoosh! Ning Ken hadn't finished speaking when Duan Lingtian's expression went grim, and then he flew out to actually pass through Ning Ken's body and continue flashing forward. At the same time, Ning Ken's body gradually dispersed as if he'd never appeared. Damn it! In the beginning, I actually didn't notice that it was an illusory realm formed from an inscription formation. The expression of Duan Lingtian, who continued flashing forward, sank slightly. At this moment, he didn't dare dally any longer and hurriedly stretched out his spiritual force. And as he moved forward, he didn't forget to search every single corner that he passed. Earlier, his thoughts were placed on the earthen energy and he utterly didn't think about anything else. When Ning-Ken appeared before him, it even caused him to be unable to refrain from being stunned. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Ning-Ken to appear here. After all, Ning-Ken had clearly spoken of the rules of the second round of the selections outside, and there wasn't a segment where the rewards would be distributed halfway. So when Duan Lingtian stopped for a moment, he completely reacted to the fact that it was an illusory realm formed from an inscription formation, and it was only for the sake of confusing him and delaying his time. Never mind. Even though I've wasted some time, but I'm afraid anyone would be fooled by that scene from before. I was fooled, and the others ought to be more or less the same. Duan Lingtian ceaselessly consoled himself, and he still felt that he ought to be able to be the first to arrive at the end of the illusory crypt and obtain the number 1 token. After flying forward for a while, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force trembled, and it caused his brows to be unable to refrain from raising as he sneered. An inscription formation again! After a short moment, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force temporarily shut down the inscription formation he'd just noticed. Another inscription formation that can construct an illusory realm. When his spiritual force fused into the inscription formation, Duan Lingtian was able to notice the exact effects of the formation at the first possible moment. As long as someone entered this kind of inscription formation, it would immediately trigger the illusory realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian used his spiritual energy to temporarily shut off the inscription formation, so he did not have to face the unknown illusory realm. Duan Lingtian for me. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian to the Lingtian to Lingtian. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and continued to fly forward at full speed. Subsequently, he detected a few inscription formations that could construct an illusory realm in advance, and he temporarily shut them off in advance, saving him a great deal of time. Perhaps my speed is inferior to those young geniuses at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage or above, but I have the assistance of my spiritual force in this illusory crypt, and I'm practically unobstructed. They ought to be slower than me, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Now, I'm afraid only Zishang is capable of threatening me in the second round of the selections. After all, an old freak is concealed within his body. Even though it's only a strand of an incomplete soul, the lifetime experience of that old freak can't be underestimated. Duan Lingtian, who possessed the memories of 2 lifetimes of Emperor, who naturally knew how vast the experience of an existence suspected to be Emperor Wu was. Moreover, Zishang will probably allow that old freak to control his body when he traverses this illusory crypt. With the experience of that old freak, he'll probably be able to easily see through the illusory realm at the back. Only the energy of nature at the front is capable of slightly obstructing his footsteps. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as he felt extremely great pressure. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian, who took another turn in the passageway, abruptly saw an expanse of light appear before him, and it caused his eyes to be unable to help but light up. That's the exit? Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian continued forward. Of course, he didn't forget to use his all-pervasive spiritual force to open up the path. This ought to be the final stretch of the path. I must not fail miserably. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. At the same time that he moved forward swiftly, his spiritual force carefully probed the path ahead. As expected, his spiritual force noticed 2 inscription formations successively. One of them was an inscription formation that formed an illusory realm, and the other was an inscription formation that contained the energy of the earth. I never imagined that this inscription formation that contains the energy of the earth would actually appear here. I've arrived at the exit. As he looked at the exit that was right before his eyes, a brilliant smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. When he approached the exit, what appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes was a spacious underground palace, and it ought to be the so-called illusory crypt. Moreover, that ray of light precisely swept down from above the palace, and it was obviously where the exit was located. The combat ring ought to be above. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged out of the passageway and entered the spacious underground palace before steadily stopping his figure. When he couldn't help but turn around to look, he noticed that there were another few tens of passageways that led here. These passageways ought to be the passageways that the other young geniuses are at. Where are those command tokens with numbers? With a thought in his heart, Duan Lingtian's gaze started to search this underground palace, and in the end he noticed a stone platform not far away on the right. The stone platform was extremely spacious, and there were 50 command tokens neatly arranged on it. Every single command token had a number that belonged to it. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out to arrive before the 50 command tokens like a ghost, and he glanced at the number 1 command token before casually picking it up. Looks like I'm the first person to pass through the illusory crypt. After Duan Lingtian put away the number 1 command token, his eyes lit up, and then he soared into the sky to arrive nearby the exit of the illusory crypt. But he didn't leave directly. Duan Lingtian, who stood in the sky, was concealed within the mist near the exit, and his fierce gaze stared at the other 49 passageways. Suddenly, killing intent that was faintly discernible suffused his face. The reason he didn't impatiently take the number 1 command token and leave was because he wanted to do something that he impatiently wanted to do. Kill Zishang. He'd formed enmity with Zishang in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom all those years ago, and when they met in the Dark Han dynasty later on, the conflict between them escalated ceaselessly, and it seemed to have arrived at a situation where they would fight to the death, especially when he found out that the incomplete soul of an expert suspected to be Emperor Wu might be concealed within Zishang's body. Duan Lingtian felt an extremely great threat that came from Zishang. He kept having the feeling that if Zishang was allowed to continue living, then Zishang would sooner or later become a great calamity. With the assistance of the incomplete soul of the expert suspected to be Emperor Wu, Zishang's future path would surely be smooth, and perhaps he would even have the chance to become a martial monarch or even an Emperor Wu. All of this wasn't something he was willing to see happen. Zishang, this illusory crypt is the time of your death. Duan Lingtian muttered. Duan Lingtian waited in the spacious underground palace just like this, and his gaze locked onto the other 49 passageways that led to this place, because Zishang would come out from one of the passageways. Unfortunately, I don't know which passageway Zishang is at. Otherwise, I could consider taking the initiative to kill my way over. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed as he thought in his heart. On the other hand, outside the exit that wasn't too far away from Duan Lingtian was the sky above the combat arena in the outer fort of Skywolf Fort. At this moment, besides Ning, who'd always been waiting here, the representatives of the various dynasties that had followed Feng Wei to the entrance of the illusory crypt earlier had returned as well. Feng Wei had returned as well. The group of experts of the older generation stood in the sky as they stared fixedly at the exit of the illusory crypt. The exit was suffused with an expanse of white mist, and they were unable to see clearly what was beneath it. It was even to the extent that even spiritual force was unable to penetrate through it. Obviously, there was a special inscription formation situated there. I wonder who will be the one to obtain token number 1. Many people spoke out, including the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort and the Blade Sex Sword 13 and Saber 5. The group of experts of the older generation slightly anticipated who would be the first to come out from the illusory crypt. At this moment, they were utterly unaware that a violet-clothed young man that could come out at any moment was standing in the sky at the side of the exit of the illusory crypt since long ago. He's really slow. Duan Lingtian, who stood in the sky near the exit that was coiled by mist and waited for a few tens of breaths of time, yet didn't see Zishang, and he couldn't help but frown. Finally, Duan Lingtian noticed movement in one of the passageways that led here, and waves of swift howls of the wind were coming from there. Swoosh! a figure instantly flashed into the underground palace, and it drew Duan Lingtian's gaze at the first possible moment. Zishang. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile as he looked at the familiar face that had a strand of black-colored flame brand between his brows, and his gaze stared fixedly at this person that he'd been waiting for a long time. Meanwhile, Zishang had already arrived nearby the pile of command tokens, and his expression went grim when he saw a command token was missing. Where's the number 1 token? There's actually someone that's even faster than me? An aged, hoarse, and ghastly voice sounded out from Zishang's mouth, and it was filled with disbelief, as if he didn't believe that someone was able to pass through the illusory crypt before him. At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian was able to determine that the current Zishang was possessed by the soul of the expert that seemed to be Emperor Wu. Old fellow. Duan Lingtian sneered when he heard Zishang, and he completely exposed his figure that was concealed at the side of the exit that was covered in mist. At the same time, a stone tablet appeared in his hand, a broken stone tablet. The stone tablet was densely inscribed with complicated words that were difficult to understand, and it caused others to be unable to figure them out. Duan Lingtian's cold laughter had just finished resounding out when Zishang had already turned around, and his pair of lusterless eyes flashed with a trace of fear. It's actually you, kid. How could you possibly be faster than me? Chapter 805. Nothing's Impossible. Duan Lingtian sneered as he raised his hand and swung up the broken stone tablet before smashing it toward Zishang. Swoosh! The broken stone tablet tore through the sky and instantly seemed as if it had eyes as it flashed directly toward Zishang, and an extremely great pressure enveloped down, causing Zishang's face to go pale. Kid, you win! An aged, hoarse, and ghastly voice sounded out hastily before being completely obliterated. At the same time, the strand of black-colored flame brand between Zishang's brows vanished, and his pair of lusterless eyes had spirit. Right at this moment, the broken stone tablet stopped not too far away from Zishang, and it seemed as if it had lost its target. Old fellow, you fled really quickly. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out to instantly arrive before the broken stone tablet, the Devil Seal tablet, and then he raised his hand to grab the Devil Seal tablet. But so long as Zishang himself dies, you won't be able to survive as well. Duan Lingtian looked at Zishang with eyes that were filled with extreme killing intent. On the other hand, Zishang's eyes were similarly filled with killing intent when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Of course, there was also traces of fear that came from the bottom of his heart and soul mixed within. Without elder ghost possessing him, he knew that he was far from being a match for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you want to kill me? Zishang asked with a low voice. You already know the answer. Duan Lingtian sneered as the origin energy on his body swelled along with this, and it instantly transformed into waves of piercingly cold, strong winds that fused into the Devil Seal tablet in his hand and emitted waves of terrifying aura. Swoosh! At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Zishang flew up into the sky and shouted out explosively at the same time, Vice Fort Master Phone, save me! Zishang's voice contained origin energy that was transmitted out, and it was like a thunderclap reverberating in the ears of others. Vice Fort Master Phone. Duan Lingtian, who held the Devil Seal tablet, was first stunned, and then he couldn't help but recall that he seemed to have seen Lu Yong enter the inner fort with Zishang yesterday. Could it be that Zishang entered the inner fort to meet the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. Without any hesitation, he flew towards Zishang. He wanted to kill this Zishang before Feng Wei interfered, so as to avoid future troubles. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's speed was extremely swift. For the sake of avoiding exposing the Devil Seal tablet before Feng Wei, He'd put it away halfway, and his eyes flickered with a dim light. Thousand illusions. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian's spiritual power fused with the spiritual imprint in the depths of his soul and unleashed his exclusive soul skill. An illusory space appeared out of thin air and swept toward Zishang, completely enveloping him. In front of Duan Lingtian, Zishang was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered by Duan Lingtian. Die. Duan Lingtian flashed to arrive before Zishang, and then he raised his hand and slashed down toward Zishang's head. When he saw Zishang's head was about to be slashed open like a watermelon, Duan Lingtian's face suddenly went grim because a terrifying aura had suddenly skyrocketed from Zishang's body. Moreover, the illusory space he'd created with his soul skill, thousand illusions, shattered in an instant. Swoosh! Zishang's figure flashed out to easily avoid Duan Lingtian's palm strike, and then he stood in the distance and silently stared at Duan Lingtian. Old fellow, looks like you're really unafraid of death. When he saw the black-colored flame brand that appeared between Zishang's brows, Duan Lingtian already knew what had happened. It was precisely the incomplete soul that was suspected to be Emperor Wu within Zishang's body, and it had occupied Zishang's body at the instant Zishang was about to be killed by him. Not only had it occupied Zishang's body, it even shattered the illusory space he'd created with his soul skill, thousand illusions, and it even helped Zishang avoid calamity. Kid, if you want to kill Zishang, you'll have to pass through me first. Zishang, who was temporarily possessed by Elder Ghost, laughed evilly. You're courting death. Duan Lingtian's face sank, and he raised his hand to withdraw the Devil Seal tablet. The Devil Seal tablet seemed to have noticed something, and it flew towards Zishang on its own. Just as the Devil Seal tablet was about to smash onto Zishang, the black-colored flame brand between Zishang's brows vanished, and the Devil Seal tablet stopped in midair. Zishang, let me see if that old fellow can still save you this time. This time, for the sake of preventing that old fellow from possessing Zishang's body to save Zishang. Duan Lingtian didn't put away the Devil Seal tablet again. Thousand illusions. Subsequently, a dim light flickered within Duan Lingtian's eyes, and he executed his exclusive soul skill once more. Instantly, Zishang was enveloped by the illusory space once more. Die. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and he raised the Devil Seal tablet and smashed it towards Zishang's head. He wanted to see if that old fellow still dared to come out. Once he did, he'd definitely make him and Zishang perish together. Humph. When the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand was about to smash Duan Lingtian to death, a cold grunt entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Along with this was a shapeless, enormous force. Bang! The terrifying enormous force swept over and blasted Duan Lingtian flying, causing the piercingly cold strong winds that coiled around Duan Lingtian's body to shatter into pieces, and the sheen on the Devil Seal tablet in his hand dimmed down along with this. Whoosh! 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 When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, he noticed that 4 figures had flashed in successively from the exit, and it was precisely Feng Wei, Ning Ken, Sword 13, and Saber 5. The person that made a move earlier was precisely Feng Wei, who'd arrived first. Feng Wei, what's the meaning of this? The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held by your Skywolf Fort. As the dignified vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, aren't you going a bit too far by violating the rules and interfering in the martial competition? When Sword 13 entered, he just happened to see the scene of Duan Lingtian being blasted flying by Feng Wei, and his face instantly sank as he spoke with a cold voice. Waves of sword insight that shot into the sky abruptly swept out from his body, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a sword that was prepared to whistle out at any moment to annihilate Feng Wei. On the other hand, the expression of Feng Wei, who was locked onto by Sword 13's aura, was unsightly as well, but he still said with a low voice, Sword 13. The second round of the selection is a selection of rankings, and there's no rule that allows the young geniuses of the various dynasties to kill each other. You're twisting words and forcing logic. Sword 13's gaze was like a sword as he took a step forward, and he was like an enormous sword that soared into the sky and brought even greater pressure to Feng Wei. Sword 13. This is my Skywolf Fort, not your Blade sect. Even you've said that the martial competition was held by my Skywolf Fort, so the rules are naturally set by us. Ninkin glanced indifferently at Sword 13, and his tone was filled with obvious favoritism. So what if this is your Skywolf Fort? If I, Sword 13, want to teach someone a lesson, could it be that I have to find another place? Sword 13 sneered, and practically at the instant he finished speaking, his entire body moved. Within the scope of Duan Lingtian's field of vision, Sword 13 had vanished on the spot. At practically the exact same moment, slap, a clear sound of a slap sounded out, and Duan Lingtian's vision shook as he noticed that Sword 13 had appeared before Feng Wei at practically the instant that Sword 13 vanished on the spot. Moreover, he'd even slapped Feng Wei. A clear palm print appeared on Feng Wei's face, causing Feng Wei to be slightly dazed for a moment. He ought to have never imagined that Sword 13 would dare touch him and slap him in front of so many people. Sword 13, you're courting death. Feng Wei was enraged, utterly enraged, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty wild beast as he opened his bloody mouth and pounced towards Sword 13. But unfortunately, he wasn't even able to touch the corners of Sword 13's clothes. How swift! As he looked at Sword 13's figure that occasionally vanished on the spot and appeared at another place, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a wave of shock in his heart. Feng Wei couldn't withstand a single blow before Sword 13. From the beginning until the end, only the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth caused by Feng Wei's attacks flashed in the sky, whereas there wasn't any phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in the sky above Sword 13. It was obvious from this that every single move Sword 13 made was a flash in the pan, and it was utterly too late to condense into a phenomenon of the heavens and the earth. Swoosh! 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 Even though Feng Wei's attack was swift, he wasn't even able to touch the corners of Sword 13's clothes. Sword 13. Ning Can's expression was gloomy, and then he joined the battle to join forces with Feng Wei to deal with Sword 13. But, unfortunately, even if the two of them joined forces, they were still unable to touch Sword 13. Sword 13. You've broken through to that realm? Finally, Ning Can stopped and stood there, and he didn't waste any more strength as he gasped and asked, "Whoosh!" Sword 13's vanished figure appeared once more before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw that Sword 13 didn't dodge this time, and he casually smashed out with his fist like a heavy hammer to intercept Feng Wei's iron fist that shot out like a cannonball. Bang! An enormous bang resounded out, yet Sword 13 didn't move in the slightest, whereas Feng Wei flew out like an arrow that left the bow instead, and he smashed heavily onto the wall of the underground palace. Pooh! Feng Wei's throat felt sweet, and then he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with astonishment when he looked at Sword 13 once more. How could you possibly be so strong? Feng Wei, I really admire your courage. Even I didn't dare challenge Junior Brother Sword again since 1 year ago. Chapter 806. When they saw Sword 13 reveal a cultivation at the 9th level of the Void Transformation Stage, Ning Can and Feng Wei, the two Vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, had fearful expressions as if they were facing a dreadful beast. Sword 13, since you're already a 9th level Void Transformation Stage expert, the two of us know that we're not a match for you. But the rules of the second round of the selections today were agreed upon since the beginning, and it's only for the sake of seizing the number tokens to carry out the ranking. Ning Ken took a deep breath and said, frankly, these rules were set by the Lord Fort Master. If you have any doubts, you can follow me to see the Lord Fort Master for confirmation. The Lord Fort Master Ning Ken spoke of was precisely the highest leader that commanded the entire Skywolf Fort, the elusive Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. After Ning Ken mentioned the Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, slight fear flashed past Sword 13's eyes, and then he grunted coldly in the end and didn't say anything further. Even though he wasn't afraid of the two vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort before him, he had no choice but to be extremely fearful of the Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. The Fort Master of Skywolf Fort had been famous for many years, and even if Sword 13's cultivation had broken through to the 9th level of the Void transformation stage now, he knew that he wasn't a match for the Fort Master. Duan Lingtian, let's go. Sword 13 paid no further attention to Ning, Ken, and Feng Wei, and he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time that he left with Sword 13, he didn't forget to put away the Devil Seal tablet in his hand, and at the same time he fiercely glanced at Zishang, who stood nearby. When Feng Wei rushed over in time, he knew that it was impossible for him to kill Zishang. No matter how unwilling he was, he had no other choice. No matter what, this was Skywolf Fort, and Feng Wei was the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. Moreover, the rules of the second round of the selections did indeed not state that one could kill. So Feng Wei's interference couldn't be considered to have broken the rules. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have put away the Devil Seal tablet the first time I attacked earlier. Thinking about what had just happened, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of regret. When he made a move against Zishang for the first time, Zishang had hastily cried for help from Feng Wei, whereas he was worried that Feng Wei would notice the Devil Seal tablet in his hand, so he put it away at the first possible moment. At that time, he was in a hurry to kill Zishang, and for a moment he forgot that there was a remnant soul that seemed to belong to Emperor Wu within Zishang's body, allowing Zishang to escape calamity under his soul skill, 1,000 Illusions. When he recovered from his shock and realized his mistake, he withdrew the Devil Seal tablet once more and intended to use the Devil Seal tablet to blast Zishang to death. Feng Wei had come, forced him to retreat, and saved Zishang. One wrong step leads to many wrong steps. Duan Lingtian sighed. He originally had the opportunity to kill Zishang today, but because of a momentary lapse in judgment, Zishang had luckily escaped calamity. Of course, Duan Lingtian also understood that at this point, it was useless to think about it any further. In this world, there was no medicine for regret. What he had to do now was to not make another mistake when the next opportunity arrived, and strive to kill Zishang at the first possible moment. His heart couldn't be at ease until Zishang died. All in all, my current strength is still too weak. If I possessed a strength that surpassed Skywolf Fort, then not to mention Feng Wei and Ning Ken, these two vice Fort Masters of Skywolf Fort, even if the Fort Master of Skywolf Fort personally made a move against me, I would similarly not be afraid, and I would be entirely capable of killing Zishang right before his eyes. Duan Lingtian realized once again that his strength was still too weak. Now, he didn't compare himself with the younger generation, but Feng Wei, Ning Ken, and the other experts of the older generation instead. Strength. I need a formidable strength. Duan Lingtian shouted ceaselessly in his heart, whereas the origin energy in his body seemed to have heard his soundless shouts, and it completely seethed as if it had transformed into numerous furious dragons that flashed through the meridians in his body. At the same time, the medicinal strength of the rebirth pill that was originally accumulated in the depths of his dantian fused a step further into his origin energy. At this instant, Duan Lingtian felt his entire body was filled with strength, and he'd taken another great step towards the third level of the void interpretation stage, and it was even to the extent that he'd arrived at the bottleneck. So long as I charged through the bottleneck, I'll be able to officially step into the third level of the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed like two dazzling stars that flickered. Before leaving the illusory crypt, Duan Lingtian didn't forget to glance coldly at Zishang. The day would come when he completely annihilated Zishang, and he would use the Devil Seal tablet to crush the incomplete soul that was suspected to be Emperor Wu that was concealed within Zishang's body. He wasn't afraid of Zishang in the slightest. He was afraid of the incomplete soul that was suspected to be Emperor Wu that was concealed within Zishang's body, and that was the greatest threat. Duan Lingtian, I'll make you die a graveless death. Right at this moment, Zishang's voice transmission that was filled with blood and ruthlessness sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it seemed as if he wished for nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces before burning his bones and scattering his ashes. Then let's see who dies first. A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as he replied indifferently to Zishang, and then he followed behind Sword 13 and Saber 5 to pass through the mist at the exit of the illusory crypt to return to the combat arena in the outer fort of Skywolf Fort. As soon as he left, Duan Lingtian noticed numerous burning gazes descending onto him, and these gazes contained admiration, disbelief, and disbelief. A variety of emotions represented the feelings of the representatives of the various dynasties in the sky above the combat arena at this moment. It's actually him. How could it possibly be him? He's only 28 years old, the first to leave the illusory crypt at the age of 28. Even though I feel it's unbelievable as well, the facts prove that he's indeed the first to leave. The number 1 token has most probably fallen into his hands. He probably used some sort of special method to take a shortcut. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to leave the illusory crypt so quickly. 28 years old, he's at most at the first level of the void interpretation stage, and he might not even have broken through to the void interpretation stage. Besides the representatives of the Dark Han dynasty and Darming dynasty, the representatives of the other 8 dynasties discussed animatedly, and all of them revealed doubtful expressions. Obviously, they didn't believe that Duan Lingtian possessed the strength to be the first to pass through the illusory crypt. Duan Lingtian is actually the first to leave. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor's eyes lit up as he hurriedly sent a voice transmission into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, congratulations on being the first to pass through the illusory crypt. Have you obtained the number 1 token? Duan Lingtian raised his head to glance at the Dark Han dynasty's emperor when he heard the voice, and then he nodded indifferently. Ha, good. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor laughed, and he laughed extremely brilliantly. At the same time, the gaze he shot at the representatives of the other 9 dynasties had undergone a change, and it was filled with complacency, as if he was saying, "See that? This is the young expert of our Dark Han dynasty." By Nanin, Zishang's master, glanced at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze, and he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Zishang in his heart. He was clearly aware of the conflict between Duan Lingtian and his disciple, Zishang, and it was a conflict that couldn't be resolved and wouldn't end until one of them was dead. No wonder even Wei lost at his hands. This Duan Lingtian is indeed extraordinary. The representative of the Darming dynasty, the expert from the Darming dynasty's Zhao clan, Elder Qian, looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze filled with astonishment. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar to him. It was even to the extent that a few months ago, when he was still in the capital of the Darming dynasty, he'd heard that there was a young man that could easily defeat the strongest expert in the younger generation of their Zhao clan. When he arrived at the Zhao clan's Skywolf Fort and saw this young man for the first time, he felt shock that came from the bottom of his heart. Never had he imagined that this person would actually be so young. I originally thought that the first to pass through the illusory crypt would be the crown prince. I never imagined that it would instead be this Duan Lingtian. Elder Qian sighed in his heart. After leaving the illusory crypt, Duan Lingtian, who'd become the center of attention, silently stood in midair with sword 13 and saber 5. You passed through the illusory crypt long ago and obtained the number 1 token? Sword 13 glanced at Duan Lingtian and asked. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. So in this way, the reason you didn't come out at the first possible moment was because you were waiting for Zishang. How long did you wait for him? Saber 5's pupils constricted as he asked with surprise. I waited for around 50 or 60 breaths of time, Duan Lingtian said. 50 or 60 breaths of time. Sword 13 and Saber 5 couldn't help but glance at each other when they heard Duan Lingtian, and they saw astonishment in each other's eyes. There was only a single thought left in their hearts. Freak. This Duan Lingtian was simply a freak. Junior brother sword. This little fellow must be pulled into our blade sect no matter what. Saber 5 looked at sword 13 and spoke with a serious expression. Even though he usually didn't get along well with sword 13, and it was even to the extent that he refused to accept sword 13 in many aspects, but that was only a private matter between them. Once it was related to the Blade sect, he would instead stand on the same side as Sword 13 and stand united against outsiders. I understand. Sword 13 nodded. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know about the voice transmission between Sword 13 and Saber 5. Presently, he was holding the wind concept fragment in his hand and comprehending wind concept in meditation. Not only that, he'd even closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in midair while cultivating seriously. 9 dragons, war sovereign technique, sword dragon form. The origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body became restless once more along with him, starting to cultivate, and it ceaselessly circulated according to the mental cultivation method of a sword dragon form before charging towards the bottleneck that led to the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage. So long as I break through the bottleneck, I'll be able to smoothly break through to the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage. After the incident from before, Duan Lingtian was filled with yearning towards formidable strength, and he urgently wanted to improve his cultivation at the fastest speed possible. Vice Fort Masterning has come out. At the same time, someone shouted out, causing the gazes of the representatives of the various dynasties in the sky above the combat arena to move towards the exit of the illusory crypt. Even though these people were puzzled by the actions of Feng Wei, Ning Can, Sword 13, and Saber 5 that had successively entered the exit of the illusory crypt, they didn't know what had happened. Earlier, even though Zishang's cry for help was loud, yet it was mostly filtered out by the inscription formation at the exit of the illusory crypt, causing it to become like the sound of a mosquito. Chapter 807 Vice Fort Master Feng. In next to no time, the representatives of the various dynasties saw that after the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Can, the other Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei had followed him out. It wasn't just that, there was another person behind Feng Wei. It's him. He seems to be a young genius of the Dark Han dynasty as well. My God, the first 2 people to come out of the second round of the selections are actually members of the Dark Han dynasty. Instantly, the representatives of the other 9 dynasties were in an uproar, and all of them stared fixedly at Zishang as if they wanted to discern something from Zishang. Haha, good. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor laughed heartily, and his laughter was filled with delight. Never had he imagined that after Duan Lingtian, the second person to come out of the illusory crypt would be Zishang. Even though Zishang wasn't related by blood to the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, he was the personal disciple of his imperial uncle by Nanin. Most importantly, Zishang was representing the Dark Han dynasty to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Bai Nanyin's eyes emitted bright lights as his body trembled slightly from excitement. Never had he imagined that his disciple would actually be the second to walk out of the illusory crypt. After Zishang came out, He couldn't help but reveal slight complacency when he noticed the numerous gazes converging onto him. But when his gaze saw the violet-clothed young man that sat cross-legged in the distant sky and cultivated, his pupils couldn't help but constrict abruptly, and cold lights flickered within them. Duan Lingtian. Zishang gnashed his teeth slightly as he stared at Duan Lingtian from afar. Even though obtaining the number 2 token caused Zishang to be rather delighted. But when he thought of how the person that obtained the number 1 token was Duan Lingtian, he felt a wave of displeasure in his heart. No matter who surpassed him, he wasn't willing to be surpassed by Duan Lingtian. To him, being surpassed by Duan Lingtian was a humiliation that was impossible to wash away. Zishang, have you obtained the number 2 token? The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor and Zishang's master, by Nanin, asked Zishang via voice transmission at practically the exact same time. Yes. Zishang flew out and arrived beside the two in a moment. He nodded slightly. When the two saw this, they immediately beamed with joy. Uncle, you've accepted a good disciple, the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor smiled as he looked at Bai Nan. Bai Nan laughed heartily. He was so happy that his eyes narrowed. To have such a direct disciple in this life, what more could he ask for? Zishang, I've decided to confer upon your father the title of Dark Han Dynasty's king with a different surname. Moreover, I'll bring your Z clan to the capital of my Dark Han Dynasty. What do you think? The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor said to Zishang, Thank you, your majesty. Zishang nodded faintly and remained calm. I hope that when your strength reaches the heavens in the future, you won't forget about my Dark Han Dynasty. The emperor smiled. Yes. Zishang nodded again. Suddenly, purple decease. The gaze of Ning, Kenat was the first to soar into the sky, descended onto Zishang, and then he smiled amiably. Are you willing to take me as your master and become my personal disciple? After failing to take a disciple yesterday, Ning Ken had once again taken the initiative to take a disciple. The target this time was still a young genius of the Dark Han Dynasty. Yet it wasn't Duan Lingtian, but Zishang. Whoosh! Ning Kan's words of taking a disciple drew the gazes of all the representatives of the 10 dynasties, and most of them revealed envious expressions as they looked at Zishang. They knew that because Zishang was the second to walk out of the illusory crypt, he'd obtained sufficient importance from Ning Ken. He wouldn't be like Duan Lingtian and directly refuse vice for Master Ning, right? He probably won't. He and Duan Lingtian are both young geniuses of the Dark Han Dynasty. He wouldn't really make the same decision as Duan Lingtian, right? Many representatives discussed animatedly. Zishang quickly agreed. The eyes of the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor and Bai Nan lit up when they heard Ning Ken, and they hurriedly urged Zishang. They were worried that Zishang would be hot-headed and refuse vice for Master Ning, like Duan Lingtian. As far as they were concerned, this was a good opportunity for the Dark Han Dynasty to form a relationship with the Skywolf Fort, and perhaps it would even allow the Dark Han Dynasty to obtain the protection of the Skywolf Fort because of this. When a man achieves the Tao, even his friends and family can ascend to the heavens. Nothing was better than this. I agree. Zishang flew out and knelt before Ning Ken before kowtowing to take Ning Ken as his master, and he seemed to be respectful and humble. Even though Zishang had the incomplete soul of an expert that was suspected to be Emperor Wu within his body, he didn't possess a lofty and unyielding character like Duan Lingtian. So long as it was something of value to him, he wouldn't let go of it. As for taking a master, it was only a formality to him. Even if Ning Ken became his master, once a conflict of interest arose between them in the future, he wouldn't hold back because Ning Ken was his master, and he would only think of a way to kill Ning Ken at the first possible moment. Yes, he heard this. His master was only a stepping stone, an inconspicuous stepping stone on his path to the future. Of course, Ning Ken didn't know what Zishang was thinking in his heart. Otherwise, he would probably be angered to the point of killing Zishang with a single strike. Good, good. Ning Ken laughed heartily, and then he asked, "What concept have you comprehended?" When Ning Ken asked this, the representatives of the various dynasties knew what he wanted to do next, and all of them revealed envious gazes as they looked at Zishang. Amongst them included the Dark Han dynasty's emperor, and by Nanin. They knew that Ning Ken intended to reward Zishang with a soul fragment. "Master, I've comprehended the two concepts of wind and fire." Zishang's gaze flickered, and even his breathing became slightly hurried, even though the incomplete soul of an expert was concealed within his body. But besides guiding him to cultivate and passing down some techniques to swiftly comprehend concept to him, that expert was unable to give him anything material. For example, high-grade spirit weapons, spirit herbs, and concept fragments were all things that the expert was unable to give him. As far as Zishang was concerned, so long as he obtained a concept fragment and combined it with the technique of comprehending concept that Elder Ghost passed down to him, his concept would surely improve by leaps and bounds. Master just happens to have an 8th level fire concept fragment in his possession. I'll give it to you. There's also this 6th level wind concept fragment. With a raise of his hand, a red and green fragment flashed out, and it arrived in Zishang's hand in a short moment. 8th level fire concept fragment. Zishang's eyes lit up as he never imagined that the 8th level fire concept fragment that belonged to Ning Ken that he heard from Lu Yong yesterday would so easily arrive in his possession. Besides that, there was also a 6th level wind concept fragment. At this moment, including the representatives of the Dark Han dynasty, the representatives of the other 9 dynasties were shocked. 8th level fire concept fragment, 6th level wind concept fragment. Vice Fort Master Ning is so generous. When compared to Zishang's, the gains of the Darming dynasty's Lu Yong yesterday are simply like the difference between the heavens and the earth. The representatives of the various dynasties exclaimed with admiration. In next to no time, they shut their mouths because they noticed that Feng Wei's fierce gaze was flashing past them one by one. Only now did they recall that speaking like this was undoubtedly indirectly showing that Vice Fort Master Feng was stingy, and they instantly shut their mouths and didn't dare speak another word. Junior brother Zishang were senior brothers in the future. Feng Wei looked at Zishang and greeted him with a smile. Senior brother Feng Wei. Zishang returned the greeting with a smile, and at the same time he glanced complacently at Duan Lingtian, who sat cross-legged in the distant sky, and he seemed as if he was flaunting his current noble identity. But unfortunately, Duan Lingtian was cultivating and utterly didn't open his eyes to look at Zishang, not even a single glance. Congratulations to Vice Fort Master Ning for obtaining an outstanding disciple. Congratulations, Vice Fort Master Ning. Instantly, beside Sword 13, Saber 5, Feng Wu Dao, and Duan Lingtian, who sat cross-legged and cultivated, the group of people in the sky above the combat arena congratulated Ning Ken successively. Ning Ken's face was filled with smiles, and his gaze quickly descended onto the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. At the bottom of it all, it's all thanks to your Dark Han dynasty that Zishang and I have the fate of being master and disciple. Take these 3 soul fragments as a gift of thanks. As soon as Ning Ken finished speaking, 3 concept fragments appeared in his hand, and he tossed them to the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. Thank you, Vice Fort Master Ning. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor stretched out his hand to receive the 3 concept fragments, and he was extremely excited. At the same time, he satisfactorily enjoyed the numerous gazes that were filled with envy and jealousy from the surroundings. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of violent wind swept over abruptly, and it blew to the point the clothes of everyone in the sky above the combat arena fluttered with the wind, causing many people to look over. Where's the wind coming from? This violent wind came strangely, and many people looked towards the direction the violent wind blew from. A violet-clothed young man sat cross-legged there, and the violet-clothed young man's body was completely coiled by strands of material wind concept. Second level intermediate wind concept. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth and the sky caused many people to exclaim in a low voice. At this moment, 30 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled down from the sky above the violet-clothed young man. Duan Lingtian. Zi Shang looked over as well, and he gnashed his teeth with hatred. The violet-clothed young man was precisely Duan Lingtian, and he just comprehended second-level intermediate wind concept. Along with the material wind concept dispersing around his body, Duan Lingtian didn't have the slightest intention of waking up, and he continued to close his eyes and sit cross-legged in the sky as he cultivated. What a kid! Feng Wu Dao's eyes lit up. He knew of Duan Lingtian's advancement in wind concept, but never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would break through in such a short period of time. Comprehending second-level void interpretation concept at the mere age of 28, this Duan Lingtian's comprehension ability can be said to be monstrous. A representative from an unknown dynasty side, his words obtained the agreement of many people. Humph. Ning grunted with a voice that only he could hear, and his gaze that was icy cold like a blade swept towards Duan Lingtian. If it wasn't for him being afraid of losing his status, if it wasn't for him being afraid of Sword 13, he would wish for nothing more than to directly make a move and hack this kid that caused him to lose face completely yesterday into 1,000 pieces. Duan Lingtian, even if you're able to luckily survive the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, you won't be able to jump around for long after it ends. Chapter 808. He just comprehended second-level void interpretation concept. After Sword 13 and Saber 5 found out from Feng Wu Dao that Duan Lingtian had just comprehended second-level intermediate wind concept, they were greatly shocked. When they saw Duan Lingtian being the first to leave the illusory crypt, they originally thought that Duan Lingtian's strength could be considered to be at the top amongst the young geniuses of the various dynasties that were participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. But never had they imagined that Duan Lingtian had actually just comprehended second-level void interpretation concept. Moreover, Sword 13 found out from Su Li that Duan Lingtian seemed to only be a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist. In other words, Duan Lingtian had relied on a cultivation at the second level of the void interpretation stage and first-level void interpretation concept to be the first to leave the illusory crypt. For a time he felt extremely shocked. Looks like it's just as Su Li said. Duan Lingtian really can't be judged by convention. Sword 13 thought in his heart. At the same time, the gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian grew even more dazzling and bright. This is a monster, a peerless monster. Duan Lingtian, who'd become the center of attention, was still cultivating there with his eyes closed, and he was completely unaware of everything that had occurred outside. Presently, besides holding a wind concept fragment in his hand and comprehending wind concept, he was also ceaselessly cultivating the 7th form of the 9 dragons' war sovereign technique, the sword dragon form. In his body, the origin energy roiled like tempestuous waves that charged out over and over again with intention of charging through the final bottleneck of the second-level void interpretation stage. So long as he charged through this bottleneck, his cultivation would advance a step further and smoothly break through to the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage. Whoosh! Suddenly, a wave of wind howls sounded out from the exit of the illusory crypt, and it caused everyone besides Duan Lingtian to look over. At that place, a black-clothed young man soared into the sky, and his face that was sharp like a blade was obviously filled with slight disbelief. After he came out, his dense brows raised as his fierce gaze flashed out, and he completely disregarded the numerous burning gazes in the sky above the combat arena as he started to sweep past everyone in the sky above the combat arena. In the end, his gaze locked onto Zishang and Duan Lingtian. Tokens 1 and 2 were taken by them. The black-clothed young man muttered, "This Darkhan dynasty is really filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the black-clothed young man stepped into the air and quickly arrived in front of an old man and an old woman. The old man and old woman beamed with joy. "They are from the great Qi dynasty. I have an impression of this person. He's the 9th prince of the Darky dynasty's imperial family, Qi Feng. But even though he's famous in the Darky dynasty, he isn't as conspicuous as the others. Why would he be the first to leave the illusory crypt this time?" Some of the people who recognized the black-clothed youth couldn't help but whisper to each other. The black-clothed young man was close to middle age. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes. His chiseled face left a deep impression on people. He gave people a feeling of unyielding steel, especially his pair of sharp eyes, which left a deep impression on people. The two vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort glanced indifferently at Qi Feng before withdrawing their gazes. Qi Feng was able to be the third to walk out of the illusory crypt, so he undoubtedly possessed shocking strength and ability. But they weren't surprised that Qi Feng possessed such accomplishments at such an old age. In Skywolf Fort, there were many disciples of the Skywolf Fort that possessed a cultivation at the 4th level of the Void interpretation stage at Qi Feng's age. As for Sword 13 and Saber 5, only Saber 5 had glanced at Qi Feng when he first came out, and he didn't look at Qi Feng again after that. His thoughts were similar to Ning, Kan, and Feng Wei. Even if he possessed a cultivation at the 4th level of the Void interpretation stage at such an age, it wasn't surprising. Duan Lingtian. Qi Feng's gaze descended onto the violet-colored figure that sat cross-legged in the distant sky, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Truly interesting. He's only 28 years old, yet he's the first to come out of the illusory crypt. The number 1 token ought to be in his possession. I really look forward to the battle with him in the future. I want to see if he relied on luck or strength to arrive at this step. Qi Feng's eyes were filled with dense battle intent. Humph. Zishang instantly grunted with dissatisfaction when he saw Qi Feng had only glanced at him when he came out before completely disregarding him and placing his gaze on Duan Lingtian, and he instantly grunted with dissatisfaction. Qi Feng glanced indifferently at Zishang when he heard this voice, and then he withdrew his gaze before standing in midair before the old man and old woman before closing his eyes to rest. After 5 breaths of time, whoosh! Another figure soared up into the sky from the illusory crypt, and it successfully drew the gazes of the representatives of the various dynasties. This was a red-clothed young man with a cold expression, and he was still composed when facing the numerous burning gazes that descended from the sky, and he stood by the side of a middle-aged man and an old man with composure. It's a member of the Dar Qin dynasty. This person is called Qin Kong, and he's the widely rumored number 1 expert in the younger generation of the Dar Qin dynasty. Supposedly, this Qin Kong had already stepped into the 2nd level of the Void interpretation stage 3 or 4 years ago, and he's at least at the 3rd level of the Void interpretation stage now, or even the 4th level of the Void interpretation stage. The Dar Qin dynasty is one of the dynasties with the longest history amongst our 10 dynasties, and its hidden resources and reserves are shocking. The representatives of the various dynasties discussed animatedly. Qin Kong's age seemed to be similar to Qi Feng, and both of them were almost middle-aged, so he didn't draw too much attention from Sword 13, Saber 5, Ning Kan, and Feng Wei. After Qin Kong stood in midair, he glanced at Duan Lingtian and Zishang with an emotionless expression, and he seemed to be calm. But so long as there was a discerning person present, the person would be able to discern with a single glance that the depths of Qin Kong's gaze wasn't calm. Qi Feng. Qin Kong suddenly looked at the Darky dynasty's Qi Feng, the young expert that came out of the illusory crypt before him. I lost to you the last time. This time, I'll surely wash away my humiliation. Whoosh! As soon as Qin Kong spoke, the scene was in an uproar. So it turned out that Qin Kong had once lost to Qi Feng. Qi Feng wasn't afraid in the slightest as he met Qin Kong's gaze, and then he smiled lightly. I'm afraid you don't have the chance. You came out an entire 5 breaths of time later than me. 5 breaths of time was neither long nor short. But it also showed that the gap between him and Qin Kong wasn't so easily closed. Uft! Qin Kong laughed with ridicule when he heard Qi Feng. The ranking in the second round of the selections is only a temporary ranking, and it's nothing, unless you admit that your strength is far inferior to those 2 from the Dark Han dynasty. I heard that one of those 2 from the Dark Han dynasty came out an entire 15 breaths of time earlier than you, whereas the other one came out 10 breaths of time earlier than you. Qin Kong spoke frankly. Qi Feng was stunned and didn't know what to say for a time. He was naturally unwilling to admit that he was weaker than the Dark Han dynasties Duan Lingtian and Zishang. Not to mention the Duan Lingtian was more than 10 years younger than him. Even Zishang was 6 or 7 years younger than him. It wasn't impossible for him to admit that 2 young men that were so much younger than him were stronger than him, unless they were able to defeat him in a head-on battle. Otherwise, he would absolutely not admit it. In this way, you're the same as me, and you're rather dissatisfied with the outcome of the second round of the selections. Qin Kong grunted and didn't speak further, and he stood there with a cold expression, yet his gaze never left the violet-colored figure in the distance. Even though he wasn't willing to admit that this violet-clothed young man that had obtained the number 1 token was stronger than him, since the violet-clothed young man was able to pass through the illusory crypt first. There was undoubtedly something extraordinary about the violet-clothed young man. I really look forward to fighting you, Qin Kong muttered. He practically had no opponents amongst the younger generation of the Darqin dynasty, and besides fighting for benefits for the Darqin dynasty, he'd come to the ancient desert city Skywolf Fort to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, mostly because he wanted to compete with the most outstanding young geniuses of the other 9 dynasties. Based on the current situation, there were indeed a few people that caused the hot blood in his body to burn and his battle intent to soar. Whoosh! Not long after, the mists at the exit of the illusory crypt roiled once more. The gazes of the representatives of the various dynasties that had experience descended successively onto the exit, as they knew that someone would come out from within shortly. Could it be the personal disciple of Vice Fort Master Feng Luyong? Luyong, the Darming dynasty's crown prince. He's only around the age of 35, and his cultivation is at the 3rd level of the Void interpretation stage. With the resources of Skywolf Fort, it ought to not be a problem for him to step into the 5th level of the Void interpretation stage before the age of 40. But he's only at the 3rd level of the Void interpretation stage now, and he's still at a disadvantage in terms of age when compared to the group of young geniuses of the various dynasties that are almost middle-aged. Many people discussed animatedly. It wasn't only the representatives of the various dynasties that were curious about who was about to come out. Even the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, Feng Wei, was similarly curious. Feng Wei's gaze locked onto the exit as he wanted to clearly see who was coming out at the first possible moment. In his heart, he naturally hoped that it was his personal disciple, Lu Yong, that would come out. In this way, he could be considered to have gained face for him. But unfortunately, in next to no time, the anticipation on his face froze because the person that soared up into the sky from the exit of the illusory crypt wasn't Lu Yong. Damn it, I've finally come out. The robust young man that was soaring up into the sky and looked to be slightly dignified cursed as soon as he came out. I'm a fucking genius. An absolute genius. How could someone possibly walk out of the illusory crypt before me? Cheating. They've surely cheated. After the robust young man cursed, his gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian, Zishang Qifeng, and Qin Kong as he spoke without the slightest fear. For a time, Besides a robust old man that stood awkwardly in midair, the representatives of the 9 dynasties were all speechless. Where did this clown come from? Old fellow, I've come out. The robust young man seemed as if no one was present as he arrived before the robust old man. Yet he was still carefree and without the slightest scruples when facing a senior. Humph, the 5th has come out. What's there to be complacent about? The robust old man reprimanded with a stern expression. It's the members of the Daryuan dynasty. Everyone says that the Daryuan dynasty is filled with robust men. Now that I've seen it today, it really does deserve its reputation. Many people recognize the origins of the robust old man and robust young man. Hey, Vice Fort Masterning, Vice Fort Masterfoam. I reported the 4 of them for cheating. How could there possibly be someone that's more talented than me? Tamu, this is impossible. Chapter 809. How presumptuous! Ning Kan's face sank when faced with Tamu's rudeness. An imposing aura on his body stretched out to sweep towards Tamu, causing Tamu's expression to become extremely unsightly. Vice Fort Master Ning, please show mercy. Tamu doesn't have any ill intent, and he's just being unforgiving. The representative of the Daryuan dynasty, the robust old man, hurriedly pleaded for mercy for Tamu. Ning Kan's expression eased up slightly when he heard the robust old man, and at the same time he withdrew his imposing aura before glancing indifferently at Tamu. Remember this well in the future. You don't have the qualifications to question Skywolf Fort. Questioning the 4 people that came out earlier for cheating was undoubtedly questioning the fairness of Skywolf Fort. As the Fort Master of Skywolf Fort and the host of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, it was naturally impossible for Ning Kan to watch idly by as someone questioned their Skywolf Fort. Otherwise, where would the dignity of Skywolf Fort exist? Where would the dignity of Skywolf Fort exist? If you didn't cheat, then so be it. What's there to be fierce for? Be careful. The angrier you get, the faster you die. Tamu didn't dare act presumptuously like before when he was suppressed by Ning Kan's imposing aura. Yet he still couldn't help but mutter to himself. Even though his voice wasn't loud, yet what hearing ability did everyone present possess? Naturally, he heard everything clearly. Instantly, everyone was speechless. Isn't this young man from the Daryuan dynasty too audacious? You're courting death. Ning Kan's face went grim, and he intended to punish Tamu with a raise of his hand. Vice Fort Master Ning, please show mercy. The robust old man from the Daryuan dynasty hurriedly pleaded for mercy, and at the same time he raised his hand to slap Tamu on the back of the head before reprimanding with a grim voice. You stinking kid. Quickly apologized to Vice Fort Master Ning. Out of consideration for his identity, Ning Kan put down his raised hand when he saw this, and he waited for Tamu's apology. Why apologize? I'm not wrong. Tamu spoke with a serious expression, and this caused the robust old man's face to go completely dark, whereas Ning Kan's expression became even more unsightly. Looks like you really don't know your limits if I don't punish you today. Ning Kan's gaze went cold as he raised his hand once more, and his origin energy raged as he casually struck out with his palm. A palm print whistled out, and it was like Mount Tai was pressing down towards Tamu. Instantly, the expression of the robust old man that stood by Tamu's side changed greatly. Even though Ning Kan had held back a lot in his attack, this palm strike wasn't something that he could receive. Boom! It wasn't until he saw a saber light whizzing past and shattering the palm print that the sturdy old man heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly looked into the distance and thanked gratefully, "Thank you, my lord!" Saber 5. Just when the gazes of most people had descended onto the person who had acted, Ning Kan had also looked at the person who had acted, and his face was gloomy. What do you mean by this? I'm teaching a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. What does it have to do with you? The person that attacked was precisely Saber 5 that stood by Sword 13's side. No matter if it was Ning Ken or Saber 5 that made a move, both of them were short-lived, and the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth and the sky didn't have time to condense into form at all. Furthermore, it was obvious that they had only attacked casually and had not used their full strength. Thus, even if there was a natural phenomenon, it could not represent their true strength. But according to the estimations of the people present, these two people were at least existences at the 7th level of the void, transformation stage, or above. Ning Ken, you're the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort at any rate, yet you're making a fuss about it with a junior that speaks without thinking. Isn't such actions slightly beneath your status? Saber 5 calmly looked Ning Ken in the eye as he spoke frankly. Ning Ken was instantly stunned when he heard this, and he was speechless. Yeah, he was the Vice Fort Master of Skywolf Fort, whereas Saber 6 was only a junior from a remote dynasty. It wasn't appropriate for him to make a move against the latter, no matter what. Master. Right at this moment, Zishang took a step forward and stared at Tamu with a fierce gaze as he said frankly, "This person questioned my Skywolf Fort and spoke disrespectfully to Master. Master, your status is respected, so it isn't appropriate for you to make a move. I'll properly teach him a lesson in your place during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties later." Huh. Good. Ning Ken, who was originally in a difficult position and didn't know how to get out of this situation, laughed heartily when he heard Zishang. And for a time he felt that he hadn't taken this personal disciple of his for nothing. Why aren't you thanking that lord? The representative of the Daryuan dynasty, the robust old man, glared at Tamu. Meanwhile, Tamu, who was terrified by Ning Ken's palm strike to the point his countenance went ghastly pale, hurriedly looked at Saber 5. "Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Tamu will surely repay this kindness in the future." "There's no need for repayment." Saber 5 nodded and smiled. "Kid, you're very compatible with my temper." Tamu grinned, and then he seemed to have thought of something, causing his frivolous eyes to suddenly become fierce as he looked at Zishang. "If you want to teach me, Tamu, a lesson, then let's see if you have the ability. I'll let you see it." Zishang glanced at Tamu with disdain as he spoke proudly. Whoosh! In next to no time, the 6th person came out as well. Shockingly, the 6th person was the crown prince of the Darming dynasty and the personal disciple of Feng Wei, Lu Yong. "Master, disciple is useless and has brought shame to you." After Lu Yong came out, he glanced at Feng Wei before lowering his head. His objective was originally the number tokens in the top 3, but never had he imagined that when he exerted all his strength to pass through the illusory crypt and intended to choose a number token, he instead noticed that not only were the number tokens in the top 3 gone, even the number tokens in the top 5 were gone. He'd only obtained the number 6 token. Work harder later on. Feng Wei spoke indifferently, and he didn't have the intention to fuss about it with Lu Yong. Yes, Lu Yong instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Whoosh! Right when Lu Yong returned to the side of the Darming dynasty's representative, another figure soared up into the sky from the illusory crypt to appear before everyone. This was a fiery red figure, and it had successfully drawn the gazes of everyone as soon as it appeared, because it was truly too dazzling. "It's her." Many people couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian, who'd always been sitting cross-legged in midair and cultivating, had already opened his eyes when Lu Yong came out, and he didn't continue cultivating. After he roughly understood what had occurred during the period of his cultivation from Feng Wu Dao, he saw a familiar figure walk out from the exit of the illusory crypt. After Lu Yong, the person that came out was actually Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be moved. Tian Wu was the 6th to walk out of the illusory crypt? How did she do it? At this moment, it wasn't just Duan Lingtian who was moved. even Feng Wu Dao, Sword 13, and Saber 5 couldn't help but be moved. The two vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort were completely dumbstruck. They weren't unfamiliar to this red, clothed young woman with a drop-dead gorgeous appearance, and she was one of the 10 young geniuses from the Dark Han dynasty that had come to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. At the same time, she was the youngest amongst the 100 young geniuses that were participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. She looked to be a little over 20, yet her true age was only 25. 25 years old, the seventh to pass through the illusory crypt after the third-level void interpretation stage martial artist, Liang? It's someone from the Dark Han dynasty again. These members of the Dark Han dynasty wouldn't know of some shortcut, right? Otherwise, how could they possibly pass through the illusory crypt so quickly? She's only 25. Could it be that she's a third-level void interpretation stage martial artist? Feng Tianwu had successfully drawn the gazes of everyone present and became the center of attention. This red, clothed young woman with a peerless appearance that was like a spirit of fire had caused everyone present to be extremely shocked. When faced with the numerous burning gazes, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with calmness, and only when she looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Wu Dao that stood together in the distance did she bloom with a smile that could topple all living things. A smile that could topple a city, a smile that could topple a kingdom. It was nothing more than this. Whoosh! Under the numerous burning gazes, Feng Tianwu flew out and arrived by the side of Duan Lingtian and Feng Wu Dao in a short moment. Elder brother Duan, father, seniors. Subsequently, Feng Tianwu called out to Sword 13 and Saber 5 that had dumbstruck expressions. Sword 13 and Saber 5 recovered from their shock and looked at Feng Wu Dao in unison before sighing. Elder Wu Dao, you've really given birth to a good daughter. Feng Wu Dao revealed a proud expression between his brows when he heard this. What a beautiful woman! Besides Duan Lingtian, Zishang, and Ta Mu, Qi Feng, Qin Kong, and Lu Yong stared at Feng Tianwu with burning gazes, and they wished for nothing more than to take her for themselves. But unfortunately, they were bound to be delusional. Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian alone. If they were fated, she was willing to live hand in hand with Duan Lingtian and grow old together. If they weren't fated, she would rather grow old alone until the moment she closed her eyes. The two vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort looked at Feng Tianwu from afar, and their expressions sank slightly. They knew clearly in their hearts that since this woman was with Duan Lingtian, then it was absolutely impossible for her to join Skywolf Fort. Since she was unable to be of use to them, then they would eliminate her. Both of them glanced at each other, and both of them clearly saw killing intent that was difficult to restrain in each other's eyes. Why did you come out so quickly? Feng Wu Dao asked with surprise, as he felt that he was unable to see through his daughter more and more. Tianwu, congratulations. After the nearby Duan Lingtian stretched out his spiritual force, he was stunned for a moment, and after he recovered from his shock, he congratulated Feng Tianwu. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, not only was Feng Wu Dao puzzled, even the nearby Saber 5 and Sword 13 couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't know what Duan Lingtian meant by this. Could it be that Duan Lingtian saw through something? Elder brother Duan, you saw through it? Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian with surprise. Duan Lingtian nodded with a light smile. I truly never imagined that you would break through once more not long after breaking through to the void interpretation stage. Could it be that you obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter in the illusory crypt? Earlier, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force had stretched out and detected Feng Tianwu's current cultivation at the first possible moment, and it was actually at the second level of the void interpretation stage. After all, it had only been less than a month since Feng Tianwu had broken through to the first level of the void interpretation stage the last time. In other words, after breaking through to the first level of the void interpretation stage, Feng Tianwu had broken through to the second level of the void interpretation stage in less than a month. Such advancement was even swifter than when he consumed the rebirth pill. Chapter 810. What? Wu Yu, you've broken through to the second level of the void interpretation stage? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Feng Tianwu hadn't even had the time to reply when Feng Wu Dao had already exclaimed in surprise. He was extremely clear about when his daughter had broken through to the first level of the void interpretation stage. But now, when he heard Duan Lingtian and saw his daughter's reaction, he realized a problem. His daughter might have really broken through to the second level of the void interpretation stage. Yes. Feng Tianwu's reply caused Feng Wu Dao to be completely petrified. He only returned to his senses after a short moment and muttered, "What exactly did you encounter in the illusory crypt? Could it be that it's really as Ling Tian said, and you obtained some fortuitous encounter? Otherwise, how could you successively break through 2 levels in a short month of time?" Second level of the void interpretation stage? Successively breaking through 2 levels in a short month of time? The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Feng Wu Dao's words shocked Sword 13 and Saber 5, and it caused their gazes to completely change when they looked at Feng Tianwu. This 25-year-old little girl's cultivation had advanced by 2 levels in a short month of time and stepped into the second level of the void interpretation stage? How could this be possible? After all, no matter how good or how many spirit fruits one consumed, it was impossible to allow a void interpretation stage martial artist to advance by 2 levels in a short 1 or 2 months. The medicinal strength of the spirit fruit required time to be digested. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be completely revealed. I passed through a barrier that was related to water. At that place, my entire body fused into the water and suffered the impact of the water. In the end, it seemed to have drawn out some sort of energy within my body, causing my origin energy to roil along with it, and then I directly broke through. Feng Tianwu replied, "A barrier of water?" Duan Lingtian naturally knew what Feng Tianwu spoke of, and it was none other than the area enveloped by the inscription formation that could create water. He had also encountered that obstacle, but his spiritual power had temporarily turned off the inscription formation at the first moment, so he didn't need to force his way through that obstacle. However, Feng Tianwu was different. She didn't have the same spiritual energy as Duan Lingtian, and she didn't understand the Tao of inscriptions. Therefore, it was impossible for her to do what Duan Lingtian did. She could only force her way in. Water can trigger some kind of power. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian had a flash of inspiration as he seemed to have thought of something, and he looked at Feng Wu Dao at the first possible moment. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed that Feng Wu Dao was looking at him. Fire spirit body. Duan Lingtian and Feng Wu Dao looked at each other and spoke at practically the same time. Obviously, they thought of the same thing. The energy in Feng Tianwu's body that was triggered by the water should be the extra energy in Feng Tianwu's fire spirit body. That energy would erupt completely when Feng Tianwu was 30 years old. And if Feng Tianwu was unable to hold on, then she would die for sure. Before that energy would be dispersed bit by bit to fuse into Feng Tianwu's body and assist her in her cultivation. This was also the reason why Feng Tianwu's cultivation advanced extremely swiftly. In this way, it was the water in the illusory crypt that forced the energy in Tianwu's body that belonged to the fire spirit body to erupt without restraint, and it assisted Tianwu to advance to the second level of the void interpretation stage in one go. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. Tianwu, how did you feel when the energy in your body erupted? Duan Lingtian asked with a serious expression. At that time, I felt the meridians in my entire body were extremely scorching, and they were practically on the verge of exploding. At the critical moment, I squeezed the water around me and stretched out a strand of energy to suppress it, causing it to fuse into one with my origin energy and assist me in breaking through in one go. Feng Tianwu recalled the scene at that time, similar to what I thought. Duan Lingtian nodded. On the other hand, Feng Wudao realized how dangerous this matter was from his daughter, and he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for her. The energy of the fire spirit body is formidable indeed. If it's able to be drawn out at an appropriate time like this, then perhaps it'll be able to allow Tianwu to possess a cultivation at the void transformation stage before the age of 30. If Tianwu is able to possess a cultivation at the void transformation stage before the age of 30, then she'll be able to forcefully withstand the energy of the fire spirit body that's concealed within her body. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, there's still almost 5 years of time. It's slightly pressing. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's gaze became firm. No matter what, he would try his best to assist Tianwu to break through to the void transformation stage before the age of 30, and he would absolutely not watch helplessly as Tianwu perished. So long as Tianwu was able to endure the eruption of the fire spirit body at the age of 30, then her future would be boundless. Fire spirit body, Sword 13 and Saber 5 stared blankly at Feng Tianwu, and their eyes contained slight pity mixed within. They naturally knew what the fire spirit body meant, and it meant that it was impossible for a person that possessed such a physique to live past the age of 30, unless the person broke through to the void transformation stage before the age of 30. But to a possessor of the fire spirit body, this was practically impossible. Possessors of the fire spirit body might be able to consume spirit fruits to assist in their cultivation at the beginning, but once they stepped into the void interpretation stage, they would be unable to consume spirit fruits to cultivate, because the medicinal strength contained within the spirit fruits used by void interpretation stage martial artists was too strong, and it would mobilize the energy concealed within the fire spirit body to a certain extent. At that time, the slightest consequence would be chi deviation, and the slightest consequence would be sudden death. Duan Lingtian was naturally aware of this, otherwise he wouldn't feel that time was pressing. Tianwu was a possessor of the fire spirit body, and she'd already broken through to the void interpretation stage. If she was able to consume spirit fruits and coupled with the assistance of the fire concept fragments, it wouldn't be difficult for her to break through to the void transformation stage before the age of 30. But the problem was that even if a spirit fruit used by void interpretation stage martial artists was placed before Tianwu, she would still be unable to consume it. This was also the most troublesome aspect of the situation. No matter what, Tianwu, you can be considered to have profited from misfortune this time. Duan Lingtian smiled. Whoosh! Suddenly, another figure appeared at the exit of the illusory crypt. This was the 7th person to come out after Feng Tianwu. This was a young man with an ordinary appearance, and the first thing he did when he came out was to sweep the group of people in the sky above the combat ring with his gaze. It was as if he wanted to know who took away the number 1 to 7 command tokens. When his gaze touched Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, a shocked expression of disbelief appeared on his face. How could this be possible? It's a member of the Darchu dynasty, the number 1 expert in the younger generation of the Darchu dynasty, Qin. In next to no time, someone recognized the identity of the 8th young man that walked out from the illusory crypt. Qin, the face of the representative of the Darchu dynasty, was filled with smiles when he saw Qin come out in time. How could they possibly come out before me? After Qin returned to the side of the representative of the Darchu dynasty, he was still unwilling to believe that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were able to pass out of the illusory crypt before him. That Duan Lingtian is extraordinary. It's the first time he's come out. The number 1 command token is in his possession. The representative of the Darchu dynasty couldn't refrain from speaking when he noticed Chen's gaze had always been staring at Duan Lingtian. What? Chen's face that was already covered in shock completely froze when he heard this. After a short moment, he recovered from his shock and fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva. This Duan Lingtian is actually a person that came out of the illusory crypt for the first time, which red, clothed young woman by his side was the first to come out. Chen took a deep breath and asked. She came out comparatively later, but she was the 7th to come out before you. The number 7 command token ought to be in her possession. The representative of the Darchu dynasty sighed. You're at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage, yet you actually came out after her. Could it be that her strength surpasses you? She seems to be only 25, right? It ought to be impossible. Chen shook his head, and at the same time he thought in his heart. Perhaps it's because the time she spent in the illusory crypt when encountering those illusory formations was comparatively shorter. It's impossible for her to be stronger than me in terms of strength. After Chen, the 9th person quickly came out. Another woman. The person that appeared before everyone now was a woman with a hot figure that wore tight clothes, but unfortunately her appearance could only be considered to be ordinary. But she was able to stand out as a woman, and it was sufficient to show her formidable strength. After all, amongst the 100 young geniuses of the 10 dynasties that were participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time, there weren't more than 20 female martial artists. Her ability to come out at this moment undoubtedly indicated that she'd already suppressed over 70 male martial artists. It's Yiling, the publicly acknowledged female overlord of the younger generation of the Darchu dynasty. Supposedly, she was already at the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage a year ago, and it's extremely likely that she has broken through to the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage now. Someone recognized this young woman. Darchu dynasty's Yiling? After Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly surprised when he saw the 2nd woman appear at this moment. If nothing unexpected happens, I ought to be the one and only female martial artist that obtained the top 10 command tokens. A wisp of a complacent smile appeared on Yiling's seemingly ordinary face when faced with the numerous gazes that converged onto her and the numerous exclamations of surprise. But when her gaze shot towards the distance, it was completely fixed there and was unable to move away any longer. How could this be possible? How could she possibly have come out earlier than me? Yiling's gaze stared fixedly at the distant Feng Tianwu as her pupils constricted, and she was unwilling to accept that everything she saw before her eyes was real. How could there possibly be a woman that had come out of the illusory crypt earlier than her? Moreover, it was a woman that was beautiful to the point it caused her to be envious. As a woman who didn't wish to possess a drop-dead, gorgeous face. In the past, she'd seen many women that were more beautiful than her, but practically all those women were just flower vases. So what if they were beautiful? In this world where the strong were respected, she was able to control their fates. So all along, Yiling felt that even though the heavens didn't bestow upon her a drop-dead, gorgeous face, it had given her natural talent in the martial Tao that wasn't inferior to a man. But now, Feng Tianwu had mercilessly crushed the pride in her heart, and it caused her to feel that she was like a pitiable bug. In terms of appearance, she was inferior to Yiling. In terms of strength, Chapter 8:11. Perhaps she took some sort of shortcut and was able to come out before me. How old is she? It's impossible for her strength to be stronger than me. Yiling ceaselessly consoled herself. No matter what, she didn't believe that she would be surpassed by a young woman that was younger than her. As the strongest expert in the younger generation of the Darqing dynasty, she had her own arrogance. Tianwu, that Yiling seems to be extremely unwilling to submit to you. Duan Lingtian smiled. Feng Tianwu glanced indifferently at Yi Ling before paying no further attention to her. A young woman that was 10 years older than her wasn't worthy of her comparing herself with her. After the 9th person from the Dar-Qing dynasty, the 10th person came out as well. The Dar-Tang dynasty, Li Ji. Li Ji was a handsome young man around the age of 35, and at the same time he was the Dar-Tang dynasty's 11th prince. Since then, the possessors of the top 10 command tokens had all appeared. The possessor of the number 1 command token, Duan Lingtian from the Dar-Khan dynasty. The possessor of the number 2 command token, Zishang from the Dar-Khan dynasty. The possessor of the number 3 command token, Qi Feng from the Darqi dynasty. The possessor of the number 4 command token, Qin Kong from the Dar-Qin dynasty. The possessor of the number 5 command token, Ta Mu from the Daryuan dynasty. The possessor of the number 6 command token, Lu Yong from the Darming dynasty. The possessor of the number 7 command token, Feng Tianwu from the Dar-Khan dynasty. The possessor of the number 8 command token, O Chun from the Dar-Chu dynasty. The possessor of the number 9 command token, Yi Ling from the Dar-Qing dynasty. The possessor of the number 10 command token, Li Ji from the Dar-Tang dynasty. Amongst the possessors of the top 10 command tokens, 3 are from the Dar-Khan dynasty. This time, the Dar-Khan dynasty is really in the limelight. The representatives of the various dynasties sighed with emotion. Of course, there were also the representatives of 2 dynasties that had gloomy expressions because not a single one of the young geniuses recommended by their dynasties had obtained a token in the top 10. Presently, the owners of the top 10 command tokens had appeared successively. The owners of the remaining 40 command tokens had appeared along with them. Numerous figures stepped out from the exit of the illusory crypt and appeared in the sky above the combat ring in the blink of an eye. These people included Su Li, Long Yun, and Zhang Shouyong, and they returned to the side of Duan Lingtian's group one by one. The young geniuses of the various dynasties that are participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time are really filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I feel that my speed can be considered to be swift, yet I only obtained command token number 12. Su Li sighed. Su Li obtained token number 12, and Long Yun obtained token number 19. What caused Duan Lingtian to be surprised was that Zhang Shouyong actually obtained the number 15 token. For a moment, he extended his spiritual power, intending to probe Zhang Shouyong's depth. In the end, he found some clues. Zhang Shouyong had suddenly broken through to the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. Congratulations, Brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian smiled and congratulated Zhang Shouyong. Brother Lingtian, I can't hide anything from you. Zhang Shouyong smiled bitterly. Although he was surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to see through his cultivation, he wasn't surprised. In his opinion, no matter what miracle it was, so long as it occurred on this Brother Lingtian, then it couldn't be considered a miracle. Big Brother Zhang has broken through? Feng Tianwu's gaze lit up, and then she congratulated Zhang Shouyong. Young Miss Tianwu, you came out before us. What number token did you obtain? Su Li looked at Feng Tianwu and asked with slight anticipation. What? Originally, after Zhang Shouyong came out, he was already surprised when he saw Feng Tianwu had come out before him. But he only thought that Feng Tianwu had come out before him. Now, when he heard Su Li say this, he realized that Feng Tianwu had come out before Su Li. Su Li had obtained token number 12. In other words, the token Feng Tianwu obtained was either token number 11 or one of the top 10. Tianwu is much stronger than you. Sword 13 was obviously extremely dissatisfied that Su Li had only obtained token number 12, and he intended to strike a blow to Su Li. Tianwu obtained token number 7. Token number 7? As soon as these words were spoken, Su Li was instantly petrified, whereas Zhang Shouyong and Long Yun were dumbstruck. Stinking kid, you're at the bottom again this time. Looks like I have to use a special method to properly temper you after we return to the sect. Saber 5 looked at Long Yun and gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Long Yun's expression went grim when he heard this. Duan Lingtian, what's the number of your token? After Su Li recovered from his shock, at the same time that he had a bitter smile on his face, he couldn't help but ask Duan Lingtian, and he seemed to want to find balance from Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian was inferior to Feng Tianwu, then he could use this to refute his master. But unfortunately, he was bound to be disappointed. Number 1. Duan Lingtian spoke with a light smile. For a time, Su Li was petrified once more, whereas Zhang Shouyong, who'd just recovered from his shock, couldn't help but cough and choke on his own saliva. Long Yun's face sank slightly as he never imagined that Duan Lingtian had actually obtained token number 1. And this also indicated that Duan Lingtian was the first to leave the illusory crypt. Duan Lingtian, since you're the first to leave, then do you know who the other 8 people besides Tianwu are that have obtained tokens in the top 10? Su Li asked. In next to no time, Su Li found out about the other 8 people that had obtained tokens in the top 10 from Duan Lingtian. He wasn't surprised that Zishang had obtained token number 2. He'd witnessed Zishang's secret technique, and it was extremely formidable. At that time, Zishang was only at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage, yet when he executed that secret technique, his strength instantly rose to the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage. Presently, Zishang had most probably broken through to the Void Interpretation stage just like them, and when he executed that secret technique, his strength was at least at the 5th level of the Void Interpretation stage or above. Looks like only you're capable of countering Zishang in this martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Su Li sighed. Zishang. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with cold lights as he'd already decided that during the 4th round of the selections, he would be the first to challenge Zishang. Unless Zishang admitted defeat, otherwise, he'd surely make Zishang die a graveless death. Along with the passage of time, the sky gradually dimmed down. Dusk arrived as scheduled. The 50 young geniuses of the 10 dynasties had finally emerged, and the 50 number tokens had their own owners. The 3rd round of the selections will be held at dawn tomorrow. At that time, the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties will be decided. After Ning can announce this, he left with Feng Wei. Zishang and Lu Yong followed. That Zishang, Su Li, and Zhang Shouyong couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this scene. Zishang has already been taken as Ning, Ken's personal disciple, Duan Lingtian said. Su Li and Zhang Shouyong came to a sudden understanding. I truly never imagined that the number 1 token would actually be obtained by the Dark Han dynasty's Duan Lingtian. His luck is really good. It's surely luck. Many young geniuses that came from the other dynasties discussed animatedly, and they obviously didn't feel that Duan Lingtian had relied on his own strength to obtain the number 1 token. Duan Lingtian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this. Luck? During the 3rd round of the selections tomorrow, he would use his actions to prove his strength and make these people shut their mouths. The biggest winner today was none other than the Dark Han dynasty. The Dark Han dynasty had monopolized 3 of the top 10 number tokens, and it caused the other 9 dynasties to only be envious and jealous. The smile on the Dark Han dynasty's emperor's face never stopped. At this moment, he seemed to have already completely forgotten the deaths of his son and nephew. Let's return. Duan Lingtian's group quickly left the combat arena and returned to their respective pavilions. I'm still slightly lacking. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed and cultivated for a while, and he couldn't help but sigh when he noticed his cultivation hadn't improved at all. Even though his cultivation had the formidable medicinal strength of the rebirth pill, it was still slightly lacking from breaking through to the 3rd level of the Void Interpretation stage. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian knew that he shouldn't continue persisting in improving his cultivation, because no matter how persistent he was, it would be difficult for his cultivation that had fallen into a bottleneck to improve. Presently, it was as if he'd entered a dead end, and if he wanted to pass through it, he needed to calm down first before he could think of a good method. Duan Lingtian left the room and stood outside the Narcissus Pavilion as he cultivated the high-grade heaven rank martial skill, 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, while he held onto the wind concept fragment and continued to comprehend wind concept. He became more and more skilled in the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, and at the end he was able to utilize it like an extension of his arm. Even the 3rd Divine Dragon was almost condensed into form, and once it was condensed into form, he could be considered to have stepped into the initial stage. As for wind concept, I've just comprehended 2nd level intermediate wind concept today, and it's difficult for it to improve for a while, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. A night passed quickly. The dawn of the 2nd day arrived in the blink of an eye. Dawn had just appeared in the horizon when Duan Lingtian had already walked out of his room and converged with Feng Tianwu, who'd similarly walked out of her room before soaring up into the sky. Feng Wu Dao had been standing in the sky since long ago and was waiting for them. In the sky above the combat arena, after the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties had arrived, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Kan, and Feng Wei appeared successively, and Zishang and Lu Yong followed behind them like shadows. Today, the 3rd round of the selections will begin. The rules of the 3rd round of the selections are just as I said before the 2nd round of the selections began yesterday. Challenges will start from the possessor of the number 1 token, yet you're unable to challenge the possessors of the number 2 to 10 tokens. Ning Kan repeated the rules of the 3rd round of the selections once more. Besides that, those that have just fought a battle can rest temporarily. The person that issues a challenge in the next round is prohibited from issuing a challenge to that person. Ning Kan continued, life and death are disregarded in the 3rd round of the selections. You can admit defeat verbally, and no one is allowed to make a move against a person that admits defeat. The hearts of all the young geniuses constricted, and then they nodded successively. Now, the possessor of the number 1 token can enter the arena to issue a challenge. Besides the possessors of the number 2 to 10 tokens, you can choose anyone. Ning Kan glanced indifferently at Duan Lingtian, even though he wished for nothing more than to slice Duan Lingtian into pieces. Yet he knew that he couldn't lose his composure now. Swoosh! Chapter 812. The possessors of the number 11 to 50 command token. Step out and form a line according to the number of the command token. Ning Kan pointed towards an empty expanse of space. Instantly, the 40 young geniuses, including Su Li, Zhang Shouyong, and Long Yun, flew out one by one to form an orderly line. Duan Lingtian stood at the center area of the sky above the combat arena, and his eyes flickered with flowing lights as he sized up the 40 young geniuses that had formed a line before him. Besides the familiar faces of Su Li, Zhang Shouyong, and Long Yin amongst these people, there was another face that he was extremely familiar with. Duan Lingtian has obtained the number 1 command token and possesses the absolute initiative. Who do all of you think he'll challenge? Someone couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Of course. He'll surely challenge the possessor of the number 50 command token. Another person spoke as a matter of course. Most people agreed in this way. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze didn't descend onto the possessor of the number 50 command token, and it had instead locked onto the last familiar face beside Su Li, Zhang Shouyong, and Long Yin, the possessor of the number 17 command token, Zhao Wei. The number 1 expert in the younger generation of the Darming dynasty's Zhao clan, an existence that was merely inferior to Lu Yong in the younger generation of the Darming dynasty. Most importantly, Zhao Wei and Duan Lingtian had once come into conflict. A few months ago, Zhao Wei had lost at the hands of Duan Lingtian in the 9th floor of the Ice Flame Pavilion, and he hadn't even touched the corners of Duan Lingtian's clothes. I choose to challenge the possessor of the number 17 command token. After Duan Lingtian's gaze locked onto Zhao Wei, he spoke frankly. Instantly, the people present were in an uproar. This Duan Lingtian actually challenged the possessor of the number 17 command token? According to my knowledge, even if it's the possessor of the number 10 command token, there are many existences at the second level of the void interpretation stage or above. Could it be that this Duan Lingtian has the confidence to defeat a martial artist at the second level of the void interpretation stage or above? Many people that questioned Duan Lingtian's strength discussed successively. On the other hand, Zhao Wei, who was challenged by Duan Lingtian, had an extremely gloomy expression, and he took a deep breath under the numerous burning gazes before he said frankly, "I admit defeat." Admit defeat. As soon as Zhao Wei said this, a wave of booing instantly sounded out at the scene. Which dynasty are they from? To be able to obtain token number 17, his strength must not be weak. To think that he doesn't even have the courage to accept the challenge. Many people looked at Zhao Wei with disdain. I know him. He's one of the two most outstanding people in the younger generation of the Darming dynasty, and he's equally famous as Vice Fort Master Feng's personal disciple, Lu Yong. It can't be? Such a coward could also be equally famous as Lu Yong? You must be joking. I also feel that such a coward is not qualified to be on the same level as Lu Yong. Being equally famous with him is simply a disgrace to Lu Yong. Many people added insult to injury. In this world where the strong were respected, cowards were looked down upon the most. Zhao Wei's cowardice was disgusting. When Zhao Wei heard the waves of ridicule coming from the surroundings, his face alternated between green and white, yet he had no way to refute. He was indeed afraid of Duan Lingtian. When he fought Duan Lingtian that day, he hadn't even touched the corners of Duan Lingtian's clothes before losing. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian not killing him, it would be impossible for him to be standing here now. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian looked at him, he'd clearly seen the coldness that was emitted from Duan Lingtian's eyes. He knew that once he accepted the challenge, his life wouldn't be in his control any longer. So for the sake of living properly, he didn't dare accept the challenge and directly admitted defeat. To him, this was the wisest choice. Thank you. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Zhao Wei before thanking him before returning to Feng Tianwu's side. For a time, Zhao Wei was angered to the point his face alternated between green and white. Subsequently, the possessor of the number 2 token entered the arena. The possessor of the number 2 token, Zishang, a young genius of the Dark Han dynasty, and he was the personal disciple of the Skywolf Fort's Vice Fort Master, Ning Ken. I heard this Zishang was taken as a personal disciple by Vice Fort Master Ning. He's the second person after Duan Lingtian to pass through the illusory crypt. I presume he's not a simple figure since he's able to be taken as a personal disciple by Vice Fort Master Ning. The gazes of many people descended onto Zishang as they discussed. After Zishang ascended the arena, his gaze descended onto the possessor of the number 50 token, a green-clothed young man, and he spoke indifferently. The possessor of the number 50 token. Even though terror arose from the bottom of the green-clothed young man's heart when he was called out by Zishang, he still gritted his teeth and flew out to stand in confrontation with Zishang. If it wasn't for the scene of everyone ridiculing Zhao Wei earlier, he might have directly admitted defeat. Now, with the lesson of the past, he didn't do that for the sake of his dignity. I'll admit defeat once I'm no match for him. The green-clothed young man thought to himself. He'd already decided that once he was no match for Zishang, he would admit defeat at the first possible moment. Admitting defeat like this was much more dignified than Zhao Wei. After all, Zhao Wei didn't even have the courage to ascend the arena. You dare to ascend the arena? when he saw the green-clothed young man actually didn't take the initiative to admit defeat and even dared to ascend the arena to stand in confrontation with him and intend to fight him, Zishang's expression instantly sank. His sworn enemy, Duan Lingtian, had challenged the possessor of the number 17 token, yet the latter didn't even have the courage to ascend the arena and directly admitted defeat. Now, when he challenged the possessor of the number 50 token, he originally thought that the possessor of the number 50 token would probably not dare ascend the arena or even admit defeat directly. In this way, he wouldn't lose to his sworn enemy, Duan Lingtian. However, things went contrary to his wishes. After the possessor of the number 50 token was challenged by him, the possessor of the number 50 token entered the arena calmly, as if the possessor wasn't afraid of him, and at the same time that this caused him to suffer a great blow, ruthlessness arose in his heart. No matter what, I'll give it a try. The green-clothed young man gritted his teeth as he spoke. Sometimes a wrong decision will cause you to lose your life. Zishang's eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. Since the possessor of the number 50 token had embarrassed him, then he would make the possessor use his life to repent. The green-clothed young man's face went grim when he heard Zishang, yet he still summoned up the courage to fly out, and a spirit weapon appeared in his hand as the origin energy in his entire body exploded out, causing Concept to follow him like a shadow. The green-clothed young man utilized all his ability to cause the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth to form over 50 ancient, horned dragon silhouettes. A cultivation at the first level of the Void Interpretation stage. First level Void Interpretation concept. Grade 4 spirit weapon. Whoosh! Zishang's expression remained unchanged when facing the green-clothed young man's assault, and with a raise of his hand, an extremely ancient zither appeared in his hand. Along with Zishang raising his hand, origin energy coiled around it as 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him, and it displayed his current cultivation. Second level of the Void Interpretation stage. Zishang has actually broken through? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. If he wasn't wrong, Zishang was only a first-level Void Interpretation stage martial artist yesterday. So how could he have broken through to the second level of the Void Interpretation stage overnight? Looks like Ning can gave him some benefits. Perhaps he broke through after consuming a spirit fruit. This was something that wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess. The green-clothed young man's face went grim when he saw Zishang reveal a cultivation at the second level of the Void Interpretation stage, and his figure instantly slowed down and started to decelerate. At the same time, he opened his mouth. I admit, but unfortunately he was bound to be unable to speak out the word lose. Clang! Along with Zishang's hand descending and slapping onto the surface of the zither. The zither strings moved rhythmically before abruptly emitting a wave of ear-piercing and enormous sounds. At the same time, a material green crescent-shaped ripple that was coiled with a strand of scorching aura of flame swept out, and its target was the green-clothed young man. Halfway through, the aura of flames expanded even more. The might of the wind was aided by the might of the fire. Second-level Void Interpretation stage cultivation. First-level Intermediate Wind concept. Elementary Fire concept, and coupled with the Grade 4 spirit weapon. The zither, it gave Zishang the strength of over 70 ancient horned dragons. The crescent-shaped ripple that emitted strands of scorching aura of flames had split the green-clothed young man into two before he could even speak the word lose. Clang! 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 Subsequently, another wave of ear-piercing sounds of zither explosions resounded out, and numerous crescent-shaped ripples that emitted scorching aura of flames seemed to have formed into a dense and enormous net that enveloped the green-clothed young man's corpse that had been split into two. In the next moment, only a rain of blood remained in the sky, and after the rain of blood descended to the ground, the green-clothed young man's corpse had vanished without a trace. Hiss, 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 hiss. In the sky above the combat arena, waves of gasping sounded out, and many people revealed terrified gazes as they looked at Zishang. Some female martial artists were even terrified to the point their faces went ghastly pale. When had they ever seen such a bloody scene? That possessor of the number 50 token died an unjust death. Yeah, he was already prepared to admit defeat. In the end, he hadn't even spoken the word lose when he was killed. But this Zishang is actually only a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist. Moreover, amongst the concepts he's comprehended, only his wind concept seems to be at the first level of the void interpretation stage, and his fire concept is only at the void initiation stage. He doesn't even possess a grade 3 spirit weapon. How did he become the second to charge out of the illusory crypt? At the same time that many people sighed with emotion that the possessor of the number 50 token had died an unjust death, they started to question Zishang's strength. As far as they were concerned, with the ordinary strength and ability Zishang revealed earlier, according to logic, he probably wouldn't even be able to obtain a number token that was ranked in the top 20. But Zishang had instead obtained the number 2 token. If he really only has this little strength, it's impossible for him to obtain the number 2 token. The eyes of the Darky Dynasty's 9th prince, Qifeng, flashed as he subconsciously felt that Zishang had absolutely held back when he attacked earlier. Moreover, he'd held back a great deal. Perhaps he has some sort of shortcut. After all, he's a member of the Dark Han dynasty, and there are 3 people from the Dark Han dynasty that have obtained a number token in the top 10. The possessor of the number 4 token, the Darqin dynasty's Qin Kong, stood nearby Qifeng, and he grunted in disdain when he heard Qi Feng's words. For a time, more and more people doubted that the number 2 token in Zishang's possession was obtained through an unscrupulous method. Like I said, how could the Dark Han dynasties Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu be able to obtain the number 1 token and number 7 token at the age of 28 and 25? So it turns out that the members of the Dark Han dynasty have grasped an unscrupulous method. Since Zishang was able to obtain the number 2 token with this little strength of his, I presume that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu aren't much stronger. Chapter 813. To think that Darming Dynasty's Zhao Wei didn't even have the courage to enter the arena before admitting defeat because he was afraid of the number 1 token in Duan Lingtian's possession. Now, his intestines are probably green with regret, right? If that Duan Lingtian challenges me, then I'll surely accept the challenge. Not only will I accept the challenge, I'll even defeat him and seize the number 1 token in his possession. If I'm able to obtain the number 1 token, then it would be great. In the future, I'll be able to challenge anyone I want to challenge, and I'll specially choose soft persimmons to crush. It wouldn't be difficult for me to enter the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. At this moment, many young geniuses looked forward to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu challenging them. As far as they were concerned, the number 1 token in Duan Lingtian's possession and the number 7 token in Feng Tianwu's possession weren't obtained by relying on true ability, and they'd obtained it through opportunistic means. Of course, there were some people that were familiar with Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, and they knew that the number tokens in Duan Lingtian and Zishang's possession weren't obtained through opportunistic means. After Zishang, the possessor of the number 2 token, left the arena, the possessor of the number 3 token, Qifeng, entered the arena. Qifeng naturally would not utilize the authority of the number 3 token and directly chose the possessor of the number 49 token. His opponent admitted defeat. After that, the possessor of the number 4 token, Qin Kong, entered the arena and his opponent admitted defeat as well. The possessor of the number 5 token, Tamu, and the possessor of the number 6 token, Luyong, entered the arena after them, and their opponents didn't have the courage to battle them. Subsequently, it was the turn of the possessor of the number 7 token, Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu flew out and chose the possessor of the number 45 token, a tall and robust young man that was almost middle-aged and had disheveled hair that hung loosely on his shoulders. The young man was an entire 2 meters tall, and he was like a giant as he stood before Feng Tianwu. "Little girl, your appearance isn't bad, but unfortunately, the number 7 token in your possession was obtained through opportunistic means. You're bound to not be a match for me. Hand over the number 7 token and admit defeat." The young man that was like a giant spoke with a low voice. "Otherwise, don't force me to ruthlessly destroy you." "Ah, big guy, you have to be gentle. She's just a 25-year-old girl." Someone couldn't help but laugh. For a moment, many people laughed along with him. These people all felt that Feng Tianwu did not have much strength. "If you want token number 7, come and get it yourself." In the face of the youth's arrogance, Feng Tianwu's expression did not change. She stood there in the air, and the red robe on her body fluttered without wind, as if she had turned into a ball of burning flames. This little girl really doesn't know what's good for her. Since that's the case, let me teach you a lesson. The corners of the young man's mouth curled up into an evil smile. In the next moment, his tall and sturdy figure flew out. Although it seemed cumbersome, it did not affect his speed at all. At the same time that he flashed towards Feng Tianwu, an enormous spiked club appeared in the young man's hand. Origin energy flickered within it, and then it transformed into a ball of material flames. Almost 60 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons dashed out. Even though he looked down upon Feng Tianwu, he didn't dare be careless in the slightest in the battles of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and he utilized his full strength as soon as he attacked. Force suppresses mountains and rivers. The young man abruptly shouted out explosively, and the spiked club in his hand that was burning with burning flames carried the strength of almost 60 ancient horned dragons as it descended towards Feng Tianwu. At the same time that many young geniuses present cursed the young man for not knowing how to be protective of the fairer sex when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but close their eyes as they were unwilling to see the scene of a peerless beauty perishing. But in next to no time, they opened their eyes once more, and a heartfelt expression of shock appeared on their faces. The reason they opened their eyes was entirely because of the miserable shrill cry of the young man. When they opened their eyes, they saw a scene that they would never be able to forget in their entire lifetimes. They saw the red-clothed young woman that stood there like a fire spirit without moving. On the other hand, the young man that smashed out the grade 4 spirit weapon, spiked club, with the intention of blasting the red-clothed young woman to death had instead been blasted flying like an arrow that left the bow. On the way he flew backwards, he emitted shrill cries as he spat out blood. At this moment, not only had the spiked club in the young man's hand been blasted flying, even the young man's disheveled hair had been burned into ash, causing him to become bald. What happened earlier? The young geniuses that had closed their eyes earlier as they couldn't bear to see Feng Tianwu perish had recovered from their shock, and all of them asked in unison. Never had they imagined that the young woman that was merely 25 years old would actually defeat the young man that was like a giant. So strong! She only used a single palm strike and didn't even utilize a spirit weapon, yet heavily injured and blasted the possessor of the number 45 token flying. Her strength is at least at the second level of the void interpretation stage. Besides that, the flames she controlled were even more material than the flames controlled by the possessor of the number 45 token, and it's at least at the second level of intermediate fire concept. She's really only 25 years old? Feng Tianwu's strength caused a wave of clamorous noise at the scene. A young woman that was merely 25 years old had revealed such a cultivation and concept, and it caused them to feel ashamed and wish for nothing more than to dig a hole and hide in it. Unfortunately, she only attacked for a short moment, and the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't even have the time to condense into form before dispersing. Even though the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't condense into form, but we can be sure of one thing. She's a martial artist at the second level of the void interpretation stage or above. Moreover, she's comprehended intermediate fire concept at the second level or above. A young woman possessing such natural talent and accomplishments is sufficient to cause countless men to feel ashamed. The entire sky above the combat arena was completely in an uproar because of Feng Tianwu's brief attack. What a formidable little girl! Even the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Ning Ken, couldn't help but take a few more glances at Feng Tianwu, and in the end his eyes were filled with killing intent. If a genius martial artist that possessed such heaven-defying natural talent and comprehension ability was unable to join their Skywolf Fort, then he would rather let her die than allow her to live. Once such a monstrous existence stood on the opposite side of Skywolf Fort in the future, she would surely become a great calamity for Skywolf Fort. That was something he wasn't willing to see happen. Shang, if this woman is able to pass through the third round of the selections and advance to the fourth round of the selections, you must kill her. Ning Ken looked at Zishan and spoke via voice transmission. Yes, master. Zishang's gaze that was filled with coldness descended onto Feng Tianwu when he heard this, and killing intent flashed within his eyes. Ning Ken wants Zishang to kill Tianwu? Duan Lingtian's observation ability was shocking, and he easily noticed the killing intent that flickered in the depths of Ning Can's gaze when he looked at Feng Tianwu. Moreover, he noticed the reaction Zishang revealed when Ning Can glanced at him. He'd guessed Ning Can's thoughts. Let me see if it's you, Zishang, who kills Tianwu, or Tianwu who kills you. Zishang. A wisp of a cold smile suffused the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and he had a way to deal with it in his heart. In the battle between Feng Tianwu and the young man that was like a giant, the young man was heavily injured with a single strike and didn't have the strength to continue the battle. So Feng Tianwu was victorious. Whoosh! After a short moment, Feng Tianwu returned to Duan Lingtian's side. Tianwu, when did you comprehend the fourth level intermediate fire concept? Duan Lingtian couldn't refrain himself from asking via voice transmission. Perhaps when others saw Feng Tianwu attack, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth hadn't condensed into form, so they were unable to confirm exactly what Feng Tianwu's cultivation and concept was. But Duan Lingtian, who possessed the memories and experience of 2 lifetimes of Samsara Emperor, was able to discern with a single glance that the fire concept Feng Tianwu executed earlier was obviously already at the 4th level intermediate fire concept. This caused Duan Lingtian's heart to be filled with shock. It was also something that happened in the illusory crypt. I entered into a short period of enlightenment during the trial of fire, and after I awoke from my stupor, I comprehended 4th level intermediate fire concept. Feng Tianwu wasn't surprised that Duan Lingtian had seen through the level of her fire concept. There were too many miracles and unbelievable things on Duan Lingtian, and she'd long since become numb to it. In her eyes, this elder brother Duan of hers was capable of what others were incapable of. As expected of the fire spirit body, it's actually so abnormal. At the same time that Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless when he heard this, his heart was filled with shock. He knew that the reason Feng Tianwu was able to obtain all sorts of fortuitous encounters in the illusory crypt was entirely because she possessed the fire spirit body. If it was another person, it would be utterly impossible for the person to obtain such treatment. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 people in the top 10 command tokens issued challenges one by one. The opponents they challenged had admitted defeat before entering the arena. Subsequently, the possessor of the number 11 token issued a challenge. The possessor of the number 11 token was the person that was ranked before Su Li, and he was a young man that was dressed like a scholar. The possessor of the number 41 token that he challenged was heavily injured as soon as he entered the arena and didn't have the strength to continue fighting. Subsequently, it was Su Li, the possessor of the number 12 token, that entered the arena. His opponent was injured by a single strike of his sword, and if it wasn't for him changing the blade of the sword in his hand to the body of the sword in time, his opponent would have died without a doubt. Thank you for showing mercy. Su Li's opponent was sincerely convinced and withdrew magnanimously. The third round of the selections continued. Not long after, it was Zhang Shouyong and Long Yun's turn, and they won successively. In next to no time after a single round, 25 out of the 50 young geniuses were eliminated. They were either killed, crippled, or admitted defeat after a single round. None of the possessors of the top 10 command tokens were replaced, and it was sufficient to show that their strengths were generally equal to the command tokens in their possession. The remaining 25 young geniuses continued to undergo the second round of challenges. As the possessor of the number 1 token, Duan Lingtian was the first to enter the arena once more. After he entered the arena, Duan Lingtian called out the possessor of the number 25 token, a young man with a savage appearance. The young man's eyes flickered with a fierce light at all times, and it was as if everyone was his enemy. At the center area of the sky above the combat arena, Duan Lingtian and this young man with a savage appearance stood in confrontation, and the atmosphere became deathly silent. The deathly silent atmosphere didn't continue for long before it was quickly replaced by a wave of clamorous noise. The Dark Han dynasty's Feng Tianwu has proven her strength to a certain extent. I wonder if Duan Lingtian, who hasn't fought since the beginning until the end, will be able to prove his strength. If he's defeated by the possessor of the number 25 token, then he'll become the greatest laughingstock in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties this time. He's about to make a move. I truly look forward to it. Chapter 814. Possessor of the number 1 token, I'll tear you into pieces right away and replace you. The young man with a savage expression stuck out his tongue to lick his dry lips, and his ghastly eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian like a dormant, venomous snake. That will depend on if you have the ability. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he spoke indifferently. This young man with a savage expression before him was the possessor of the number 25 token, and Duan Lingtian had clearly seen it when the young man made a move against the possessor of the number 26 token earlier. When the young man wanted to beg for mercy, he'd forcefully grabbed the young man's throat and didn't allow the young man to make a single sound. In the end, the possessor of the number 26 token was torn into pieces by the young man with his bare hands. His spirit weapon was a grade 4 spirit weapon glove, and it was worn on his right hand. You'll know in a moment. The ghastly eyes of the young man with a savage expression flashed, and then his figure flashed out as if he'd transformed into a venomous snake that had gone berserk and fiercely bit towards Duan Lingtian. His gloved hand abruptly stretched out to grab towards Duan Lingtian, and the ghastly flames in the surroundings leaped about and condensed into form, seeming to have transformed into the open mouth of a venomous snake. In the sky, almost 70 ancient horned dragon silhouettes flashed towards Duan Lingtian in unison and revealed his shocking strength. Second level of the Void Interpretation Stage. First level Intermediate Wind Concept. Grade 4 Spirit Weapon. The young man with a savage expression could be said to have utilized all his ability, and it was a killing move as soon as he attacked with the intention of killing Duan Lingtian. You want me to die? Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with killing intent as his figure flashed out to move unhurriedly to intercept the young man. In the eyes of others, it seemed as if Duan Lingtian had given himself up. Right when some people thought that Duan Lingtian's actions were courting death, a sword appeared out of thin air in Duan Lingtian's hand, a grade 3 spirit sword. 9 dragons, radiant flash. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shook as the origin energy in his hand fused with second-level intermediate wind concept to transform into azure-colored strong winds that coiled around the sword before abruptly whistling out. Swoosh! Swoosh! Whoosh! 2 divine dragons that had materialized, and 1 divine dragon that had yet to fully materialize, roared out. As soon as they appeared, they successfully attracted everyone's attention. Dragons were legendary divine beasts that no one had ever seen with their own eyes. Of course, since the ancient times there were various dragon totems and embroideries that were passed down. For example, the dragon robes worn by the emperors of the various dynasties were embroidered with a golden 5-clawed divine dragon. However, a lifelike divine dragon that was formed from origin energy was extremely rare. Whoosh! 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 Just as most people's attention was on the 3 mystical dragons. 2 of the fully formed mystical dragons suddenly shot out beams of light from their eyes. For beams of light shot towards the ferocious-looking young man. Their speed was so fast that it was shocking. Puff! The first beam of light easily pierced through the young man's hand that was grabbing at Duan Lingtian like a viper's mouth, piercing through the grade 4 glove and leaving a bloody hole. Blood splattered everywhere. Puff! 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 Amongst the other 3 beams of light, 1 pierced through the young man's forehead, another pierced through the young man's neck, and the last pierced through the young man's heart. Not to mention the young man didn't even have the time to emit a shrill cry. He didn't even have the time to let out a muffled groan before completely losing all signs of life, and he was completely blasted flying by inertia. Whirlwind! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out to intercept the corpse that was charging towards him after death, and he kicked it flying to cause it to fall onto the combat ring with a bang. In the sky, the 81 ancient horned dragon silhouettes formed from the energy of the heavens, and the earth gradually dispersed along with Duan Lingtian withdrawing his sword. Second level of the void interpretation stage. Second level intermediate wind concept. Even though the martial skill Duan Lingtian executed isn't bad, but with his strength, it seems that he doesn't have the qualifications to possess the number 1 token, right? After they witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, many people couldn't help but voice out their doubts. And they doubted that Duan Lingtian didn't have the qualifications to possess the number 1 token. Even more people firmly believed that the number 1 token was obtained by Duan Lingtian by opportunistic means. In reality, Duan Lingtian could indeed be considered to have obtained it by opportunistic means, relying on the lifetime worth of inscription memories of Emperor Wu and his own spiritual force to temporarily shut off the inscription formations all along the passageway of the illusory crypt. Wasn't this opportunistic means? Of course, such opportunistic means wasn't something that anyone was capable of accomplishing. I was wondering how strong this Duan Lingtian was, yet he's only SOSO. The possessor of the number 4 token, Qin Kong, grunted coldly and glanced at Duan Lingtian with disdain. Since he's the first to obtain the number 1 token and pass through the illusory crypt, he naturally has extraordinary aspects. Looks like he still has trump cards that he hasn't revealed. The possessor of the number 3 token, Qi Feng, muttered to himself. After Duan Lingtian, it was the possessor of the number 2 token, Zishang, that ascended the arena. Zishang challenged the possessor of the number 24 token, and even though the possessor's strength wasn't bad, it was still inferior to him, causing the possessor to be instantly killed by the wind blades that flashed out from his zither. The challenges continued. The possessors of the top 10 tokens won successively all along the way. In next to no time, it was the turn of the possessor of the number 7 token, Feng Tianwu. If it was according to the order of the 6 people before her, then she ought to challenge the possessor of the number 19 token. However, the possessor of the number 19 token was Long Yin, and out of consideration for Saber 5, Feng Tianwu didn't challenge him, and she chose the possessor of the number 18 token instead. The possessor of the number 18 token possessed a cultivation at the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage and had comprehended 2nd level void interpretation concept. so he could be considered to be a formidable opponent. Right when everyone thought that Feng Tianwu would be in a deadlock with her opponent was instead defeated by Feng Tianwu in a single move. This time, Feng Tianwu utilized a spirit weapon, a grade 3 spirit whip. Only a single whip had heavily injured her opponent. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth hadn't even had the chance to condense into form before dispersing. Besides Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu's exact strength was still a mystery in the eyes of most people. Possessing such a cultivation at the mere age of 25 is truly shocking. If she's able to continue maintaining this advancement, she'll step into the void transformation stage without the slightest suspense if she's given another 10 years. Many people that were shocked by Feng Tianwu's strength couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Feng Tianwu allowed them to have a completely new understanding of female martial artists. Feng Tianwu, the possessor of the number 9 token, the other female that had obtained the top 10 tokens of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, the Darqing dynasty's Yiling, looked at Feng Tianwu with a complicated gaze. When she was Feng Tianwu's age, she hadn't even stepped into the void initiation stage. Even though she was unwilling to admit it, she knew that Feng Tianwu's natural talent and comprehension ability were indeed stronger than her. But if I go against her now, I still have full confidence. Yi Ling was filled with confidence. Tianwu, you ought to help me teach that kid a good lesson. After Feng, Tianwu returned. Saber 5 spoke, and he seemed to feel extremely regretful that Feng Tianwu didn't choose to challenge Long Yin. After Feng Tianwu, it was the possessor of the number 8 token, the Darchu dynasty's Ochin. The person Ochin chose to challenge was precisely the possessor of the number 19 token, Long Yin. Long Yin's master was the vice-sect master of the House of Sabers, and he'd already touched the threshold of the unity of man and saber. But because of the gap in cultivation and the difference in concept, he still lost to Ochin. Because he was afraid of Saber 5, who stood behind Long Yin, Ochin didn't attack ruthlessly. After Long Yin returned, he stood by Saber 5's side with a dejected expression. Master, I'm sorry. I've let you down and wasn't even able to enter the top 10. Humph. Saber 5 grunted coldly. After we return to the sect this time, I'll use the method of the House of Sabers to properly temper you. As he finished speaking, a wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of Saber 5's mouth, and it caused Long Yin to be unable to refrain from shuddering. Whoosh! After Ochin, it was the possessor of the number 9 token, Yi Ling, that entered the arena. Yi Ling challenged the possessor of the number 17 token and won. Subsequently, the possessor of the number 10 token, Li Ji, challenged the possessor of the number 16 token and won. Up until now, none of the top 10 token possessors had been replaced. The possessor of the number 11 token, the young man in scholarly attire, challenged the possessor of the number 15 token, Zhang Shouyong. Big Brother Zhang has encountered a strong enemy. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he muttered. Just as Duan Lingtian had said, Zhang Shouyong and the possessor of the number 11 token were evenly matched for a time, and this was because he possessed the grade 3 spirit weapon, Wine Gourd, that Duan Lingtian had personally refined for him. The strength of the young man in scholarly attire was shocking. In the end, Zhang Shouyong barely defeated the young man and replaced him to obtain the number 11 token. Big Brother Zhang, you're amazing. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he started laughing. In next to no time, it was the turn of the possessor of the number 12 token, Su Li, to challenge the possessor of the number 14 token. Su Li executed a total of 3 sword strikes and easily obtained victory. The possessor of the number 13 token had a bye. What's next? Meanwhile, only 13 people remained in the 3rd round of the selections, and many people couldn't help but raise their heads to look at the 2 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort. Now, the final segment of the 3rd round of the selections is about to begin. In this segment, The possessors of the number 11, 12, and 13 tokens will successively challenge the possessors of the top 10 tokens. Once you win, you'll be able to replace your opponent and obtain their token before charging into the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by our Skywolf, fourth this time. Ningkin spoke with a clear voice. Instantly, the eyes of Zhang Shouyong, Su Li, and the possessor of the number 13 token lit up. First, the possessor of the number 11 token, Zhang Shouyong, would issue a challenge. There was only a single chance, and if he didn't succeed, then he would have no fate with the top 10 of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Zhang Shouyong's gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian and the other 10 people before finally choosing Feng Tianwu, the possessor of the number 7 token. Amongst the possessors of the top 10 tokens, even the possessor of the number 10 token, Li Ji, was in existence at the 3rd level of the Void interpretation stage. Only Duan Lingtian, Zishang, and Feng Tianwu were existences at the 2nd level of the Void interpretation stage. Zhang Shouyong knew he wasn't a match for Duan Lingtian and Zishang, so he chose Feng Tianwu. Big Brother Zhang has bitten off more than he can chew this time. Chapter 8:15. Tianwu. Zhang Shouyong stood in confrontation with Feng Tianwu, and he had an embarrassed expression. After all, he'd challenged Feng Tianwu by name, and it was like he was bullying the weak. Big Brother Zhang, you don't have to worry. Feel free to attack with your full strength. Zhang Shouyong was a good friend of Duan Lingtian, and Feng Tianwu had taken Zhang Shouyong to be her friend as well and treated him with courtesy. All right. Zhang Shouyong nodded, and his expression became slightly serious as he didn't dare dally. Even though he was a 2nd-level Void interpretation stage martial artist that had comprehended 2nd-level intermediate Earth concept now. But based on the strength Feng Tianwu revealed earlier, she wasn't inferior to him. It was even to the extent that she might be slightly stronger. Tianwu, watch out! Zhang Shouyong shouted out explosively as he attacked like a bolt of lightning, and he raised his wine gourd before smashing it out. The wine gourd floated in midair and was covered by a layer of material Earth concept, and it smashed down towards Feng Tianwu like a mountain pressing down onto her. Bang! An enormous bang that shook the heavens resounded out, and the terrifying sound of air exploding caused the eardrums of everyone present to tremble. At the same time, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared abruptly in the sky above Zhang Shouyong, and it condensed into 81 lifelike, ancient, horned dragon silhouettes that coiled down. Zhang Shouyong's wine gourd smashed down with a bang, and it contained the strength of 81 ancient, horned dragons. Even if it smashed onto a mountain, the mountain would probably be shattered by it. Yet now the wine gourd smashed down towards Feng Tianwu, and once it smashed down, even 10 Feng Tianwu might not be able to survive. For a time, many people couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he watched this scene, and he seemed to not be worried in the slightest. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu's expression remained unchanged when faced with Zhang Shouyong's wine gourd that smashed down towards her, and a whip appeared out of thin air in her hand. It was precisely the grade 3 spirit whip that Duan Lingtian had refined for her. Subsequently, Feng Tianwu's entire body seemed to have transformed into a ball of flames that shot into the sky. It was actually charging towards the falling wine gourd. Feng Tianwu's figure flashed like fire, and a layer of solid flames coiled around the 3rd grade spirit whip in her hand in an instant. She suddenly swung it out and threw it towards the wine gourd. Whoosh! The long whip tore through the air like a python swinging its tail. It contained an extremely terrifying force as it fiercely landed on the wine gourd. Pa! A loud sound rang out, tearing through the sky, causing the airflow in the air to surge, and the sound of the wind could be heard. Subsequently, under the gazes of everyone present, The material earth concept at the bottom of the wine gourd was actually split apart by this whip strike, and its speed of descent slowed down slightly. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu's hand trembled, and the third-grade spirit whip abruptly withdrew. Whoosh! In the next moment, the third-grade spirit whip that was retracted was fiercely thrown out again, like a rapidly shooting fire snake. Pa! Another enormous bang resounded out. This time, the wine gourd was actually blasted flying, and the material earth concept on its surface was completely shattered. Wow! Zhang Shouyong, who used his origin energy to guide the wine gourd, instantly suffered backlash from his origin energy, causing his face to go pale as blood sprayed out from his mouth like an arrow of blood. Fourth level intermediate fire concept. As he looked at the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that was an entire 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Feng Tianwu, Zhang Shouyong had a bitter smile on his face at the same time he withdrew the wine gourd. If he knew Feng Tianwu's true strength since the beginning, he would absolutely not overestimate his ability and challenge Feng Tianwu. He and Feng Tianwu were on par with each other in terms of cultivation and spirit artifacts. He originally thought that their concepts were on par as well, and that was why he challenged Feng Tianwu. Never had he imagined that not only was Feng Tianwu's concept inferior to his, it was even stronger by an entire 20 ancient horned dragons. This gap was like a chasm that was difficult to surmount. I admit defeat. Zhang Shouyong opened his mouth and spoke with slight bitterness. Big brother Zhang, thank you for letting me win. Feng Tianwu smiled lightly before returning to Duan Lingtian's side. When Feng Tianwu fought earlier, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't have the time to condense into form. This time, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth has finally condensed into form, yet never had I imagined that she would actually have comprehended fourth-level intermediate fire concept. Possessing a cultivation at the second level of the void interpretation stage at the mere age of 25 and comprehending fourth-level intermediate fire concept. This Feng Tianwu is simply a monster. Has a monster like her ever appeared in the history of the 10 dynasties? Not to mention the 10 great dynasties, a monstrous genius like her is probably extremely rare even in the foreign lands. It's only because she was born in the Dark Han dynasty. If she was born in the foreign lands, I wonder how terrifying she would be. For a time, the entire sky above the combat arena was in an uproar, and Feng Tianwu had become the center of attention. Such natural talent and comprehension ability could be said to be heaven-defying. She has actually comprehended fourth-level fire concept. Yi Ling's pupils constricted. Now, even she didn't dare say she could defeat Feng Tianwu with 100% certainty. Wu, when did you comprehend the fourth-level intermediate fire concept? After Feng Tianwu returned, Feng Wudao looked at her with a dumbstruck expression. On the other hand, the nearby Sword 13 and Saber 5 weren't any better. Even though they knew since long ago that Feng Tianwu possessed the fire spirit body, and besides having shocking natural talent in the martial Dao, she possessed unique comprehension towards fire concept as well. But never had they imagined that Feng Tianwu had actually comprehended fourth-level intermediate fire concept, and this comprehension ability had already far left her natural talent behind. I comprehended it in the illusory crypt yesterday. Feng Tianwu said. Ling Tian you knew since long ago? Feng Wudao noticed that Duan Lingtian had a calm expression from the beginning until the end, and he faintly realized this. Duan Lingtian nodded with a light smile. Feng Wudao sighed when he saw this. Everyone says that girls side with outsiders. Looks like it's really so. She still hasn't married, and if she does, then I'm afraid I'm even more unnecessary as a father. Father, what are you talking about? It was elder brother Duan himself who saw through it, and it wasn't me who told him. At the same time that Feng Tianwu was slightly speechless, her beautiful face was tainted with a wisp of crimson red, and she was like a shy bud that was about to bloom. Continue. Ning Can's voice descended from the sky, and it caused the attention of everyone to move away from Feng Tianwu. Zhang Shouyong had failed in his challenge. Now, only the possessor of the number 12 token, Su Li, and the possessor of the number 13 token remained. So long as they succeeded in their challenges, they would be able to be ranked in the top 10 of the martial competition. Su Li flew out, and his gaze locked onto the possessor of the number 10 token at the first possible moment, the Darting Dynasty's 11th prince, Li Ji. I challenge the possessor of the number 10 token. Su Li issued the challenge. Instantly, Li Ji flew out to stand in confrontation with Su Li, and he revealed a disdainful expression. A mere second-level void interpretation stage martial artist like you isn't a match for me. We'll only know if I'm a match for you after we try. Su Li spoke with a calm expression as a grade 3 spirit sword appeared out of thin air in his hand, and a peerlessly fierce aura arose from it. It was precisely sword concept. Second-level void interpretation stage, second-level intermediate sword concept comprehended. Your strength isn't bad, but unfortunately my cultivation is a level higher than yours, and I'm bound to surpass you. Li Ji's eyes narrowed as he spoke, and he knew Su Li's strength like the back of his hand. But in next to no time his narrowed eyes suddenly stared wide open, and he revealed an expression of disbelief as if he'd seen something that shocked him. At this moment, 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared out of thin air in the sky above Su Li. This was the strength contained within the sword concept that Su Li revealed under the precondition that he didn't utilize his origin energy. Third-level intermediate sword concept. You just comprehended it? Li Ji sucked in a breath of cold air and asked in surprise. Make your move. Su Li spoke indifferently as the 3-foot-long blade in his hand trembled and poured his origin energy into it. Instantly, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth in the sky underwent a change. At the side of the 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, another 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared out of thin air, and then another 20 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 90 ancient horned dragon silhouettes accumulated force and were ready to fight by Su Li's side at any moment. Humph! Do you think you're a match for me? Li Ji laughed with ridicule and grunted coldly. Even if my concept is inferior to yours, my cultivation is superior to yours, and coupled with the amplification of a grade 3 spirit weapon, my strength still far surpasses yours. As soon as he finished speaking, a 7-foot-long spear appeared in Li Ji's hand, and origin energy flashed on the spear before transforming into a layer of material earth concept. Whoosh! The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared abruptly in the sky. First, 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, then another 40 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, and then another 27 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. Li Ji's cultivation was at the 3rd level of the void interpretation stage. He'd comprehended 2nd level intermediate earth concept, and he held a grade 3 spirit spear in his hand. When he exerted his full strength, it was comparable to the strength of 97 ancient horned dragons. Compared to Su Li, he possessed an entire strength of 7 ancient horned dragons. All of this didn't stop because of this. Along with a strand of light azure energy appearing on the 7-foot-long spear in Li Ji's hand, another 3 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared above him. 3rd level elementary wind concept. The strongest strength Li Ji possessed now was comparable to the strength of 100 ancient horned dragons. I'll let you know that the difference of the strength of 10 ancient horned dragons is sufficient to allow me to completely crush you. Li Ji shouted out lightly as he flew out, and the 7-foot-long spear in his hand tore through the sky like a WRM leaving its lair, and it moved menacingly and gave rise to waves of ear-piercing sounds of air exploding. Swoosh! Everywhere the spear pointed, it was earth-shattering. When this spear flashed out, it seemed as if it could even pierce a hole in the sky, let alone a human's body. The strength of 100 ancient horned dragons? Is it very strong? Su Li moved over unhurriedly, and he held the sword with both hands before abruptly raising it above his head. Instantly, the origin energy on Su Li's body soared and enveloped him and his sword within it, and it seemed as if he'd transformed into an enormous sword that was accumulating strength while waiting to attack. After the enormous sword appeared, the milky white appearance of the origin energy suddenly underwent a tremendous change. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into jade ripples that ceaselessly pulsated. Material water concept. This fellow, Su Li, has actually been concealing his strength all along? Duan Lingtian's gaze raised, and he revealed a surprised expression. Swish! You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.